Chapter 4975. The power of this treasure was indeed unimaginable. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. The attack landed on Lin Fei's body. Next, cracks appeared all over his body. These cracks merged together like a ferocious torrent, erupting with terrifying power in an instant. The body-breaking all was the most powerful at the beginning. After encountering Lin Fei's ancient eternal body, it instantly became different. The last attack did not erupt at all. Lin Fei withstood it just like that. The scars on his body disappeared. This was the domineering power of the ancient eternal body, which was not something other divine bodies could compare with. The three crazy demon brothers originally thought that with this treasure, Lin Fei's physical body would at least suffer a certain amount of damage. That way, they could capture this guy and bring him back. It was a good idea, but the reality in front of them shocked them greatly. The treasures given to them by the big bosses could not erupt with its true power. This Lin Fei actually withstood it. This should not be the case, right? The treasure is powerful, but my physical body is still quite strong. So from now on, I can only say that you guys are out of luck. Fortunately, Lin Fei cultivated the ancient eternal body and reached the first level. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble now. His physical body moved. Whoosh. The terrifying power directly crushed over. No matter what move it was, he did not use much. Lin Fei used the most direct method. That was to break the sky with strength. The power instantly turned into a stream of light and directly smashed over. The three crazy demon brothers were enveloped by this attack in the blink of an eye. They all took out their treasures. As soon as the treasures came out, there were countless ripples. They finally realized how powerful this guy was. The blue fairy, who had been in the distance, also saw it clearly. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. Even the three crazy demon brothers are no match for this guy. Is he really going to dominate this level? Originally, the blue fairy still had a trace of joy on her face. Now, the joy in her heart had completely disappeared. She knew that this guy was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Am I really going to become this guy's maid this time? The blue fairy's thoughts became complicated. This was completely different from what she had imagined. He had thought that it would be over, but it seemed that it was far from over. In fact, it might just be the beginning. This was not what the blue fairy wanted to see. If possible, the blue fairy really didn't want to make that bet. The only thing he could do now was to hope that the three mad devil brothers would work harder and thoroughly defeat Lin Fei. Otherwise, he would be completely hopeless. He still had to stay on this floor. The violent demon three brothers had indeed underestimated Lin Fei's means. They had thought that they could injure Lin Fei by relying on their treasures. But now, it seemed that he had thought too far ahead. In just 100 years, this fellow's strength had increased greatly again. The most important thing was that his attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and they were constantly improving. The ripples produced by their treasures were getting faster and faster, and the ripples were constantly being destroyed. The consumption of energy within their bodies had also become exceptionally large. This kind of consumption was something that had never happened before. This also made him more certain that Lin Fei's strength had really reached the level of a peak lower god. The three of them could not withstand it at all. Open for me. The power within their bodies disappeared very quickly. Even if their treasures were airtight, there was still power constantly seeping through and bombarding their bodies. They felt that they couldn't bear it at all. Cracks also appeared on their bodies, and their injuries were getting more and more obvious. If this continued, they felt that they couldn't beat Lin Fei at all. They finally understood why this guy hid on the first floor and didn't go up. They had never seen such a strong body. Besides, their body-breaking all was successful for the first time. The second and third time did not have any effect at all. The other party was able to easily avoid it. Swoosh. The three of them were finally blasted out, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. I've just started, and you can't bear it. If I go all out, won't you be beaten to death by me? Lin Fei came up again, and the speed of his attacks was getting faster and faster. A crescent moon was formed in an instant. The pupils of the three crazy demon brothers also changed. Their strength had increased again. Damn it, how could it be like this? They thought that Lin Fei's strength had reached its limit. With such speed and domineering power, it was impossible for him to hold on for long. Now they really understood that they had thought too simply. This was Lin Fei's true strength. Rumble. After a sound, several figures let out muffled groans, like lonely boats in the middle of a vast ocean. A series of punches landed directly on their bodies, and their defenses were directly broken. Lost, they finally lost. The Blue Fairy, who had always thought that they would win, finally gave up completely and completely accepted her fate. This Lin Fei was more terrifying and powerful than she had imagined. With such strength, even the favored ones above would not be a match for him. Old ancestor, save us. The three crazy demon brothers couldn't block it at all. Without this defense, the punches were like a terrifying attack falling on their bodies. Their physical bodies couldn't withstand it either. In a while, they would be directly blown up. They quickly crushed the jade talisman in their hands. They begged the old ancestor for help. Only the old ancestor could save them at this time. There was a loud bang. Lin Fei punched again, and the front instantly crushed over like a torrent. Wherever it passed, the void kept collapsing, and a stern shout came from the passageway. Stop! This voice spread throughout the first floor. Everyone trembled in fear when they heard this voice. The three crazy demon brothers were overjoyed. The old ancestor finally made a move. They could finally live. With a whoosh, this power didn't stop at all, and it washed over them. Cracks filled their bodies. There was a cracking sound. The three brothers were instantly turned into ashes, and they completely lost consciousness. A thunderous roar came from the other side of the tunnel. How dare you kill them, you're dead. Endless angry voices rang out, followed by a huge face appearing in the divine light. Then, an illusory finger attacked. The big shot was angry. The big shot made a move. Everyone on the first floor was shocked again. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't control their chi and blood at this time. With a cry, blood flowed down from the corner of their mouths. They stared blankly at the other side of the world. This was the real big shot. A voice could hurt them. If they were to meet face to face, they really wouldn't have a chance to survive. Chapter 4976. The big shot on the other side of the passageway finally couldn't help but make a move. The death of the three crazy demon brothers was a huge loss. This time, the power was like a mountain weighing tens of thousands of tons. Even though it hadn't gotten close to Lin Fei, the surrounding void had already collapsed and endless power directly hit his body. Lin Fei knew that this was the attack of a big shot. Even though it was a long-distance attack, it actually had such great power. The power seemed to be constantly decreasing. It was extremely powerful at the beginning. Later on, it was only at the level of a lower god. But even so, Lin Fei's physical body had a huge crack. His ancient eternal body had also reached its limit. At the same time, the divine power in his body was constantly being consumed and constantly healing his injuries. It was fighting against the power of this finger. In the distance, the blue fairy also groaned and spat out blood. She stared at him. You can't take it, you definitely can't. This is an attack from a big shot. Under this finger, no matter who you are, whether you are a proud son of heaven or the reincarnation of an almighty, you will definitely die under this finger. The blue fairy knew better than anyone else how powerful this attack was. The big shot on the other side was furious and directly attacked through the air. Although the power was constantly weakened by the power here, it was still a finger of a big shot after all. If it came over to kill, it would definitely be a very terrifying one. Under such a situation, the blue fairy didn't think that Lin Fei could take it at all. He would definitely die under this finger. He wouldn't be able to save anyone. Walala, walala. With just this finger, in such a short period of time, Lin Fei didn't know how many attacks he had withstood and how much divine power he had consumed. Fortunately, Lin Fei's divine power had already broken through to 10,001 and was constantly increasing. Without the limit of 10,000, ordinary people naturally couldn't compare to him. So in the end, this big shot's finger didn't have any lethality to Lin Fei at all. The power was also getting slower and weaker. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The collapsed void couldn't recover for a while. The big shot in the passageway also seemed to be slightly surprised, appearing to be very puzzled. This finger attack was actually unable to kill this guy. This was definitely something that had never happened before. So it turns out that big shots will also bully the weak. It's a pity that you didn't manage to kill me this time. I wonder if you're happy or helpless now. At this moment, Lin Fei's face was a little pale, because the power of this finger was too strong. He didn't need to guess to know. This should be the strength of a high god. He didn't expect the strength of a high god to be so terrifying. If he didn't have the immemorial eternal body, coupled with the divine power in his body, and the constant healing of his injuries, he might have completely collapsed under the attack. Lin Fei finally witnessed the means of a big shot. I didn't expect you to be safe and sound. I really underestimated you. But next time, you won't be so lucky. If you have the ability, hide on this floor. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. He said it coldly. Lin Fei laughed heartily, his complexion instantly returning to normal. If you can't kill me, then you can't kill me. If you have the ability, come down yourself and see who will kill who. It's a pity that you don't dare to be a coward, so you can only attack from there. Lin Fei also cursed. He knew that this big shot wouldn't let his virtual shadow clone come down. Even if he came down, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Just look at the three crazy demon brothers. After this finger attack, he felt that it wouldn't be so easy for the opponent to attack again. It would definitely be as difficult as ascending to heaven. If it was so easy to come down, it wouldn't be the world of these demigods and low gods. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that there definitely wouldn't be any mid-god experts on this floor. At most, they would be at the peak of the low god level. With Lin Fei's strength, even if there were a few more peak of the low god level, it wouldn't matter. He could still beat them. Their physical bodies couldn't withstand a single blow. This was Lin Fei's greatest advantage. You're a good talker. You're indeed much more powerful than I thought. But do you really think that I can't do anything to you? In a huge palace on the second floor. A black-clothed figure looked calm, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He had never thought that he wouldn't be able to kill this guy with one finger attack. The opponent's physical body was unexpectedly strong. This guy didn't cultivate a godhead, but he had a lot of divine power in his body, probably reaching thousands of strands. Such a guy with such potential, if he cultivated a godhead, his combat power would probably reach the peak of the low god level. If he got a good weapon, he could even reach the level of a mid-god. Such a person really shouldn't be left alive. Unfortunately, he had already attacked the first time, so he couldn't attack again in a short time. The opponent wouldn't give him another chance to attack. I'll wait for you on the second floor. Remember my name, Lu Bai. Lu Bai really couldn't do anything to this guy. He was really a strange freak. There was absolutely no one who could cultivate to such a level. After the voice passed, there were no more voices from the big shots in the passage. Lin Fei was going to say something more, but he didn't expect the opponent to leave so quickly. He was going to summon the primordial shadow. He wanted to let this guy experience despair, but this guy actually gave up. I'm done. There's nothing else. Lin Fei suddenly punched out again. This time, the punch went through the entire passage. Swoosh. The passage that had just been built turned into ashes. It no longer existed. Lin Fei's attack was much more ferocious. There was no resistance at all. The passage collapsed, and there were no more passages on this floor. May the blue fairy greets you, milord. Congratulations, milord, on your first victory. And at this moment, Fairy Bayou's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. This change really surprised Lin Fei. You accepted the bet so quickly. I thought you would struggle. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei collected the 3 rings. These were the rings of the Mad Demon 3 brothers. The blue fairy looked at Lin Fei with a complicated look. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen. Even Lu Bai's attack couldn't kill you. With your strength, your future potential is definitely very scary. I think it's not bad to be your maid now. Lin Fei wasn't too surprised by the blue fairy's quick reaction. He knew that the blue fairy was a smart person. Let me tell you, the app I'm using recently is supported on both Android and Apple phones. A smart person would always make the right choice. Chapter 4977. Such a result really surprised Lin Fei. Originally, he wanted to go over there to take a look, but now it seemed that there was no need to go at all. Those guys on the other side were not so easy to deal with. His strength was still a little bit lacking. He would wait until he reached the 2nd level of the ancient eternal body. At this moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were extremely simple. He left with the blue fairy. The scene of this day also shocked everyone. Everyone could feel the aura brought by that super expert, and they also heard Lin Fei's voice. All along, everyone thought that Lin Fei should not be here, or he should have gone to the next level, but today they learned that this bold guy did not leave, and was still on this level. Most importantly, this guy's strength was more powerful than they imagined. Once again, the passage was completely destroyed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't have believed it. Back in the underground palace, Lin Fei began to check his spoils of war this time. The 3 Mad Demon brothers had 3 rings, each of which contained a lot of things, which really made Lin Fei look forward to it. After all, after the 3 brothers merged, their strength was indeed strong enough, not something that ordinary people could deal with. So, their things were definitely not that simple. This was something Lin Fei knew in his heart. Ding, passive quest completed. Withstand a blow from a big shot, gain 200,000 experience points. Lin Fei was quite surprised to receive such a reward. For a moment, he wondered if he had heard wrong. How could there be such a reward? Passive quest. This really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. The most important thing was that he could get a reward of 200,000 experience points at once. This was what shocked Lin Fei the most. Lin Fei was not interested in other things, but if it was 200,000 experience points, it would really be of great help to upgrade the ancient eternal body. If it was any other time, who knew how long it would take to get the reward? At the very least, it would take a long time for him to earn 200,000 EXP. Originally, he only needed 1 million EXP to advance from the 1st to the 2nd stage. In the blink of an eye, he had saved 200,000 EXP. Lin Fei wanted to wake up laughing even in his dreams. The system did not answer Lin Fei's question. Lin Fei wasn't too surprised by this. If he didn't want to answer, then so be it. At the very least, he wanted Lin Fei to know one thing, and that was the passive quest. It's a pity that only one big shot made a move this time. I guess the other big shots are watching in the dark. But don't worry, the next time I go there, should be able to gain a lot. I'd better stay here for another 500 or 1,000 years. Lin Fei also checked the rings of the 3 Mad Demon brothers. There were indeed quite a lot of things inside, big and small, and there were even quite a few divine artifacts. However, it seemed that these divine artifacts could not be used at this level, which surprised Lin Fei a little. If these divine artifacts were used, their combat power would become even stronger. After Lin Fei checked them, he picked out some of the good things and called the blue fairy in. At this time, the blue fairy completely accepted her bet. Hence, the previous scene happened. Let me ask you something. Just tell me the truth. When the blue fairy came in, Lin Fei asked. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know. You are the most powerful heaven's favored one I have ever seen. Your future achievements are limitless. Following a powerhouse like you will be of great help to me. The finger of a big shot couldn't kill Lin Fei at all. One could imagine what the situation was like. Even Fairy Green Stream herself would not be able to withstand the power of that finger. Not to mention the other party. However, Lin Fei had endured it just like that. Moreover, he had even broken through the passageway. This kind of potential, this kind of ability, was absolutely unprecedented. A passage like this will always be maintained on the second floor. That is to say, if I break the second passage, there will be a big shot who will build a third passage. Originally, Lin Fei didn't think about this matter. The three crazy devil brothers had a lot of ancient books here, including some information about the first floor. This also reminded Lin Fei of something, and that was the passage that he broke. Since he broke the passage, he naturally didn't want anyone to come down from above. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. However, after reading these materials, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. Why did he have to break the passage again and again? If there was no more passage above, how would he get to the second floor? This was the thing that made Lin Fei feel the most helpless. Hence, he hurriedly called the Blue Fairy in to understand the situation first. Sir, your worries are a little unnecessary. There will always be a passage between the first and second floors. The big shots above will always keep in touch. You can rest assured. This time, the Blue Fairy was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that Lin Fei would ask such a simple question. I heard that there has always been a special connection between the first and second floors, but I never knew about it. The Blue Fairy said after thinking for a while. Lin Fei didn't understand why the passage had to be built before, but he felt that there must be some big secret on the first floor. It was just that he didn't know about it. However, it didn't matter. His ancient eternal body had reached the second level, and his divine power was skyrocketing. Naturally, he knew the details of this floor. He also knew what secrets were hidden, so Lin Fei was no longer anxious. Just like that, Lin Fei began a long suppression operation. Of course, there was also the signing in. When Lin Fei didn't sign in, the suppression operation made Lin Fei feel quite uncomfortable. However, it was a little different now that he signed in every day. This was because he could feel his strength improving day by day. Using time to improve his strength was quite useful, especially for his ancient eternal body. With this kind of time, it wouldn't be long before he could cultivate the ancient eternal body to the advanced realm. As for when the other side would come again, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. If they really came again, they would be far from being his opponent. At the very least, no one from that side would come for a long time. The three mad demon brothers were already dead. How many resources would it take to find a few more geniuses? At the very least, they couldn't afford to gamble now. Chapter 4978. Ever since the last battle, 500 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The 500 years on the first level were quiet again. The struggle between the sects still existed, but ever since they learned of Lin Fei's existence, everyone became even more cautious. It wasn't until 200 years later that they began to make a move again. But this time, they knew better. Regardless of how troublesome it was, whoever broke through to the demigod realm would be unlucky, so everyone kept it in mind. I've finally reached the second level of the ancient eternal body. In the study room. Lin Fei's figure was the same as 500 years ago, but he looked younger. The valiant aura on his body seemed even stronger. Lin Fei originally thought that he would be able to break through to the second level of the ancient eternal body soon. After all, he signed in every day. But he realized that the experience gained from signing in varied. Sometimes, if he was unlucky, he might even get a single-digit or double-digit experience. This really made Lin Fei feel helpless. Today happened to be the 500th year. Lin Fei finally reached the second level of the ancient eternal body. The second level of the ancient eternal body was like a peerless tonic compared to the first level. There was an earth-shattering change. It was obvious that the divine power in his body had broken through to 100,000 divine powers in the blink of an eye. Even Lin Fei himself was a little shocked by this number. But he found that when he reached 100,000 divine powers, he could no longer increase it. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck. It was the same as when he had 10,000 divine powers. Such a result was within Lin Fei's expectations. It was not something that was unacceptable. Instead, he accepted it with peace of mind. It seems that if I want to break through the limit of 100,000 divine powers, I have to reach the third level of the ancient eternal body first. After reaching the second level of the ancient eternal body, Lin Fei's realm directly reached the level of a mid-god. It was completely different from before. This time, his divine sense could almost cover this level. As soon as it covered, Lin Fei felt something different. I finally know why they had to build a passage. Over the past 500 years, there had indeed been movements from the big shots in the void, but they had not been able to penetrate him all at once. As for whether or not they were afraid that Lin Fei would ruin it, no one knew. Of course, the possibility of that was still very high. He had been looking forward to this secret for a long time. Today, he could finally investigate this secret. Ding. Suppressed for 500 years. Reward, 300,000 experience points. Divine ability, 10,000 miles reincarnation. The reward of 500 years of suppression was here, which made Lin Fei secretly surprised. It was an unexpected surprise. He thought that there wouldn't be any rewards for 500 years. This reward was not very generous. Lin Fei, of course, knew that this was a transitional reward. The real reward should be when he was suppressed for 1,000 years. He was already mentally prepared for this. 300,000 experience points really made Lin Fei happy. He needed 5 million experience points to advance from the second level of the immemorial eternal body to the third level. He had 300,000 spirit stones in one go, and he had even obtained a mystic art, 10,000 mile reincarnation. This divine ability was a bit terrifying. It was a large-scale attack that burned divine power in an instant. It could burn one level of divine power, and it could also burn 3, 5, 8, and 10 levels of divine power. The power it turned into was completely different. Lin Fei did have a lot of large-scale attack methods on hand, but there were not many like this. If it was possible, Lin Fei really hoped that there would be more of such methods. The more the better. Originally, I thought that summoning the immemorial shadow would be the first trump card. I didn't expect another one to appear so soon. Although this trump card is not as good as the immemorial shadow, I can directly erupt with divine power when there are many people. I'm afraid that no one in the same realm will be able to withstand it. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked very proud. One had to know that he now had 100,000 traces of divine power. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the void trembled faintly. Then, his figure came directly to the center of this level. In the depths of this underground, there was a huge layer of seal. Even Lin Fei did not notice this layer of seal. This was one of the things that shocked Lin Fei. He had been suppressing this place for 500 years, and he had never thought that there would be such a place in the center. It was indeed a very ordinary place. He raised his hand and slapped downwards. A layer of ripples flipped over, and the underground palace finally appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was a place that people on the second level had ideas about. Lin Fei felt that the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, there would not be such a place at all. Let me see what good things are placed on this level. Is it worth it for the big shots above to join forces for the third time and prepare to open this passage? Lin Fei's palm landed on the ripples. The surging torrent of power directly crushed it. He wanted to see how strong this defense was. In any case, he had the strength of a mid-god. Even though he hadn't cultivated a divine spark, his method of cultivation was unique. A rumbling sound, and the ripples spread out. Even if Lin Fei went all out, he would not be able to break through it. Lin Fei was a bit stunned. How could there be such a special defense? He himself had the power of a god. But he still couldn't break through this special ripple. The defense was unimaginably strong. Lin Fei tried a few dozen more times, but he didn't succeed a single time. It seemed as though this place really did have limitless defense. Lin Fei couldn't break through it at all. Of course, he had another method, which was to summon a primordial phantom. But if he did that, it would cause quite a commotion. It was hard to say who was watching this place. Lin Fei shook his head, turned, and left. If he couldn't get in, then the people above would definitely be worried. 500 years. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Since he had found this place, everything would be easy to discuss. Upon returning to the underground palace, Lin Fei called the Blue Fairy over. In the past few hundred years, the Blue Fairy had changed quite a bit. The look in her eyes was also different from before. It was more like worship. Your Excellency, you've grown stronger again. Others might not know, but the Blue Fairy could feel it every time. Your eyes are the best. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. After all, the Blue Fairy was a bit different from what he had imagined. She could more or less feel the changes in him. I called you here for something. Chapter 49-79. The Blue Fairy could indeed feel that Lin Fei's strength had become extraordinarily powerful. Even his breathing, his gaze, and his movements were unimaginably valiant. She even felt that if she were to fight with Lin Fei now, he could easily kill her. This kind of thinking was quite ridiculous, but in reality, it was just like that. 500 years was neither a long time nor a short time. The Blue Fairy did not see Lin Fei practicing at all. Anyway, he just ate, drank, and played around all day. However, even in such a state, the other party's strength had suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. She felt that if the three mad demon brothers were to encounter Lin Fei again, they would not be so lucky. They would probably be beaten to the ground in a single encounter. Do you know if there are any secrets on the first floor? Even if it's hearsay, it doesn't matter. Lin Fei called the Blue Fairy to his study. The Blue Fairy first brewed a pot of tea, and then stood there obediently. The Blue Fairy frowned slightly. Basically, everything that he knew was clearly stated. When it came to the secrets of this floor, she did not know much. If there really is a secret, then it should be that the second floor will arrange for people to come here for a period of time. I don't know what they do when they come to the first floor. It seems that this period of time is about 1,000 years or so. The Blue Fairy's memory was still very good, and she finally thought of something. Are you sure that it's 1,000 years, and not 500 or 800 years? Are you sure that they will come down to this floor from above? With that said, Lin Fei knew that they should have come down to that place. If his strength had not reached the intermediate deity stage, he would not have been able to detect the existence of such a place. It was too mysterious. This is what I heard from others. There should be a possibility, but I don't know what they are going to do. As soon as the Blue Fairy finished speaking, she frowned slightly again. If I remember correctly, those who came down were all geniuses of the heavens. After they went back, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei smiled. He was even more certain of one thing. That place should be the place that the higher-ups valued. Otherwise, the second passageway wouldn't have been formed. If there were no accidents, the third passageway would be formed soon. But this time, Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. It would not be so easy for them to bully him again. It would be fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, he was qualified to have a good talk with them. You've been with me for 500 years. I think you've done pretty well. Take this and let your strength break through again. The Blue Fairy's potential was still very strong, but this level limited her strength. Therefore, Lin Fei directly threw out a portion of True Dragon's blood. The True Dragon's blood was of no use to Lin Fei at all. But for the Blue Fairy, it could make her body stronger, which was equivalent to an improvement in strength. Isn't this the True Dragon's blood? The Blue Fairy saw it at once. She was shocked. This was a top-notch thing. It would be of great help to one's body. She never thought that Lin Fei would give such a good thing to her. Even if she was above, it would not be so easy to get such a portion of True Dragon's blood. You have a good eye. Take this and refine it. This way, your body will reach the level of a lower god. Lin Fei also understood that it was not so easy for people like the Blue Fairy to make their bodies stronger. It was the same even if they were above. Only he could make such rapid progress in his cultivation. The Blue Fairy gratefully took the true dragon's blood and refined it. Lin Fei leisurely drank his tea. If there are no accidents, perhaps the people over there will soon come to this level. This time, I can have a good fight. I wonder if Lu Bai will come. Previously, the other party had given him an attack. Lin Fei had not forgotten it. If he did not have the immemorial eternal body, he would have suffered a big loss. Now, it was different. His body had reached the second level, and it had changed by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his divine power had reached 100,000. Although he had not broken through this limit, he had reached the limit of the second level. He believed that there were definitely not many people who could reach this number. Lin Fei believed that it would not be long before this level became extremely lively. It would not take long because the movement in the void was becoming more and more obvious. Lin Fei could also sense that they should be preparing to take action. He just did not know how many people would come this time. Lin Fei's figure moved, and he immediately used great teleportation. Once again, he came to the depths of the underground. The ripples were still there, but this time, Lin Fei did not take action. After circling around, he could vaguely see that there was something unusual inside. It should be the work of a big shot. No wonder the second level always wants to control the first level. Perhaps it is because of this thing. It can let the favored ones advance by leaps and bounds. I think everyone would be tempted by it. However, this time, you guys won't be so lucky. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He flicked his finger at the void. Rays of power were hidden in the void. It should be known that Lin Fei's current strength was at the level of an intermediate god. Therefore, the hidden strength was exceptionally strong. In an instant, all the power was linked together, forming a special defense. Without me, you guys can't break this layer of defense at all. When the time comes, all of you will have to beg me. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Just now, he had already used his own methods to add a new layer of defense to this place. This kind of defense was not something that just anyone could break. Only Lin Fei himself could break it. Even if they wanted to sneak down, it would not be that easy to take away the things. Although the possibility of this was very, very low, Lin Fei still prepared for a rainy day. If they really succeeded, he would be dumbfounded. Now, all he had to do was wait for them to come down. Another few years passed. The tunnel in the void hadn't completely formed yet. Lin Fei would frown from time to time. He was quite surprised. Was it not time yet? On the other hand, the Blue Fairy's fleshly body had already reached the level of a demigod. Her strength had increased as well. However, only demigods on this level could explode with power. Was it not time yet? Lin Fei was quite puzzled. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Chapter 4980. Swoosh. Swoosh. A formless wave appeared in a small valley on the first level, and two figures rushed out of the valley. Following that, their bodies flickered, and the aura around them disappeared without a trace. I really don't know what the people above are doing. It's not easy to come down here, but they still have to sneak around. They even used a prepared passage. The one who spoke was a young man named Lei Zhen. His eyes were full of divine characters, and he looked very terrifying. There's nothing we can do about it. There's a blind guy on the first floor. I heard that he destroyed the passageway twice a year. This time, we used a diversion tactic. That guy definitely wouldn't expect us to secretly use another passageway to come down. These two young geniuses were the pride of heaven. One was hot-tempered, and the other was calmer. We're pretty lucky. That guy probably hasn't found out yet. What we need to do now is to go to the deity's lake as soon as possible. Hopefully, we can get there before they do. The hot-tempered Lei Zhen also nodded his head. He also knew that the purpose of this trip was to go to the deity's lake. Doesn't that guy rely on his strength and powerful body? This time, we've all brought treasures. When we get to the deity's lake and get the treasures, we'll slowly deal with that guy. I didn't expect the higher-ups to say that whoever kills this guy will be rewarded with a great treasure by the higher-ups. Speaking of this, the two of them were full of yearning. This was a treasure that the big shots had jointly brought out. Whoever could get their hands on it would be of great help to their own strength. At the same time, Lin Fei, who had been in the underground palace all this while, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he moved and arrived in a valley. There was a slight wave in the void. Good fella, I really underestimated the ability of the second level. I didn't expect that there would be a prepared passage here. I didn't even notice it before. What a good trick, sneaking down here. If I'm not wrong, they should be heading towards that place. Lin Fei's eyes were fixed on the passage. Even though they had yet to take shape, they could clearly feel that the people on the other side should have come from that place. However, they never expected it to be a diversion. They actually came from another place. It was a prepared passageway. This passageway looked quite old. It had never been triggered before, so Lin Fei did not sense any spatial fluctuations at all. It's a pity that my strength has already reached the mid-god level. The entire floor is under my control. Even if you guys sneak around, it's useless. Fortunately, I have added a layer of defense over that place. Let's see how many geniuses will come down this time. With so many fat sheep, I reckon I can make a fortune. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. At this moment, Lin Fei clearly knew that this place was definitely more extraordinary than he had imagined. It suited Lin Fei even better that they sneaked down. He wanted to see how they were going to break through this outer layer of defense. Lin Fei's figure returned to the underground palace. Not long after returning to the underground palace, Lin Fei felt another fluctuation in the void. It came from another place. From the beginning to the end, he knew that the first floor was definitely not as simple as that passage. It was very likely that there were other passages, but they were hidden too deeply. This time, Lin Fei finally experienced it. They did sneak down from other places, and a total of 3 passages appeared. There were people coming from each passage. In other words, there were about 7 or 8 people coming down this time. As soon as the others came over, their auras were immediately restrained, and they were no different from ordinary people. If it were not for that slight spatial fluctuation, Lin Fei would have really missed the opportunity. It seems that 8 geniuses have come. They are even more powerful than the 3 crazy demon brothers. Lin Fei was even happier. He waved his hand and called for the blue fairy to come over. The blue fairy's fleshly body had already reached the lower god level. In addition, the strength of a lower god was quite terrifying. At the very least, she was considered to be at the top among those in the same realm. I'll take you to see a good show and introduce you to people. The blue fairy was still confused, but she was smart and immediately understood. What if someone came down from below? I didn't feel any changes in the passage. Could it be a diversion? There are other passages hidden on this floor. The blue fairy was quite good at thinking. In the blink of an eye, she had almost guessed the result. There are indeed geniuses coming down, and there are quite a lot of them. There are a total of 8. I'll take you there to introduce you to people. I hope to give them a surprise. Goddess Bai Yu knew that Lin Fei was very strong, but she didn't expect that Lin Fei already knew almost everything that she couldn't detect. He had it all under his control. Those geniuses were probably still proud, thinking that they had succeeded in deceiving everyone. After a few breaths, Lin Fei brought the blue fairy to the place. When they arrived at this place, the blue fairy saw those people. They were all gathered together at this time, but their faces had changed a lot. Impossible. According to my method, I should be able to break this layer of prohibition. Why can't I break it? If that guy Lin Fei finds out, it will be a mess. It's impossible. He can't know. When we came down, the big shots said that even a lower god can't detect this place unless they reach the level of a middle god. However, middle gods are not allowed to exist on this floor. There were 8 young noblemen standing in the field. Their valiant auras were perfectly restrained, but under their dignified appearance was an ambitious look. At this time, there was a cold light in their eyes as they stared in front of them. At that time, there was a layer of ripples from time to time, and they really did not know what to do. When they came here, they were prepared to go in one step ahead and obtain the opportunity to transform the deity's pool. But when they arrived, they found that it was not as easy to break as they had imagined. The prohibition was unbelievably strong. Even if they attacked together, they could not do anything. At the beginning, they thought that they could not break it on their own, but after joining forces, they still could not break it. They could only stare helplessly. Did the big shots forget how strong this mirror was? No matter how they looked at it, it was a little impossible. Can you recognize them? I think these guys should be the sons of some big families, and they are quite talented. What do you think will happen if we get rid of all of them together? Chapter 4981. Naturally, Blue Fairy recognized these people. Each one of them was a true chosen one of heaven's chosen. Within their clans, they were all hegemons with limitless potential. She hadn't expected that they would all be gathered here. If only one had come, it wouldn't have mattered. But 8 had come. She finally realized that this floor truly did have a major secret. Most importantly, this major secret had actually been grasped by Lin Fei. It seemed as though there were traps set up on the outside, which was why they wouldn't be able to enter for a while. They are all chosen ones of the second floor. They are much more powerful than me. In terms of potential, they should all be at the first stage, while I should be at the peak of the second stage. If they were just a bit higher, they would be at the peak of the second stage. Blue Fairy continued to stare at them. In her heart, there was nothing but shock. It seems they are quite valuable. 8 of them came at one go. These 8 young chosen ones were indeed extremely powerful. When they joined forces, they were actually able to withstand 70 or 80% of the power of the traps she had set up. If a few of them came down, by relying on these treasures, they might actually be able to break through the outer layer of defenses. You don't know what's in here. But that's fine. I've already drawn them down. Those people over there want to create a diversion, but unfortunately, everything is under my control. This time, I'll be able to take advantage of them. Lin Fei began to laugh. The 8 chosen ones below didn't notice at all that people had already arrived. Their power was indeed at the peak of the demigod level. Even their treasures were at the peak of the demigod level. A single one of them could sweep through the demigods of this floor. In addition, there weren't many demigods on this floor. And there were 8 of them. He could almost go back and forth on this floor several times. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, they didn't care too much about him. From their point of view, they could deal with such a person however they wanted. It was a piece of cake. But now, they had encountered a major problem. They weren't able to break through this place at all. This restrictive spell was completely different from what they had been told. The first 2 who had arrived had thought that they would succeed, but in the end, they were stupefied. Afterwards, the 8 of them came together and attacked together. 8 directions, all the positions had been searched. He still couldn't break through this layer of ripples. It was just a step away, but it had become a huge chasm, blocking them all outside. They couldn't believe it. If it was another time or place, they would have time to do it slowly, but it was different here. They had all received orders not to attract Lin Fei's attention unless they entered the deity's pool. These words were naturally engraved in their hearts. They also knew that this fellow was indeed quite terrifying on this floor. Even the 3 crazy devil brothers were taken down. If they were to encounter the 3 crazy devil brothers, it would not be so easy to win in a one-on-one situation. In the end, this guy was killed when he reached the bottom. It was Lin Fei, so they really didn't want to meet Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for the bosses to build a passageway there. If they destroyed it, they would be punished even if they went up there and wouldn't get any resources. If they couldn't get the opportunity to cultivate, their strength would greatly decline. This was definitely not something they wanted to see. Do you guys think that this restriction isn't the restriction that our boss mentioned before, but someone else just left it? A Heaven's prideful son in black said coldly. The black-clothed Heaven's prideful son in black said. The others were stunned. They didn't know why they would have such a thought, but they didn't know why they felt that it made sense. Could it really be because of this? Lei Zhen, what you said is meaningless. Do you think anyone can find this place, or does Lin Fei have such means? I think that Xian Shi's words are quite reasonable. Maybe it's Lin Fei's means. This fellow is more cunning than you think. He was able to withstand one of Yobai's attacks. Ha ha ha, so what if he withstood one of Lord Lu's attacks? I reckon that his vitality is greatly injured and he's still recovering now. I don't think he can really withstand it. These Heaven's prideful sons were very clear about what happened last time. After all, their clans and sects had a detailed understanding of the situation. There was a crazy fellow below who wanted to dominate. As a result, the three crazy demon brothers were finished. In the end, they angered Lord Lu Bai, and he directly took action. Although it was only a tenth of his strength, it was not something that a little fellow below could withstand. Therefore, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be seriously injured. The 8 people were immediately divided into 2 sides. There were those who agreed and those who disagreed with this discussion. Those who agreed naturally felt that it was reasonable. Those who disagreed naturally felt that Lin Fei definitely didn't have such means, let alone such a place. Then how do you explain it? The 8 of us couldn't even break it with our bare hands. We can't say that someone else set it up here, right? Everyone fell silent. They really couldn't come up with an explanation. The blue fairy, who had been hiding in the dark, also had to shake her head. Each of these 8 Heaven's prideful sons had unlimited potential in the future. They all had the chance to advance to the superclass in the future. Unfortunately, they met Lord Lu here and were controlled by him. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what was going on. We can reel in the net. 8 big fish might be able to exchange for a lot of things. Lin Fei smiled and then revealed himself. This layer of defense was placed outside to block them. It seemed that his method was quite good. He had firmly blocked them outside. Everyone, you've come all the way here. Are you guys muddle-headed? I've already told you that I'm the overlord of this level, yet you guys still sneak down here. Aren't you looking down on me, Lin Fei, too much? As soon as the voice was heard, the expressions of the 8 Heaven's prideful sons changed. They couldn't believe that someone had actually appeared beside them. They didn't notice at all. Then, a big hand directly grabbed them. The sky and earth turned dark. Their bodies emitted a dazzling divine light. At this moment, it completely blasted towards them. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, they were pressed to the ground. There was only one thought left in their minds. That was that they had been discovered by Lin Fei. Lin Fei still made a move. He pressed them down with one palm. This was completely ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. How could he be so strong? It was completely different. The big boss was cheating them. Didn't he take a move from Lord Lu Bai? Chapter 4982. Under the palm. The 8 geniuses were covered in divine light, but they were still unable to withstand the power of this palm. Even more violent than them. Even more terrifying than them. He pressed them to the ground. This process was not sloppy. It was as smooth as flowing water. For a moment, they were unable to come to their senses. Looking at the surrounding geniuses whose faces were pressed to the ground, they were unable to come to their senses. Wasn't it said that the most powerful person on this level was that Lin Fei? How could there be someone more powerful than Lin Fei? He pressed them to the ground with a single palm. After a while, they came to their senses. It wasn't that there was another expert. It was that the most powerful person on this level was this Lin Fei. He really did it. He pressed them to the ground with a single palm. They could vaguely see a figure appear. That person's voice resounded in their ears. It was this guy. It was that Lin Fei. Another wave of energy came over, and the 8 of them, the proud sons of heaven, were completely suppressed by this energy. At this moment, they finally saw clearly what Lin Fei looked like. There was also the blue fairy next to him. What do you think? My gift just now is not bad, right? You all came here stealthily. It's already very polite of me not to kill you on the spot. Lin Fei was all smiles. But to these 8 proud sons of heaven, it was impossible. The attack in front of them made them understand what was called helplessness. The other party was too strong. Was this still the Lin Fei they knew? They knew that this fellow, Lin Fei, was at the peak of the demigod level, and that his body was extremely strong. In a one-on-one fight, no one was a match for him. Thus, on this trip, a total of 8 geniuses had come. They weren't prepared to work together, but any one of them could make Lin Fei experience despair. But now, it was their turn to truly experience despair. This guy was simply too powerful. You're Lin Fei. They really didn't dare to believe it. What a big shot. Even if they still had some treasures or armors on them, cracks had appeared on them. A single palm strike was all it took for them to fall into such a state. If he went all out, wouldn't he be able to kill them in the blink of an eye? That's right, I'm the Lin Fei you've been talking about, the little fellow who proclaims himself as the king of this floor. Lin Fei smiled faintly. In their eyes, the smile was full of sarcasm. If this was a small fight, then what were they? Before he could even make a move, he was already covered. Now, tell me what kind of good stuff is in here. Lin Fei didn't kill all of them in one go. Naturally, it was because this place was too mysterious. Previously, Lin Fei's own strength was unable to break through this defense. In other words, this place required a special method to enter. Now that 8 geniuses had finally arrived, how could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? He had to get his hands on the benefits here first. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. This area has been completely controlled by me, and no news can get out. So, you'd better accept your fate. If anyone has any ulterior motives, I'll make sure you die here. A cold aura swept over them. With a single glance, their faces immediately turned pale. Whatever thoughts he had, whatever tricks he had up his sleeves, all vanished into thin air at this moment. This guy was really going to kill them. They felt that it was real. They would never be wrong. This guy was definitely going to kill them. He wouldn't care about the anger of those big shots on the second floor. Just look at the 3 crazy demon brothers. They really died unjustly. They were considered to have first-class potential up there, but their souls were scattered when they reached the bottom. They didn't expect that it would be their turn in such a short time. The blue fairy also chuckled. I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you'll really die here. This is a place for improvement. It can raise one's potential from first class to superclass potential. This is the so-called baptism of life. Finally, one of the geniuses opened his mouth. He was panicking and afraid. He wasn't a match at all. Any divine abilities, methods, or confidence were all useless at this moment. He might as well be honest. Onyx Soul, you can't say it. You definitely can't say it. You're ruining the big shot's plans. One of the geniuses roared. Lin Fei doesn't have the right to know the secret here. Indeed, he doesn't have the right to know the secret here. But you don't have the right to continue living. Lin Fei raised his hand and this proud son of the heavens exploded with a bang. Even if he had a treasure, his defense was still the same. In an instant, he was finished. Who else wants to speak? Just say it. I'll fulfill your wishes. I'm a very honest person. It could be said that this could be said to have completely shocked them. He really killed someone. Just like that, a genius with top-notch potential had been killed just like that. He had the potential to become a mid-level god in the future. It wasn't difficult to become a low-level god, but becoming a mid-level god was too difficult. But now, he died here just like that. The other 7 geniuses didn't dare to have any thoughts. This guy really dared to kill. Speak. It's fine. They won't say anything. They more or less heard some secrets. They didn't expect it to be a place for improvement. It could allow one's vitality to increase by leaps and bounds. Such a place was quite attractive to anyone. But to Lin Fei, it really wasn't that attractive. First-class potential and superclass potential were not as good as signing in and gaining experience. Other than this, is there anything else? Or do the others want to add to their understanding of this place? The others lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Then I'll have to trouble you guys to open this restriction now. He waved his hand and retracted his technique. The real restriction appeared in front of them. At this moment, their eyes lit up slightly, but then dimmed down. They were really too stupid. They didn't know at the start. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been caught in one fell swoop. 8 geniuses, and now one was dead. The 7 proud sons of heaven obediently opened the seal. It turned out that this restriction required a special technique. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't go all out. Otherwise, he would have destroyed this restriction. He had to go in and take a look now. He was looking forward to seeing what it was like inside. It was worth it for the higher-ups to use a diversion tactic. Unfortunately, no matter how much he planned, he was still lacking. Everything was under his control. The group entered. Chapter 4983. This place was indeed a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Along the way, there were all sorts of tricks, big and small. However, they required special methods to resolve them all. It had to be said that this place was quite powerful. At the very least, if it weren't for these geniuses coming down, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to get in so easily. The 7 geniuses all charged forward. They were very afraid that Lin Fei would destroy them all at once. Right now, they didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. They couldn't even block a single palm. Just like that, they were suppressed. The opponent's power was very likely at the god level. Although the possibility was very low, the opponent's power was definitely something that the 7 of them wouldn't be a match for even if they joined forces. At other times, it would be fine. But at times like this, they had to accept their current situation. They couldn't just throw their lives away because of a moment of hesitation. They didn't even see one of them die. They couldn't even take a single blow, and they died. It really wasn't easy to train to this level. Half an hour later, they arrived at the end of this place. There was a huge pool of blood. The surging blood water was tumbling non-stop. At the same time, rays of divine light were shining brightly inside and swimming non-stop. Upon seeing the pool of blood, the 7 geniuses were very excited. But then, their faces became extremely ugly. Nobody understood one thing better than them: this place wasn't worthy of them at all. Lin Fei's gaze fell upon the pool of blood. With one look, he knew that this pool of blood wasn't simple at all. This was because there was a special divine light within it. This special substance could greatly increase a person's life force. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, Lin Fei really admired the people of the 2nd level. They even knew about this place. This place could indeed allow a first-rate person to become a super-rate person. In other words, there was an 80% chance that a demigod would be able to break through to the god level. However, there was a possibility of reaching the 10th level after coming out of this place. This was definitely a meteoric rise. It was no wonder that the chosen ones paid so much attention to this place. Even the blue fairy, who was at the back, could see it clearly. If he could experience the benefits of this place, he would be able to improve his life potential by a lot, and he would be able to experience a drastic increase. In the future, he would be able to break through to a higher realm. This is the deity's lake. One of the geniuses said with a trembling voice. At the same time, the others also obediently stood to the side, not daring to stand in front at all. They were afraid that if they stood there, Lin Fei's mind would change a lot, and when that happened, he would kill them all. It is indeed a pretty good place. It is filled with all sorts of divine lights and is filled with all sorts of mysteries. It can indeed increase one's potential. Most importantly, one's fleshly body can rapidly improve. That is the key. With a strong fleshly body, a strong life force will naturally be strong. Lin Fei knew what was going on the moment he saw the deity's lake. He reached out and grabbed it. Beams of divine light converged, turning into a ball. Then, it condensed and condensed. The originally roiling deity's lake suddenly became quiet. The expressions of the 7 chosen ones instantly changed. They had never imagined that the deity's lake, the divinity, and all the essence would be grabbed by Lin Fei in an instant. It turned into a resplendent pearl in his hand. The surrounding dazzling divine light made them gulp uncontrollably. They wanted to snatch it away immediately. However, they knew that if they made a move, they would immediately die. Such a small thing actually made the chosen ones of the 2nd level come down. What should I say? Lin Fei played with the pearl in his hand. This deity's lake was indeed incredible. It contained all sorts of divinity essences. And now, Lin Fei had condensed all of them and turned them into one. It could be said that whoever absorbed and refined this thing would be able to greatly increase their potential. It's a pity that you are all my enemies. Those who came down from the 2nd level are all my enemies. Therefore, I never give any benefits to my enemies. Little Bai, you've been with me for so long. I'll give this to you. It'll help you reach the heavens in a single step. Lin Fei smiled and flicked his finger. He flicked the pearl in front of the blue fairy. This time, the 7 heavens chosen were shocked. Even Fairy Greenstream was shocked. She had never expected that she would be the one to get this item. This was a top-notch item. If she absorbed and refined it, she would have a chance of becoming a medium deity in a few decades or even 100 years. This was definitely a huge opportunity. It was definitely the kind of opportunity that no one dared to think about. She had never imagined that it would be her turn. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. The pearl was in the blue fairy's hands. She felt that staying on this level was the luckiest thing. Not only had her fleshly body reached the level of a lower deity, but her potential had also improved. In the future, if anyone said that being a maid had no future, the blue fairy would definitely have a good fight with them. The 7 chosen ones were all envious. Of course, they knew why the blue fairy was on this level. It was because she had been captured by Lin Fei and kept by his side. She had even become a maid for a long time. She had stayed there for hundreds of years. Now, it seemed that being a maid was treated better than being on the island. Refine it now. I'll help you. Lin Fei laughed. He let the blue fairy choose to refine it. The blue fairy did not hesitate. She directly swallowed the pearl. In an instant, a violent force surged out. Lin Fei's palm landed on her back. The surging force suppressed her. In an instant, the divine light was integrated into every inch of the blue fairy's body. In this short period of time, the blue fairy had been reborn. Her realm was still the same, but the 7 chosen ones could feel that the blue fairy had undergone a huge change. Such a change was not as simple as it seemed. They were originally a bit stronger than the blue fairy. But now, they felt that they would not be able to beat her in a one-on-one fight. The blue fairy opened her eyes again. She was completely different from before. She was full of divinity, full of divine light, and full of vigor. Thank you, Your Excellency. I have completely refined it. The blue fairy had never thought that she would have such a day. She had never dared to dream about it. Just look at those heavenly geniuses. Their saliva is about to drip down. Chapter 4984. The blue fairy had advanced by leaps and bounds in an instant. This scene really made the 7 heavens chosen feel extremely envious. He had joined a large sect or faction for the sake of better cultivation. Now, all the resources had been taken away by Fairy Greenstream. This deity's lake would be completely ruined. Apart from this thing, do you know what other good things are in here? If any of you can tell me, I can let you go in advance if I'm in a good mood. After settling such a small matter, Lin Fei looked at the 7 proud sons of heaven again. His method just now was indeed very simple and ordinary, but only those who knew about it understood one thing. Just looking at the Bai Yao now, one would know how powerful that move was. As long as Fairy Bai Yu was given time and opportunity, her strength would increase by another level. She would need at least a few decades to break through to the level of a middle god. In any case, she would definitely become a middle god within 100 years. At that time, her strength would definitely be guaranteed. If they were to fight now, they would not have any advantage. The 7 proud sons of heaven looked at each other and could not think of anything for a while. It seemed that there was nothing else on this level except the deity's lake. However, Lin Fei's words deeply hurt them. They seemed to understand that if they did not explain this matter clearly, they might suffer a great loss. If it was any other time, it would naturally not matter. But now, it was a bit troublesome. If they did not explain this matter clearly, who knew what kind of trouble they would encounter? If they were unlucky, they might even lose their lives here. Therefore, they kept thinking and pondering. Even if it was just some hearsay, they immediately recalled it. I heard that there seems to be other treasures in this deity's lake. I heard that it was left behind by an expert a long, long time ago. As for the specifics, I don't know. One of the proud sons of heaven said in a low voice. Even he himself was not sure, but he did not want to die here. Even if it was just hearsay, he wanted to say it out loud. In any case, it could be considered a declaration and an attitude. The other proud sons of heaven were stunned for a moment, but they also agreed one after another. I seem to have heard that there is indeed a treasure in the deity's pool, but we don't know about it. With Milord's strength, you should be able to find it. That was all they could say. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He also believed in their words. There was a possibility that there was something here. So he decided to wait and see if it was really as they said. What if he was lucky? Crash. Lin Fei's thoughts instantly fell on this place. He began to search inch by inch. He wanted to see if he could find it. This place wasn't very big, but for Lin Fei, he could still clearly see the changes in this place. It would be great if he could find it. With a loud rumbling sound, the place they were at exploded inch by inch. No one expected Lin Fei to be so direct. It began to blast open the ground and seep all the way down. None of them dared to utter a single word. Just like that, the deity's pool that had been passed down for a long time began to crack. When it was about to reach the bottom, it emitted a beam of divine light. As soon as this beam of divine light appeared, the geniuses directly fell to the ground. They couldn't bear it. Only the blue fairy was still relaxed. After all, her physical body had reached the level of a lower god. The one who easily withstood it was Lin Fei. His eyes were shining. It was just as they said. There was a slight change below. There was actually such a beam of divine light. Another hand reached down and covered the beam of divine light. The beam of divine light kept attacking, but it couldn't break through Lin Fei's palm. In an instant, it was swept away. So there is another world below. Lin Fei smiled and rushed down. The 7 geniuses above did not dare to move. The blue fairy looked at them coldly. I advise you to stand still. Don't have any ideas. Your ideas won't work here. The 7 geniuses did have an idea, which was to leave this place. This was the only chance they had to leave. With the blue fairy here, things seemed to be a bit different. The blue fairy took all the benefits. Attack. The geniuses were all arrogant, but they knew that if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. Once Lin Fei returned, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they were 100 times more courageous. Thus, their only chance was to break through the blue fairy's line of defense. I knew you would attack. Lin Fei had already rushed down. he didn't pay much attention to the commotion outside. Of course, he knew that although the 7 geniuses looked well behaved, they actually had some ideas and came down on their own. They would definitely charge out. Now, it all depended on the Blue Fairy's performance. As for the result, Lin Fei shouldn't be too disappointed. There wasn't any danger along the way. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end. After reaching the end, a series of saber intents swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth like a meteor shower. Looking back, these meteor-like saber intents directly disintegrated. They couldn't even get close to Lin Fei's surroundings. At this moment, Lin Fei only knew that there was such a saber cave under the deity's pool. There were sabers everywhere in his field of vision. These sabers were all inserted into the rocks. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of sabers. Some were broken, some were old, but without exception, they all fell into these rocks. Lin Fei sensed a bit and sensed a very domineering aura. This domineering aura actually made Lin Fei feel a little familiar. My God, this aura actually makes me feel familiar. It seems to be similar to the super ancient eternal body on my body. In other words, this blade should be a blade left behind from the primordial era. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to know what was the best here. He pushed forward the super ancient eternal body. The moment the super ancient eternal body was unleashed, Lin Fei could feel that something was faintly discernible somewhere, forming a certain connection. I've found you, come here. With a loud laugh, he raised his hand and grabbed an inconspicuous saber. This saber belonged to the most ordinary Zamadeo. There was a dangerous aura inside. Once this dangerous aura burst out, it would definitely be very terrifying. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was what made this saber extraordinary, and only someone like Lin Fei could feel it. Fortunately, he had cultivated the super ancient eternal body, so he could sense the change in this aura. Chapter 4985. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't expect to find a Zamadeo below. This Zamadeo actually contained the aura of the primordial era, which was a little thought-provoking. No matter what, such a treasured saber had appeared before Lin Fei. No matter what, he had to put it away first. Lin Fei's thoughts were still very simple. Voila! The Zamadeo directly slashed towards Lin Fei. Following that, the Zamadeo seemed to have turned into a shadow. An indomitable figure wielding a Zamadeo slashed down again and again. Every slash contained the might of the primordial era, and in one breath, 3 slashes came over. What a guy! The power of each slash was more overbearing than the last. If it was someone else, they would have been killed on the spot by these 3 slashes. Primordial eternal body, take it! Lin Fei bellowed, and his entire body underwent a huge change. Following that, the fist in his hand smashed over. In that instant, he had already punched out over 100 times. This was one of the benefits of Lin Fei's powerful body. 100 punches in a second. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Every punch landed on these light blades, causing loud rumbling sounds. The entire time only lasted for a few breaths of time. Just like that, the 3 slashes of the primordial shadow were blocked by Lin Fei. Even though he was able to withstand it, Lin Fei's body had an additional bloodstain. One of the 3 slashes landed on Lin Fei's body, leaving a long wound. One of Lin Fei's hand had already grabbed the hilt of the Zamadeo. No matter how much the Zamadeo struggled, it couldn't break free. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood on it, and in the blink of an eye, the Zamadeo was refined. At this moment, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. As expected of a weapon from the primordial era, it's actually so terrifying. This shadow slashed out 3 times, and one of them almost took my life. Even though Lin Fei looked relaxed just now, Lin Fei knew that it was not a big deal. However, only he knew in his heart how he had withstood those 3 strikes just now. It was really abnormally terrifying. If it was the infinite God body from before, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter what. He might even suffer a huge loss. The Zamadeo in his hand was very ordinary. Even if he threw it on the street, no one would look at it. However, it was this Zamadeo that was filled with terrifying power. It almost took Lin Fei's life. My power has already reached that of a mid-level deity, yet it was still very strenuous for me to withstand 3 blades. It's all thanks to this body and its powerful explosive power. With this Zamadeo, my strength will skyrocket. Even if I encounter a high god expert, I will be able to fight for a while. Lin Fei was very clear about the effect of the Zamadeo in his hands. It was really terrifying. Lin Fei was really grateful to the big shots on the upper level for giving him such a big gift. Most likely, they themselves didn't know what kind of treasures were hidden below. Even if their shadows came down, they might not be able to withstand the 3 primordial sabers. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned slightly. A light flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that not only did I obtain this Zamadeo, but I also obtained the 3 primordial sabers that this saber uses. This saber technique was called the primordial 3 sabers. 3 sabers. One saber after another had to be unleashed in one breath, and at the same time, a certain secret technique had to be used. Therefore, the power of these 3 sabers would be extremely powerful. The strangest thing was that the most terrifying of the 3 primordial sabers should be the second saber. It would definitely catch many people off guard. And the third saber was the finishing blow. No one would even dare to think about it. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested for a while. Suddenly, he struck out with his saber. His entire person became boundless and domineering. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 sabers slashed out. These 3 sabers were like stairs, one saber after the other, but in reality, they were all connected. In an instant, they exploded with terrifying power. The void was instantly split into 3. It is indeed a powerful saber technique. Although the power of this technique isn't as strong as the opponent's, it is still extremely powerful. On this level, my battle prowess is even stronger. Coupled with my primordial eternal body and the 3 primordial sabers, I will definitely be able to make the 3 gods suffer. The more Lin Fei closed his eyes, the more powerful it was. In addition, Lin Fei already had 100,000 strands of divine power in his body. Once he used it, it would be extremely terrifying. With the strength of a god, he could instantly explode with the battle prowess of a high god. If I continuously use the 3 primordial sabers, or rather, ordinary saber techniques, then I can fight for a long time. But once I use the 3 primordial sabers, I can at most use it for an hour. If he were to use the 3 primordial sabers for an hour, it would be extremely terrifying. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that even a high god wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks for a short period of time. Ordinary high gods would definitely be able to kill him, unless he was a top-tier high god with a top-tier treasure. Previously, Lin Fei hadn't dared to be certain. But now, he was 100% certain. Whoosh. Lin Fei walked out. Behind him, one saber light after another slashed out, instantly turning the place into a complete mess. Lin Fei had completely destroyed all traces of this place, leaving nothing behind. No one would know that he had obtained a primordial artifact from this place. If the big shots up there knew, they would probably cry themselves to sleep in the toilet. If they had known earlier, they would have risked their lives to come down as well. Unfortunately, even if they came down now, they wouldn't be able to obtain the primordial artifact, because Lin Fei had already taken it away. The battle outside was already very intense. Several geniuses were attacking the blue fairy together. The blue fairy's combat power was extremely terrifying. Relying on her powerful physical body, she was actually able to fight against 7 of them without being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, the 7 geniuses were all suffering quite a bit. She was too strong, too strong. They couldn't beat her at all. The more the geniuses fought, the more flustered they became. They didn't expect that after just a few hundred years, they would actually be weaker than the blue fairy. She was able to defeat all 7 of them by herself. Even though they were all injured, it was still too embarrassing for them. All of you, lie down. Suddenly, Fairy Green Stream split into a dozen or so copies of herself. Then, one attack after another rang out as the 7 chosen of heaven were sent flying and slammed into the ground. They couldn't get up for a while. The blue fairy looked at the fallen geniuses. She shook her head in disappointment. Back then, your potential surpassed mine. Now, I'm even more powerful than you. The blue fairy's words were like a nail that landed in their hearts. They felt extremely bitter and helpless. She was speaking the truth. They really weren't a match for her. Chapter 4986. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei applauded. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, the blue fairy was completely different from before. His potential was undeniable. No matter how strong these 7 geniuses were, could they be stronger than the blue fairy? They were definitely thinking too much. You guys are too much. Why don't you just stand there obediently? It's a pity that you want to escape from here. Lin Fei shook his head. He waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, the 7 geniuses were sent flying. They were already injured. Now, their injuries were even more serious than before. They couldn't stand up at all. Lin Fei raised his hand again and grabbed with his 5 fingers. The 7 geniuses were all sent flying. We should be glad that we are still of some use. Otherwise, you would have been turned into ashes just now. Lin Fei brought the 7 geniuses and left the place. As they left, the place collapsed. A force swept across and turned it into nothingness. Once again, they were near the passageway. The 7 geniuses were thrown to the side. They were frozen. The blue fairy watched coldly at the side. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Of course, there was more excitement in his heart, and more of a kind of achievement. His master was domineering, mighty and domineering. He was completely different from what he had imagined. The people above should be able to see that these 7 proud sons of heaven are causing trouble here, so I have taken them down. Come down and let's have a good chat. Otherwise, these 7 proud sons of heaven will be completely dead. It's not easy for them to reach the first-class potential, and they are only 1 step away from the super first class. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it had spread to another world. Those big shots would definitely know. He waved his hand again. The 7 geniuses were taken away directly. They returned to the underground palace. The blue fairy also came back. How is it? Has your talent potential increased again? The 7 geniuses were all sent away and locked up in the same place. Their powers were also sealed by Lin Fei. All the treasures on him were taken away. It could be said that they had been beaten back to their original state with a single move. Thank you, my lord, for allowing me to have today's achievements. The blue fairy was very excited. She was able to take down 7 proud sons of heaven by herself. This kind of combat power was really too great. Even if he returned to where his sect was located, his strength would still be exceptionally strong. It's your destiny to be my maidservant. What do you think those big shots will think about this? Lin Fei sat down, ready to listen to the blue fairy's opinion. After all, the blue fairy had stayed there for a long time and knew more about it than he did. The blue fairy thought for a while and said, "Those big shots should be paying a lot of attention to these 7 geniuses because they all have great potential. In the future, they will surely have the opportunity to break through to the mid-god realm. The reason why they came down this time should be for them to strengthen themselves so that they can break through to the high god realm in the future, even though the possibility is very low." Lin Fei's idea was no different from the idea that there must be a limit. Although my lord is very invincible on this level, you still have to be careful of these guys. It wasn't easy for her to follow such a big potential backer. Of course, the blue fairy didn't want to miss the opportunity to continue to improve, so she had to remind him. Don't worry. As long as they come to this level, they won't be so easy to take advantage of. Lin Fei smiled. Now was not the same as before. It was completely different from the past. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Several figures suddenly descended on this level. As soon as they descended, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then a layer of power crushed down, keeping their strength at the same level. The three figures wore calm expressions. This time, we suffered a big loss. This guy called Lin Fei is quite capable. He took them all down in one go. This time, no matter what tricks this guy has up his sleeves, we must cripple him. Otherwise, this floor will be out of our control. These three were the figures of big shots. They were very powerful. Even if they were suppressed by this layer of power, they still had the combat power of a peak lower god. Even if they were a peak lower god, even if a real peak lower god came, they would not be a match for any of them. They would be crushed directly. Swoosh! The three figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were near the underground palace. Near the underground palace. The three of them revealed themselves. One of the thin figures raised his hand and slapped toward the underground palace. However, before he reached the underground palace, a figure came out. With a wave of his hand, a wave of power came up, and the power disappeared without a trace. Young man, you are finally willing to come out. The thin figure looked at the young man coldly. It was this young man who caused such a big commotion. The scene that they had been looking forward to for a long time was also destroyed by this young man. He had actually predicted it in advance. I have also been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, we can have a good chat. From the moment they came down, Lin Fei knew that the big shots could not sit still. After all, the 7 geniuses were quite important. If they died, it would be a huge loss. It was not easy to train them. Since you are here, let's go in and have a cup of tea. After all, you are also big shots. I don't think the three of you will bully me. I am a bit impatient. If I really want to fight, I can kill the 7 geniuses with a single thought. The expressions of the three people changed slightly. Even though they were used to seeing big storms, they were still angered by this young man. This guy was too outrageous. He actually dared to say such words to them. Could it be that they didn't know that the three of them were real big shots, even though they weren't on this floor? Dealing with this Lin Fei would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 prideful geniuses were in his hands. Moreover, this fellow's methods were somewhat outrageous. The three of them followed him in. He pressed it horizontally. The three of them sat down, and Lin Fei sat opposite them. You've caused a huge ruckus this time, and you've even killed a proud son of heaven. Do you know how much trouble this will bring you? The speaker was a middle-aged man with white eyebrows. Fairy Green Stream's voice rang out in Lin Fei's ears. This is Ancestor Tian Men, that thin figure is Ancestor Mo Luo, and the last one with a big round face is Ancestor Black Cloud. They all have the power of a high god. Chapter 4987. After hearing the Blue Fairy's words, Lin Fei knew that the three of them did have some background. They were all patriarchs. Each of them had the strength of an upper celestial. Their lineup was not small. He did not expect that 3 of them would come together. Lin Fei thought that it would be great if one of them came. He did not expect 3 of them to come at once. This was indeed a big scene. I didn't do anything. I'm just doing some small business on this floor. However, you guys seem to be too arrogant. As for me, I'm not good at other things, but I'm tough. So, this floor belongs to me now. 7 geniuses broke into someone else's place to steal things. How do you think we should settle this? After hearing Lin Fei's words, the faces of the 3 patriarchs darkened. A wave of boundless pressure came crashing down on them. This kid was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that he was out of control. Lin Fei, you have to understand one thing. Although we can't enter the first floor, you should know how strong the 3 of us are. Don't force us to fight. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight against the 3 of us. Patriarch Mo Luo stared at Lin Fei and said. His voice was very cold, as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was frighteningly cold. Fellow Taoist Imo, don't scare this kid like that. If there's anything, we can talk it out. As long as you hand over the 7 heavens pridelings, as well as the items that you've obtained, this matter will naturally be written off. The Patriarch of Tianmen smiled as if he was trying to be a good person. How could Lin Fei not see that these 3 phantoms were indeed quite strong? Naturally, they had come to seek justice from him. Of course, justice would be obtained with their fists. Fists were the most durable thing no matter where they were. No one knew this better than Lin Fei. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would naturally fight. It was a very simple matter. Yeah, I also feel that you shouldn't accidentally get into big trouble for cultivating to this realm at such a young age. So, you'd better hand over the things and follow us to the 2nd floor. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to be a consecrator. The 3 patriarchs were indeed quite concerned. This young man was stronger than they had imagined. Even in front of them, they didn't feel any fear. They also knew that they hadn't used their full strength yet. Naturally, no one would let Lin Fei know what was going on. If they really fought, it would let Lin Fei know who was stronger. After all, young people were arrogant and thought that they were invincible on this floor. However, in their opinion, the invincibility of this level was more or less a joke. If they were to attack, they would have a good chance of taking care of Lin Fei. Patriarchs, is this why you came down to talk to me? Then all of you can scram. You won't be able to take the 7 of them with you, let alone the other items. I, Lin Fei, am not one to be scared. Patriarch said. This wasn't a good situation for the 3 patriarchs. This guy was really full of himself. In that case, you don't want to accept our good intentions. That means you want us to fight. If we really fight, you're finished. The 3 of us haven't fought together for a very long time. Patriarch Imo Luo's tone became much fiercer. Young man, I think you should think about it. After all, Taoist Imo has a very bad temper. If we fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. You will never know how strong we are. Moreover, the power we have is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The great ancestor of the Tianmen sect smiled faintly with a calm expression. Patriarch He Yun snorted coldly. The 3 of us are already giving you face by sitting here. You can ask the people above. Who is qualified to let us sit here together? They felt that this Lin Fei guy was very bold. Even under such circumstances, he still didn't take them seriously. Therefore, they decided to use their fists. They would use their fists to beat this guy into submission. It would be a pity to kill someone with such potential. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Looks like you guys are ready to fight. That's fine. I've been wanting to see your skills for a long time. You overestimate yourself. You will never know exactly how powerful a high god is. Patriarch Imo Luo was the first to attack. He slapped his palm towards Lin Fei. The ripple-like energy instantly hit Lin Fei's body. Only a split second had passed from beginning to end. The energy of the water was very soft. It wasn't domineering at all. It was very different from Patriarch Imo Luo. However, this energy was extremely penetrating. It went through Lin Fei's body. Patriarch Tian Meng and Patriarch He Yun watched from the side. They didn't think much of it. Of course, they knew how strong Lin Fei was. Therefore, they went all out in an instant. They didn't dare to be careless. Of course, if they went all out, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The ripple-like energy went through Lin Fei's body and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei, however, could sense how terrifying this power was. It lived up to its reputation of being a high god. Impressive. Superior god indeed. The phantom that came down is so strong. No wonder the 3 of you are so confident. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed by that attack. But for Lin Fei, his immemorial eternal body easily withstood it. After the opponent's water energy entered his body, it was instantly disintegrated. Not bad, not bad. You guys are really strong. But now, it's my turn. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Suddenly, a sky full of fist shadows burst out. These fist shadows instantly greeted the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs were surprised. Then, they left the palace. They reappeared in the sky. Even so, at this moment, they could feel the power of the fist that exploded out. Bang, 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 bang. They weren't able to escape from Lin Fei's attack range at all. At this moment, Lin Fei charged forward once more, and all of his fists landed on the three patriarchs. Since we've come to this level, let's take a good look at what it means to have my power. Everyone on this level has to listen to me. This was Lin Fei's full power. The three patriarchs were on the losing end of this attack. Every single wave of energy was extremely penetrative. More importantly, the power of these attacks didn't weaken at all. Instead, they remained at the same level. Chapter 4988. As soon as Lin Fei attacked, everything changed. At the very least, the three patriarchs could feel how powerful his opponent was. Especially when the traditional power was extremely strong. At this moment, a powerful burst of power could penetrate through. It could be said that if they didn't have a good defensive treasure, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei kept moving. Greater teleportation. At this moment, he was at his limit, constantly appearing and disappearing around the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs couldn't pull away at all. As soon as they fought, they felt the penetrative power land on their bodies. Even flesh and blood would have cracks on them. Not to mention that they were just phantoms without flesh and blood. Thus, they suffered greatly from this attack. This kid is too strong, too strong. I never thought that he would be so strong. His speed is extremely fast. He should have mastered some secret techniques of space. If we were to fight with this guy, he would be very difficult to deal with. We all underestimated this guy's ability. He really is different. As soon as they attacked, the three of them were forced to retreat, because they couldn't pull away at all. And Lin Fei's close combat techniques were indeed very powerful. I've been waiting for you three for a long time. Lin Fei's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and one figure after another was constantly shuttling back and forth. The three patriarchs all felt a wave of helplessness. If they were up there, they naturally wouldn't have anything to fear. They didn't have much confidence in this trip. After all, they only had the battle power of a peak demigod. Unfortunately, the battle power of a peak demigod couldn't handle this Lin Fei at all. His power was even more terrifying than they had imagined. As soon as they fought, they knew that this time, they basically had to return without any results. The longer they fought, the more they felt helpless. This time, they really had come to the wrong place. All the experts on this floor had also noticed the commotion. This was because the commotion in this area was indeed quite big. It was filled with divine might. Without even thinking, they knew that a demigod was fighting here. There were also some demigod-level experts in the distant void. They also saw the commotion here. In his heart, he felt what was terrifying. That Lin Fei was actually able to fight against three demigods by himself. Most importantly, this guy's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. With such strength, how could they fight against him? At the same time, on the second floor, these major forces also turned their attention to this floor. Of course, they knew that an amazing fellow had appeared on this floor. His tone was quite arrogant, claiming to be the king of this place. In their eyes, it was just a joke. But now, they felt that it was not a joke at all. Who would have thought that even Ancestor Mo Luo and Ancestor He Yu would be at a disadvantage? None of them are a match for Lin Fei. In a huge, dark palace. A vertical eye stared straight ahead. It was the scene of the battle on the first floor. Looks like the second level is about to get more and more interesting. It's been a long time since we've had such fresh blood. In a vast ocean, there was also a figure sitting there fishing. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and landed on the first floor. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will become famous after this battle. The difference is truly enormous. The figure suddenly lifted up, and an enormous creature that was hundreds of meters long was lifted up just like that. With a shake of his fishing rod, the enormous creature landed back onto the surface of the water with a boom. Just like that, we'll have our delicacies tonight. Scenes like this appeared in many places on the second floor. The gazes of those major figures all fell on the first floor. Even if they couldn't come down, they still had all sorts of treasures that they could see very clearly. Right now, the ones who suffered the most were the three patriarchs. Naturally, they could see everything clearly, and their faces turned ashen. It was comparable to Cole. This time, he had really embarrassed himself to his grandmother's house. The difference was too great. If they had known that this fellow was so powerful, they definitely wouldn't have gone down so rashly. A peak stage demigod actually wasn't a match for him. Fortunately, they would at most suffer a bit. All they had to do was retrieve the image. They would let him continue being arrogant on the first floor. Lin Fei, the three of us will remember this today. I hope that when you come to the second floor, you can still be as overbearing as you were today. The Patriarch of Elysium snorted coldly and prepared to leave. He didn't plan to stay on this floor. There was no benefit in staying. The Patriarch of Elysium wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other two also had such thoughts. They couldn't continue fighting. They didn't have any advantage at all. As soon as they started fighting, they suffered greatly and consumed a lot of energy. If this situation continued, they wouldn't have a good ending at all. You want to leave? It's not that easy. I have the final say on this floor. Even if you major figures come, it's useless. There was only a bright ray of light that swept past in an instant. No one could sense what this ray of light was like, because it disappeared in an instant. However, the three figures of the Patriarch of Elysium and the other two stopped. Then, a terrifying ray of light swept past their bodies. Inch by inch, they split apart and completely disappeared. On the second floor, the three of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, they lost a shadow and a divine thought just like that. The major figures who were originally observing sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. They stared at Lin Fei's figure below. Who can tell me what kind of method he used just now? He actually destroyed the three shadows of the patriarchs with one move. He's too powerful. He actually destroyed three shadows. This time, he has completely offended all three of them. It seems like he used a saber technique. I don't know what kind of saber technique it is. It seems like he slashed 3 times in one breath. Good lord, this guy is also a saber user. There were still some experts who saw the movement just now. They were very shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they remembered Lin Fei. No wonder they said that he was fighting for the throne. With such strength, even they couldn't do anything to him unless he ran to the second floor. Lin Fei had indeed used a saber technique just now. He used the immemorial 3 blades and slashed 3 times in one breath. Like a stream of light, he killed the 3 shadows. How could Lin Fei let them leave this place? If they really left, it would be too easy for them. He had to make a name for himself in this battle. He had to let them know that he had the final say on this floor, not the 3 of them. Even if they came down from above, they had to behave. I advise those who want to sneak down to be prepared. My saber is merciless. Chapter 4989. The killing of the Phantom wasn't a small matter. It was a huge matter. Everyone on the first floor and the second floor saw this scene, especially when the 3 big shots phantoms were destroyed just like that. Especially when the last blade contained a terrifying technique. Even if such a technique was used on the second floor, it would still be extremely terrifying. What's more, this guy clearly didn't cultivate out his divine deity, so how could he have such a powerful battle prowess? This was the most terrifying thing. This way. Everyone realized that they couldn't come and go as they pleased on the first floor. Look at these 7 geniuses. This time, they couldn't take them away. They even left behind the phantoms of the 3 big shots, which would have a huge impact on the future. The people on this floor, who originally had some thoughts, were all convinced. They really underestimated Lin Fei's power. Even the phantoms of the 3 big shots were taken care of. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. It was still quiet. Even the half-formed passageway was no longer being controlled. It was just left as it was. Everyone knew that a fierce guy had come to the first floor. Without this guy's permission, they couldn't come down at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 more figures came down. These 2 were phantoms, similar to the 3 they had met before. However, they didn't think too much about it. They had another purpose for coming here. Fellow Taoist Lin, we came to talk to you about how to bring back the 7 of them. We don't have the same idea as you. As soon as they came down, they immediately sent a message. After all, Lin Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just look at those 3 superior gods. Their phantoms being destroyed became a big joke. Everyone could only say that they were unlucky. In order to avoid being killed as soon as they came down, they immediately started talking. They came to the palace. After all, they were top-tier experts. Naturally, they would be able to find their location. In a courtyard. Lin Fei saw them. He wasn't surprised at all. As long as the higher-ups had any ideas about these 7 geniuses, they would definitely come down. He reckoned that they were constantly analyzing and studying him in their hearts, especially his last resort, which was absolutely terrifying. The primordial 3 sabers were extremely mysterious and not something that anyone could easily analyze. I am a 3-eyed high god. I am the demigod sea returner. After the 2 of them sat down, they introduced themselves. Lin Fei had already learned a lot of information from the Blue Fairy. He also had a better understanding of the experts on the 2nd floor. Both of them were relatively old powerhouses. Most importantly, they did not participate in battles. So naturally, it didn't involve anything else. This time, he should be the peacemaker. He planned to bring the 7 geniuses back. As for the Elysium's He Yun and the others, they naturally did not dare to come down. They wouldn't dare to do it even if they were given 100 guts. Coming down here was definitely courting death, and they had no chance of winning. 2 big shots. If you want to come down here, just say whatever you have to say. If you want to take away the 7 geniuses, that's easy. I'm a very easygoing person. Since you're here, you're my guests. You're not as fierce as them. Do you really think that you can act presumptuously here just because you're strong? Lin Fei said unhurriedly, and the 2 of them naturally knew what he meant. Back then, the 3 of them had probably come with the same idea. In the end, they were immediately counterattacked by Lin Fei, and there was a shocking reversal. Even now, they probably couldn't believe that the phantom that came down here was still inferior to the young man in front of them. This guy didn't cultivate a godhead, but his physical body was incomparably strong. They could feel it now. It's true that some people did something wrong on this trip. This time, we're here to bring the 7 of them back. Taoist Lin, if you have any requests, just tell us. As long as we can accept it, we'll satisfy you. After all, the 7 of them are very rich. The 3-eyed superior god was the first to speak. They were indeed prepared to be good guys on this trip. Their priority was to bring the 7 geniuses back. There was no benefit in staying here. They might not even know when they would be annihilated. If they were annihilated, they would lose a lot of resources. It wasn't easy to nurture 1 person, let alone 7. Our thoughts are very simple. We won't make an enemy out of Taoist Lin. We just want to bring them back. It's that simple. We hope that Taoist Lin can fulfill our wish. After knowing Lin Fei's combat strength and the strength of his physical body, no one was willing to offend him. Who knew what this young man's bottom line was? At the very least, this guy's combat strength should be at the level of a mid-god. If he was on this level, he would definitely be qualified to be the overlord, and no one would be able to contend with him. It was different for the 2nd level. Lin Fei laughed, took out a list, and placed it on the table. I've written down some of the things that I want. I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as these conditions are met, I will naturally release the 7 of them. My small temple can't afford to raise 7 people. He took the list. When he looked at it, he secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He was afraid that the forces behind the 7 geniuses would really have to bleed a lot this time. There weren't many things on the list, but they were all relatively precious. However, the quantity wasn't very large either, and it just happened to be what they wanted. It was definitely possible to gather them. But if they really took them out, they would definitely suffer a heavy loss. This was something that they could still see. They just came down to be the peacemaker and ask Lin Fei what exactly he wanted. Now that they had the list, it couldn't be better. Oh, and tell them that they have at most 3 days to collect the things on the list. After 3 days, I won't keep idle people here. Lin Fei added with a smile. Of course, he had to give them a little pressure. If they really thought that taking out a list would make them collect things with peace of mind, they were definitely thinking too much. After looking at each other, the 2 nodded, picked up the list, and left. This time, they will definitely hate me to death after collecting the things on the list. But it doesn't matter. After I sit here for 1,000 years, I will naturally go to the 2nd level to broaden my horizons. I heard that the 2nd level is the most interesting. Even if they encountered him, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. If they had the ability, they could come down. Chapter 4990. In order to redeem the 7 chosen ones, the people on the 2nd floor did not think too much. Even when they saw the list, they felt that they would have to bleed a lot this time. However, for the sake of the 7 chosen ones, they still started to gather the items. It might not matter if it was someone else, but that kid was different. He could even destroy their projections, let alone the 7 chosen ones. Destroying them would be no different from destroying a few ants. In a short period of time, they prepared all the items. The 2 superior gods came down again. They brought the items over and stored them in the ring. Taoist Lin, you can take a look. The 2 of them also hoped that this matter could be resolved as soon as possible. Lin Fei checked the ring. All the items he wanted were inside, and they were all relatively rare and good items. They would definitely be of great help to anyone's cultivation. Of course, these items were not of much use to Lin Fei, because they were of little value. However, if Lin Fei gave them to others, they would definitely be of great benefit. He might not like them, but his subordinates would. It was that simple. These people are really rich and overbearing. They collected all the items so quickly. Since the items are all here, you can take the 7 of them away. You can finally save on rations. Hearing this, the 2 of them could not help but laugh. This Taoist Lin was really quite interesting. After a short while, the 7 geniuses were brought out. They were now well behaved. Back then, they had all felt the scene of the 3 projections being killed, and it had really scared them. In the following period of time, they did not dare to have any other thoughts. They were afraid that when this person was unhappy, he would destroy them. When that time came, they would not even have the chance to reason with others. The 2 of them looked at the 7 chosen ones and saw that there were no problems, so they left with them. Lin Fei watched them leave, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Finally, this matter was resolved. The blue fairy came behind Lin Fei and said in a low voice, "Sir, if you let all 7 of them go like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble when they reach the next level." Others might not know, but the blue fairy's words were very clear. The 2nd layer was much more terrifying than the 1st layer. It's only a matter of time before I let them go. Even if I don't let them go, the people on the 2nd floor won't let me go so easily. But it doesn't matter. I'll personally meet them in another 500 years. Lin Fei said casually. Hearing this, the blue fairy couldn't help but feel excited. "Sir, have you really decided to go to the 2nd level?" But the blue fairy was still rather worried. The number of high god experts on that floor was truly extraordinary. Although the Lord was strong, he was afraid that he would be besieged when he reached the other side. There's really no point in dominating this level. It's only interesting when you reach the second level. I heard that there are many secrets in that level. You should cultivate well. After 500 years, I'll bring you back and let you shine. Let them know what it means to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. With that, Lin Fei went back. After the 7 geniuses returned, the first level returned to peace. Nothing else happened. Even the second level didn't seem to have any movements. They seemed to know that Lin Fei wasn't to be trifled with. Even if they sneaked down, they wouldn't be a match for him. In the blink of an eye, 400 years passed. Lin Fei had stayed for almost 1,000 years. The time limit of suppression was also getting closer and closer. Nothing happened in these 400 years. It was really very peaceful. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that those guys didn't have any ideas. Maybe Lin Fei knew in his heart. They definitely had ideas. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with their status. It was either that they didn't make a move or the time wasn't up yet. Ding! Sign-in successful. Received 500 experience points. Ding! Ancient eternal body advanced to the 3rd level. The time limit of suppression for 1,000 years wasn't up, and the people on the 2nd level hadn't arrived either. On the contrary, Lin Fei's physical body directly advanced to the 3rd level. The ancient eternal body on the 3rd level was indeed something that Lin Fei was looking forward to. This was because every breakthrough would bring about a huge change to one's strength. After a jingguang swam in his body, Lin Fei instantly felt different. Every particle in his body seemed to have turned into a unit, and each unit had a figure. It was Lin Fei's figure. Such a change was indeed very different from before. The surrounding void directly collapsed, turning into an invisible black hole. A large amount of endless astral wind hit Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was as unmoving as a mountain. He let the wind blow past him, and his expression didn't change at all. Now that my physical body has reached the level of a high god, unless I use a high-grade divine artifact, it won't be of any use to me. Even my physical body can easily destroy divine artifacts. As expected of the ancient divine body, it's indeed stronger than I imagined. After moving a little, Lin Fei knew that it was different. With such a physical body, I don't have to worry about going to the 2nd level. Moreover, I can summon the ancient shadow. With such a trump card, Lin Fei really had nothing to worry about. Now, he just had to wait for the last few decades. When that time came, he would be suppressed for 1,000 years, and there would also be a reward for a time-limited mission. Thinking about it, Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. In an inconspicuous valley, a bright light that was like a bright pearl was released. Then, 5 figures walked out. As soon as these 5 figures walked out, they waved their hands and formed a formation, restraining the bright light and the surrounding spatial fluctuations. It was as if nothing had happened, and only a moment had passed. We've finally arrived at the 1st level. This time, our mission is very simple, and that is to assassinate that Lin Fei. The person who spoke was a man in black armor. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice was very cold as the ice in the 9 heavens of hell. It made people shiver. At the same time, traces of ice appeared in the void around him. This is indeed a big deal. The remaining 4 people's faces lit up with joy, and they seemed very excited. Our Tiandao can become famous again. If people on the 2nd level knew about these people, they would be shocked. They didn't expect that they would come to the 1st level. The Tiandao was a special force on the 2nd level. It was a professional assassin organization. They would kill for money. However, the price was very expensive. Even a high god would frown. Chapter 4991. The purpose of these people from the Heaven Society was very simple. They were here to deal with Lin Fei. Someone had paid a huge price, a price of blood, to eliminate Lin Fei. They definitely couldn't let him continue to exist on this level. Let's go find this Lin Fei now. Don't give him any chances. This guy has spatial techniques, so he can sense some subtle fluctuations. Also, this time, we all have a treasure on us that can block all auras. He definitely can't imagine how powerful the treasures of our heaven society are. After saying that, this person took out something that looked like a compass. Then, a shadow was shot out. The compass started to move slowly. At this moment, they captured Lin Fei's location. Then, they instantly turned into a few particles and disappeared without a trace. They found the underground palace that Lin Fei was in very smoothly, and passed through the defenses outside. To be honest, they really didn't care about these defenses. They also felt that Lin Fei was really audacious. As expected, a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. Did he really think that he could ignore everything just because he was the king of this level? He was definitely thinking too much. The great world of the gods was much more dangerous than one could imagine. Not long after, they snuck into the innermost room, which was where the compass was located. 5 particles gathered together. They let out a sound that only they could hear. This Lin Fei's strongest point is his physical body. He's invincible in close combat, especially on this level. Although we all use treasures to come down, our strength isn't as strong as this guy. However, our treasures can restrain his physical body and his close combat. After this person said that, everyone had a treasure in their hands. Other than that, there was also a treasure that was strengthened by a secret technique that could instantly combine the strength of the 5 of them. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the treasures in their hands. These treasures were targeted at Lin Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had such a powerful fleshly body, they wouldn't have used such treasures. It could be said that the treasures in their hands were all high-grade divine artifacts. This was the reason why those big shots were distressed. It was truly a huge loss. In order to kill Lin Fei, they were willing to go all out. Even if they had to pay a huge price, it was not a problem. As long as Lin Fei could die, everything was negotiable. It was just some wealth. They would earn it back sooner or later. If they didn't kill Lin Fei, he would forever be a disgrace to them, a joke. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Fei had a lot of secrets on him. Until now, they couldn't figure out where Lin Fei came from. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. However, there was at least one thing that could be confirmed. In this macro world, Lin Fei was considered an outsider. As an outsider, he had to be taught what it meant to know the rules. They said goodbye to each other and entered the room. As soon as they entered, they saw a figure sitting cross-legged. It was Lin Fei. His entire body was as unmoving as a mountain. With one glance, they could sense that Lin Fei was very different. Very different. It must be understood that they had killed many experts, including some gods and some high gods. They had never met someone like Lin Fei before. Even though he hadn't attacked, they could sense that he was invincible. It was as though once this person attacked, they had no confidence at all. If they didn't have a chance, they would all be killed. This kind of thinking was too terrifying. They didn't dare to believe it. Why would he have such a thought, such a thought? Very quickly, they suppressed these thoughts. It was too ridiculous. However, it had stirred up the blood in their hearts. As long as they killed this guy, it would definitely be a good thing. In the future, they would have something to brag about. This guy with a practically invincible fleshly body was indeed quite motivating. They had never killed such a powerful fleshly body expert before. Even in the second floor, there weren't many people with such a powerful fleshly body. Who didn't walk the path of magic? There were too few people who walked the path of the fleshly body. There were a few who managed to walk the path of the fleshly body, but they were only at the level of a god. There was only one who had reached the level of a high god, but he was already old. To break through the fleshly body was simply too difficult, so they could only accept their fate. Attack. At this moment, 5 pearls flew out. The pearls formed the shape of a 5-pointed star, and in an instant, a terrifying cold light exploded out. This cold light wrapped around Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei became an ice sculpture. It was simply too fast, inconceivably fast. Moreover, this frost was restricted to where Lin Fei was. It could be said that it was a very precise attack. This was their first step. First, they used a treasure to freeze Lin Fei's fleshly body. The second step was the most important. In an instant, they revealed themselves. Each of them had a special icicle in their hands. The icicle directly attacked the ice sculpture. Then, with a swoosh, it flew into the ice sculpture and penetrated Lin Fei's body. All of this happened in just a split second. Don't think that it happened in the blink of an eye. But to them, it was still very stressful, because Lin Fei's strength was very strong. If they didn't take the initiative, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Fei might even be killed by Lin Fei's counterattack. If such a thing were to happen, no one would dare to believe it. This guy was just that powerful. Fortunately, the Heavenly Law Association had many treasures. That was why they had come up with a way to deal with Lin Fei. A powerful attack wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Walla walla. The ice melted with a crash, and then Lin Fei's figure appeared. The five of them raised their hands again and launched another attack. After two big moves, they naturally felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Fei, do you know what kind of stupid thing you've done? You should be proud that you are worthy of our Heavenly Law Association making a move. At this moment, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and the attacks of the five of them landed on Lin Fei's body one after another. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. Heavenly Law Association, I didn't expect you guys to really make a move. It seems that those guys have paid a huge price. I wonder how much you guys are worth. Lin Fei laughed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After the next second, the five shadows flew out. These were the five things that hit Lin Fei's body just now. But now, they were repelled in an instant. Chapter 4992. In an instant. The experts of the Tiandao Society experienced what it meant to be shocked. Under this blow, the heavy force was like an explosion. It directly rushed into their bodies. It tore apart their defenses and hit their bodies directly. Blood began to flow from the corners of the mouths of the five of them. More and more blood flowed out of their mouths. After falling to the ground, they didn't know how many steps they had taken back. After the five figures looked at each other, they immediately realized that this guy called Lin Fei was more terrifying than they had imagined. This kind of strength was far different from what was described in the information. The five of them had just used the first method and the second method, but this guy's ability was much more ferocious than they had imagined. His body didn't seem to be seriously injured at all. Don't give him a chance to struggle at death's door. After they snorted coldly, the five of them instantly turned into five directions and besieged him again. Even though Lin Fei had displayed terrifying strength at this time, they were determined in their hearts that no matter how strong this guy's strength was, it was definitely not as strong as theirs. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, 5 black lights directly fell on their bodies. These 5 black lights came suddenly and strangely. They couldn't guard against it at all and were directly smashed away. Clatter, clatter. Cracks actually appeared on their bodies, and these cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It turned out that those alls just now had hit their bodies. This time, their expressions changed completely. No one knew better than them how powerful these alls were. If they hit their bodies, they would definitely know what despair was, and what terror was. How can your body be so strong? It's impossible. The 5 of them were still in shock. After this attack, they knew that they had really underestimated this guy in front of them. Even now, even these alls had hit their bodies and erupted with terrifying power. If it were other treasures, it would be fine. But these alls were completely different. It was really unusually terrifying and unusually fierce. Nothing is impossible. The Tiandao Society is indeed very powerful to be able to invite you out. Now that the 5 of you are left here, I believe that the Tiandao Society will definitely be anxious. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he stepped forward. Then, 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. 6 arms came crashing down on them. With this move, they were sent flying again. These arms seemed to have locked onto them. They couldn't hold on at all, and this was a close combat technique. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 figures were sent flying again and fell to the ground. The 6 arms grabbed out directly. The 5 fingers seemed to be able to control a part of the world, rendering all of their methods useless. Then, it landed on the hands of the 6 arms. Since you've come down, there's no need for you to leave. Tell the big shots of the Heavenly Society that if they want to bring you back, they'll have to pay the price. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that these people would make a move. It was just that he didn't expect such a show to come when it was almost 1,000 years. He was really too calculative. He could really hold it in for a few hundred years. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been caught off guard and would have lost his life. Soon, in a few decades, I'll be able to reach the 2nd level and have some fun with you guys. I'll definitely give you guys a huge surprise. Today, they had given him a small surprise. After a few decades, Lin Fei would be able to give them a big surprise. However, for some people up there, if something happened to the 5 experts of the Heavenly Society, it wouldn't be a small matter. It would be a big matter. Endless black fog shrouded a place, and rays of light covered the area. It seemed calm, but it was filled with terrifying danger. In the depths of the palace, there were people coming and going. These people looked calm, and no one could see any changes in their expressions. However, they had an extremely frightening identity, and that was the people of the Heavenly Society. Most of these people were assassins of the Heavenly Society, and they were extremely powerful. If they hadn't been prepared and taken precautions, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the assassin's assassination. I didn't expect the 5 of them to suffer a loss when they went down. Now, they're all trapped down there. What do you think we should do about this? A figure hurriedly came in. It was the elder in charge of the 1st level. He came as soon as he received the news. Not far away stood a black-clothed man with a cold expression. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the sky, and they were deep and mysterious. I really underestimated this guy, Lin Fei. I didn't expect the strength of the 1st level to be so strong. I'm afraid that his overall battle prowess has already reached the level of a mid-god. The black-clothed man was the leader of the Heavenly Society. Everyone liked to call him the leader of the Heavenly Society. No one knew what the leader's real name was, but when they knew him, they would address him as the leader of the Heavenly Society. The 2nd level was a top-notch expert, but this time, the leader of the Heavenly Society also felt a trace of pressure. The 5 people who went down were all high-level members of the Heavenly Society, and they had more potential. The reason they sent the 5 of them down was to successfully kill Lin Fei and complete this mission. After receiving such a large fee, they naturally had to be satisfied. But now, something had gone wrong. Why don't we send another group of people down? We have to take care of it. That Lin Fei can't possibly let those people think that our Heavenly Society is unreliable because of this matter. The elder said. The leader of the Heavenly Society laughed. No need. Even if we go down, it would be a waste of time. That kid is already lawless on the 1st level. He is very powerful and can be said to be the #1 expert. Even if we go down, it would be useless. It's better to wait for him to come to the 2nd level. Send back all the benefits those 3 brought, and then compensate them. Our Heavenly Society won't accept this mission. Hearing the leader's words, the elder was very surprised. Their Heavenly Society had actually given up on dealing with a mid-god. This sort of thing rarely happened. Could it be that this guy really had great potential? If that's the case, won't it affect our Heavenly Society and make them think that our Heavenly Society is afraid of that fellow Lin Fei? If this were to spread, it wouldn't be a good thing. The reason why their Heavenly Society was able to exist for so long and become a special power was naturally because they had their own deterrent power. However, if they were to be affected because of Lin Fei's words, that was naturally not something they were willing to accept. There's still a lot of time. None of the people that our heavenly society wants to deal with will be able to escape. Arrange for more people to go down and bring the 5 of them back first. Chapter 4993. In a palace, there were 3 people sitting there. However, their expressions were somewhat unsightly. There were several jugs of wine in front of them, all of which were of high quality. Most people would feel tipsy after drinking a cup of it. However, they had already drunk several jugs, yet they weren't tipsy at all. The Heavenly Law Association is too useless. They can't even take care of Lin Fei. We were happy for nothing. Black Cloud Ancestor poured another jug of wine. They're really useless. I thought that Lin Fei would die this time. The 3 of us paid such a high price, but now, Heaven's Gate Ancestor also poured a cup of wine and gulped it down. The drunkenness on his face seemed to have increased. He was angry, but also helpless. That kid can probably be proud. I didn't expect that even the Heavenly Law Association couldn't take him down. 5 people, 5 people. The 3 of them had just received news from the Heavenly Law Association that they had cancelled their mission. They had to return all the expenses. They would be compensated. They were extremely unhappy and helpless. However, they didn't dare to say anything. The Heavenly Law Association was already very particular about this. From start to finish, there really weren't many people who could make the Heavenly Law Association do this. If it had been on the 2nd layer, that kid would have died countless times. Unfortunately, that kid was hiding on the 1st layer. That was a real problem. They even suspected that Lin Fei kid was hiding on the 1st layer and had many tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, how could the 5 people from the Heavenly Law Association not be able to take care of Lin Fei? Instead, they were all detained by him. This was the most difficult thing to accept. No matter what, we were happy for nothing this time. However, that kid will come up sooner or later, unless he doesn't want to become a god rank expert. Black Cloud Ancestor put down his wine cup and said fiercely. The other 2's expressions also brightened. That's right. Unless Lin Fei didn't want to become a god rank expert, he would have to come to this layer if he completely cultivated a godhead. Because that layer wouldn't let him stay. As long as Lin Fei came to the 2nd floor, the 3 of them would be able to go all out. One of them could even make Lin Fei experience despair. What was a cat and mouse game? What we need to do now is to wait for that brat to come up. It won't be long before he comes up. The 3 of them didn't think that Lin Fei could stay down there for long. It had been almost 1,000 years. Even if he were to suppress his strength, he would have to break through sooner or later. The 3 of them weren't the only ones who wanted to deal with Lin Fei. Even among the 7 chosen ones, there were still people who wanted to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei had done enough bad things. Even that special place had been completely destroyed. This news naturally came from the mouths of the chosen ones. It was unknown how many people were cursing. A good place had been destroyed. This kind of strength, this kind of method, indeed shocked many people, and also gave rise to many thoughts. Such a person must be destroyed. The Tiandao Society had indeed sent people down to contact Lin Fei. Their attitude was also very sincere. Even the 5 of them had been taken down, so the people who came down didn't dare to say anything, afraid that they would be left here again. It wasn't easy to come down, and they had to pay a huge price. But for the sake of those 5 people, they still had to make a trip. Lin Fei didn't ask for an exorbitant price. He just took another sum of resources from them. Such a sum of resources wasn't small, but it was enough to make people feel depressed. Especially the Tiandao Society. It was estimated that they would be gnashing their teeth for a long time. They were injured, but it wasn't a big blow to their vitality. It was just to a certain extent that they could bear. In this aspect, Lin Fei was still quite good at calculating. His calculations were quite accurate. He was certain that if they didn't take out these benefits, they could forget about bringing all 5 of them back. So Lin Fei also made a profit. The time of 1,000 years was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 years left. The first level was still calm and peaceful. There was no movement at all. Everything had stopped. Whoosh! On this day, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard, leisurely drinking tea. These teas were all collected from this level. They were all top-notch teas and were extremely rare. Regardless of whether it was for the divine soul, they were all very helpful. Of course, it was also useful for the physical body, but it wasn't of much help to Lin Fei. He only used it to taste when he was free. There's movement. A ripple of power engulfed the entire first floor. Lin Fei also felt it at this moment. He slowly drank the tea in his cup, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported to the edge of the first floor. Now, on this first floor, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Even the greater teleportation spell could do it easily. However, at this moment, when Lin Fei saw the scene at the edge of the world, he was even more shocked. Master, this seems to be the legendary Everlasting Mountain. After Lin Fei appeared. Following that, another set of silhouettes came over. It was really the Blue Fairy. The Blue Fairy's body was already at the inferior god level, almost reaching the peak level. Therefore, his speed was naturally not considered slow, surpassing the others. Hearing the Blue Fairy's words, Lin Fei was slightly startled. Could it be that this everlasting mountain had a great background? He casually asked. Is this thing very famous? This seems to be the first time I've heard of it. I don't have any information about the everlasting mountain at all. The Blue Fairy nodded his head. This everlasting mountain is indeed very different. On my second floor, only a few people from the older generation know about it. It just so happens that my master has been there once before, but that was 3,000 years ago. Following that, the Blue Fairy slowly explained. Lin Fei finally understood the mysteries of this everlasting mountain. This everlasting mountain belonged to a certain great figure who had refined it. There were many hidden opportunities. Random would appear. Sometimes it would appear in this area, sometimes it would appear in other areas. 3,000 years later, he was here again. That was even more different. Once the everlasting mountain appears, I'm afraid that it will be incomparably lively. Those super experts and people from some special places will all come over. Lin Fei could also tell that although this everlasting mountain was outside the world's end, it was definitely not outside, but in a starry sky. Just the power of the ripples just now would definitely alarm this area and even all the powers in the star domain. They would all come after hearing the news. In that case, there's going to be a good show. Just as he finished speaking, a notification rang out in his mind. Ding, explore the ancient mountain. The longer you stay, the more experience you will obtain, and the better the reward will be. The arrival of such a mission was indeed quite a surprise. Chapter 4994. When the time limit mission came out, Lin Fei was actually not surprised at all. After all, he already knew that his family's leveling system was quite good. Once there was a mission, it would automatically be triggered. Fortunately, an everlasting mountain came this time, which was truly unexpected for Lin Fei. However, this was also good. These last few decades could still be lively. Although there were only 10 years left, there were still a lot of things that could be done in these 10 years. Master, it's just that once this everlasting mountain opens, I'm afraid that our floor will become very lively. People from many places will rush over, because this place seems to be the closest to us, and will also become a place to stay. The Blue Fairy was more or less worried. After all, she was different from the others and was more thorough in her thinking. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He really didn't care much about these things. It's fine. Even if they come and treat this place as a place to stay, it's fine as long as they're honest. If they're not honest, then I don't mind beating them up. Hearing that, the Blue Fairy came to a sudden realization. It seemed like he had underestimated his master's courage. If someone were to cause trouble here, they would definitely be killed, and there would be no chance for them to regret it. Because he was the Lord. Back then, the people from the second floor had suffered a huge loss when they came down. But in the end, he was still very obedient in front of Lin Fei. He would pay as much as he had to. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. Even if it was a blessing in disguise. She was clearly a maid, but in the end, she obtained such a huge benefit in an instant. Her strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, and even her physical body had reached the peak of the inferior god. In the same realm, there was no one whose physical body was stronger than his. The appearance of such a place had indeed caused the people on the first floor to be completely moved. However, they quickly discovered that they were unable to leave. Only with a certain amount of strength could they do so. After all, the world barrier was still very tough and powerful. Not just anyone could break it. The people on the second floor also saw the everlasting mountain outside, and knew that if they wanted to go to the everlasting mountain this time, they would have to go through the first floor. This was because the world barrier on the first floor was the weakest. However, when they thought about the great demon king, Lin Fei, occupying the first level, their faces turned ugly. These fellows were not so easy to deal with. Didn't they see that the 7 proud sons of heaven had suffered a loss? They even lost one. Even if the 3 big shots were down there, they would still suffer a loss. Until now, there was still no movement. Of course, they didn't know that the 3 big shots had spent a lot of money to invite the experts of the Tiandao Society. As a result, the experts of the Tiandao Society had suffered greatly when they arrived. He was even captured by Lin Fei. He had to pay a huge price to get it back. Even the Heavenly Law Association had refunded all the fees and even compensated them. If this news were to spread, everyone would be even more shocked and desperate. If they knew that the everlasting mountain would appear, they definitely wouldn't have offended Lin Fei like this. Now, it wasn't that easy to reach the first level. In the end, they felt that they had to have a good chat with Lin Fei. They obediently came down and did not cause any trouble, hoping that Lin Fei would give them a chance. They did not see Lin Fei, they only saw the blue fairy. Everything was handled by the blue fairy. It also allowed the blue fairy to enter everyone's line of sight. Who would have thought that the blue fairy who came down all those years ago would suddenly change her appearance, and her own strength would also become extremely strong. It was said that they had all reached the peak of the inferior god's physical body, which was the most inconceivable. The blue fairy was actually not too surprised by the people who came down from above. This was because the purpose of these people coming here was actually very simple, and that was to let their proud sons of heaven come to this level. When the time came, they would use their methods to blast open the world barrier and head to the starry sky outside. There was no other way, because the god's continent was different from other places. This place was considered special. One could only leave the first level. If it was in the past, they would not have thought much about it. Unfortunately, this time, with Lin Fei, it was completely different. If they did not make arrangements for Lin Fei, they would not be able to leave the world of this level at all. It could only be said that this was all fate. In the end, Fairy Baiyu helped them. She also knew that such a situation was very normal, but there was one thing she had to tell them. If anything happened on the first level, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. They would definitely use some means. They did not have much of an opinion on this, as it was all within their expectations. Just like that. The people from the second level began to appear on the first level, and they were all proud sons of heaven. These proud sons of heaven were originally quite arrogant, because they had their own backgrounds. However, after coming to this level, they really did not dare to have any ideas. Who didn't know that there was a great demon king on this level called Lin Fei? If they offended this Lin Fei, they would be killed at any time. Even if the people on the second floor wanted to help them vent their anger, they would not be able to do anything, and they would truly be killed. This was because they had come to this level with their original bodies, not their clones. This was because their clones could not unleash their full strength. Crash. On this day, 2 figures directly came from the void to the world of this layer. The moment they arrived, their expressions were filled with joy. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that there would be a place to stay on this level. This is great, I can smell the scent of fresh blood. I heard that the strongest person on this level is only at the level of an inferior god. These two people's faces were pale, as if there was no blood on them for an entire year, but at this moment, they seemed to be exceptionally excited. And their strength was actually at the level of an inferior god. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and eat a batch first. We'll go after the everlasting mountain opens. The two of them directly ran towards the nearest city. As soon as they arrived at the city, they turned into a monstrous sea of blood and directly rolled up. The blood turned into streaks of light that passed through the bodies of these cultivators with whooshing sounds. The sudden scene also caused the faces of everyone in the city to change drastically. Ha ha ha, stop struggling. All of you blood food, obediently give me your lives. It's been a long, long time since I've enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. The moment these two people made their move, they did not show any mercy at all. They moved viciously, engulfing the entire city. He didn't give them any chance to struggle. Familiar path. Chapter 4995. The sudden scene had indeed caused the experts in the entire city to be unable to resist, and they were directly devoured completely. Following that, two figures quickly turned into a stream of light and sped away. All that was left was an empty city. Not long after they left, a figure directly came over. This figure was none other than the Blue Fairy. I came a step too late. This must be a foreign expert. I didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. As soon as he arrived, he completely devoured a city of 200,000 to 300,000 people. Such a person can't be allowed to live. When there was movement here, the Blue Fairy immediately rushed over, but she didn't expect that she would still be a step too late. Leaving behind an empty city. The Blue Fairy's expression was somewhat ugly. Ever since the people from the second level came down, from time to time, some people from this level would also come here by relying on some space treasures. In the beginning, there were indeed people who caused trouble. However, they were all killed by the Blue Fairy. Now, among those in the same realm, she was definitely considered to be at the top level, although she could not be considered invincible. This was a good thing for the Blue Fairy. If someone caused trouble, she would solve it. Once she took action, she would be killed. On the contrary, this made the Blue Fairy's combat experience more and more abundant, and she was more and more compatible with the powerful effects brought about by her physical body. She also made a name for herself on this level. Everyone knew that in addition to the great demon King Lin Fei, there was another she-devil, the Blue Fairy. At the same time, many of the favored ones who came down from the second level felt powerless. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any ideas, but in their hearts, they could not wait for someone to cause trouble again. In the end, these troublemakers were killed one by one, and the person who was killed was the Blue Fairy. In the past, she belonged to the second level in their circle. Now, she had actually vaguely reached the superclass level. Such a huge change was really difficult for them to accept. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the experts of the Blood Clan to come. I heard that the Blood Clan likes to cause destruction the most. Coming to such a place, they will definitely crazily snatch the blood food. That's right. Not only are the blood breeds violent, but they're also extremely fast. It won't be easy to catch up to them. I can finally see the Blue Fairy at a disadvantage. Isn't she very strong? If you have the ability, kill the two vampire experts as well. The commotion here was quickly noticed by some people. They were all favored by the heavens, so they naturally didn't have a temper. They all knew that the great demon king, Lin Fei, wasn't someone to be trifled with. When they came down, they had repeatedly warned them not to cause any trouble and to put away all their thoughts. They still had to go to the everlasting mountain, and it was the easiest to leave from here. They couldn't cause trouble, so they naturally hoped that others could. Now, it was best to see the Blue Fairy suffer. As long as the great demon king Lin Fei didn't make a move, no one would be able to handle the two blood breeds. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, they could breathe a sigh of relief. The Blue Fairy didn't stay for long and immediately chased after them. After all, this level wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. In the eyes of the inferior god stage rankers, it wouldn't take long for them to walk around. Moreover, the blue fairy's current physical body was so strong. Get the hell out here. In an inconspicuous place. The blue fairy caught up, shouted loudly, and blasted open the ground. Following that, two figures rushed out. These two figures were the two Strigoi figures from before. They had eaten their fill, so they naturally needed to refine it. They didn't expect that someone would catch up to them before they even started. It was even a woman. A pretty woman. His eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that just as we were full, someone would send us a gift. Then we won't be polite. It's been a long time since we've enjoyed it. Don't be afraid, we two brothers are very gentle. We will definitely let you experience what true excitement is. Two silhouettes instantly surrounded them. However, as soon as they got close, a bolt of lightning directly bombarded their bodies. It turned out that at this moment, the blue fairy had used a thunderous method. They were quite strong, and the blood sea monstrous sky came crashing down. You have quite a temper, but it doesn't matter. We like people with a temper the most. You won't have such a big temper later. The two of them attacked fiercely, one from the front and one from the back. The blue fairy's thunderous method was quite powerful. Because she had used a thunderous treasure, she could restrain these Strigoi. In the distance, Lin Fei sipped his tea while watching the battle. Ever since he allowed the favored ones above to come down, Lin Fei basically didn't care much about the matters on this level, leaving it all to the blue fairy. And the blue fairy was quite good at managing it. At the same time, she could also train her strength. These two Strigoi are too arrogant. They're going to suffer in a while. After a glance, Lin Fei knew that these two Strigoi were indeed quite strong. However, compared to the blue fairy, they were far inferior. They were going to suffer a big loss later. Their lives would be gone. Whoosh. A compass flew out in an instant. After the feng shui compass flew out, a figure appeared on it. The figure raised her hand and slapped down. Following that, the sky full of thunderbolts directly penetrated their bodies. These two Strigoi didn't even think that they would be schemed against while they were having fun. Most importantly, they no longer had a chance to resist. With a whoosh, the blood sea was obliterated. It turned out that the blue fairy was just stalling for time when she fought with them. She secretly used a treasure and launched her strongest attack. She killed the two of them. This scene also made countless favored ones take a deep breath in their hearts. Good lord, she's really good at calculating. As expected of the she-devil. She's too fierce. How many treasures does this fellow have? That treasure just now is probably a middle-grade divine artifact. Be careful in the future. You can't afford to offend the great demon king or the she-devil. It's better to behave. The two Strigoi died just like that. Of course, the subsequent influence it brought was not low either. Everyone was obedient. However, even if the blue fairy could make a move, there were still more and more people coming. Some of them were extremely strong, and even the blue fairy would not be able to grasp them all at once. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some thoughts and knew some details about this level, so they did not go too far. He could barely maintain his silence. From start to finish, Lin Fei did not make a move again. There were more and more people on this floor. They all felt that this place was the closest to the everlasting mountain, and it was also the place where they could stay the most. Chapter 4996. Fairy Baiyu still managed to make a name for herself. At the very least, after exterminating the Strigoi, no inferior god would dare to make a move here. Time passed day by day. Everyone was looking forward to the everlasting mountain opening earlier. Of course, the only thing that made them a little unhappy was that they couldn't do anything here. This was because from time to time, outsiders would be killed by the female devil, the blue fairy. Behind the female devil, the blue fairy, was a great demon king, and that was Lin Fei. No one had ever seen Lin Fei's strength before. He had more or less heard some rumors. It was rumored that the people on the second floor of this world did not dare to do anything to this Lin Fei. He had even suffered quite a bit. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. That was what everyone said, so they endured it. For the sake of a small life, there was no need to offend that great demon king. Not to mention that he now had the chance to head to this everlasting mountain. Don't run anymore. Obediently hand over the map of the everlasting mountain. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Even if the great Luo immortal comes, he won't be able to save you. There were no signs. On the first floor of the god's great world, a figure barged in. Even the void moved along with it. Following that, a voice sounded extremely miserable as it smashed through a huge mountain. Following that, a voice walked in from outside. That tall figure was covered in boundless black fog, instantly causing countless people to pay attention to this side. They all realized that something was happening here. What happened? It seems like someone has barged in. What is this? Haven't you heard that this person seems to have a map of the everlasting mountain? It can't be, there really is a map of the everlasting mountain. This is definitely a good thing. Do you want to snatch it? When the time comes, you won't get lost in the everlasting mountain. Don't tell me you guys want to snatch this everlasting mountain's map. Don't tell me you didn't see who that figure was. That's someone from the Heavenly Ghost sect. Quite a few people heard the voice. When they heard that it was the Heavenly Ghost sect, their expressions changed quite a bit. Of course, the locals naturally didn't know. The outsiders more or less knew how powerful the Heavenly Ghost sect was. The black figure suddenly punched out. This punch pierced through the void, causing the entire void to crack. At the end of the path, the person who was originally covered in wounds put up a defense. Even if he managed to prop it up, it still crumbled into pieces in an instant, and he was sent flying once again. Another mountain was reduced to ruins. In a flash, the black shadow had arrived here. You're no match for me, so why do you persist? If you hand over the map of the everlasting mountain, you might even be able to leave behind an intact corpse. This black-armored man was very strong. He arrived above the ruins just like that. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, the ruins below instantly disintegrated and turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone's scalp went numb. They finally understood the strength of the Heavenly Ghost Sect's experts. They had actually grasped the great path of destruction. In an instant, they had destroyed all the ruins and turned them into nothingness. This was a profound technique that he had mastered. A figure rushed out in a sorry state. This is impossible, this thing will definitely not be given to you. If you want the map of the everlasting mountain, go and snatch it if you have the ability. It's impossible to take the map of the everlasting mountain from my hands. Even if I die, I won't give it to you. The figure rushed out and let out a furious roar. Following that, his entire body turned into a jingguang and smashed towards the black-armored man. This jingguang was extremely powerful and terrifying. It gathered all of its power and instantly swept out, following a ray of light that flew far away. Many people also noticed the change in this ray of light at this moment. The map of the everlasting mountain, that must be the map of the everlasting mountain. Ha ha ha, I never thought that a map of the everlasting mountain would actually appear. In the blink of an eye, a few figures flew out, rushing towards the map of the everlasting mountain. The first to obtain it was an inferior god. He was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Ha 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 ha, this thing belongs to me. I never thought that I would be able to obtain a primordial map. Just as the inferior god ranker finished speaking, he saw a ray of light attack him. Before he could even react, he was split in half. He couldn't even block it. Following that, a black-armored figure came over just like that. However, this ball of light also flew out. It was snatched away by another inferior god. However, they weren't one inferior god, but 2 inferior gods. After the 2 of them snatched it, they fled to the left and right, as if they knew that the person just now was exceptionally powerful. People from the Heavenly Ghost sect, no matter how bold you are, if you dare to kill someone on this floor, you will be finished. No one can cause trouble on this floor. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, were also extremely fast. With a bang, the figure on the left instantly turned into a pool of blood. A clone walked out from the other side. Sneer. On the other side, the black-armored figure continued to chase after him. No one can stop me from getting what I want. At the end of the path in front of him, a clone also walked out, forcing the figure to stop with a single move. Following that, the black-armored man behind him took out a large bell, and with a ding-dong sound, the inferior god was sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, 2 inferior god experts, in addition to the 3 inferior god experts that had been killed earlier, were killed just like that. Those who had some thoughts instantly lost them. The people from the Heavenly Ghost sect were too terrifying. The battle prowess of a peak inferior god. The black-armored man grabbed the ball of light. Inside the ball of light was actually a ring, and everyone believed it even more. This ring should contain secrets regarding the everlasting mountain. Sir, you killed a demigod on the first floor, and then made a move here. Have you not heard of the rules of this floor? No inferior god is allowed to fight against a semi-god level expert. Just as the black-armored man obtained the ring, a ray of light flew over and struck the ring. The ring was sent flying. This scene happened very quickly. The people from the Heavenly Ghost sect didn't even have time to react before they lost their rings. Following that, a figure walked out from afar. She even grabbed the ring. It was none other than Fairy Jade Stream. The blue fairy was very busy right now. Other than her, a few experts also appeared behind her. These were all semi-god level experts. Of course, there were also some inferior gods. The first floor was different from the other places. It would be fine if it was a war god. However, the actions of a demigod expert and an inferior god expert were different. The impact was too great. Once they made a move, it would affect a very large area. This was also why Lin Fei had specifically requested those experts not to make a move rashly. Chapter 4997. This person was indeed an expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect. He was exceptionally strong. He had the battle prowess of a peak lower god, and he had mastered some special fighting techniques. Therefore, he was exceptionally strong. He could not be compared to other peak lower gods. Seeing that the other party had snatched the storage ring away, Zhang Xian frowned slightly before swiftly swinging his sword toward the other party. He was also an expert swordsman. He had a sword in his hand. This sword was a low-grade divine weapon. It was the best of the low-grade divine weapons. The cold light of the sword shone brightly. The frightening cold light made everyone's heart tremble. Just now, everyone had thought that this guy was strong enough. Unexpectedly, he was even stronger than they had imagined. A peak lower god. Scared. Scared. Another one who has come to seek death. Then I will not be polite and kill you. I am the rule here, and no one can set rules for me. Not you, not anyone. When the sword passed through, the void around Fairy Green Stream seemed to be restricted by layers of restrictions. The sword light could not get any closer. Even if it broke through the restrictions and landed on the blue fairy, it would only leave some light white marks on her body. Everyone could feel the power of this sword attack. Even the blue fairy could feel it. She finally knew that this guy was definitely a peak lower god. His swordsmanship was amazing. If not for some of the techniques he had cultivated, he would not have felt good. At the same time, the blue fairy was excited. She had finally found a powerful expert. You are very strong. Not many people have been able to make me fight to my heart's content. Today, you really made me feel like fighting. I hope you can let me experience what it means to fight. Many people wanted to see this demoness misfortune. However, he did not expect that this demoness would immediately launch an attack after blocking the sword. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. It was very intense. Cold sweat dripped down from the hearts of everyone who saw this. This guy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. It turned out that he had not used his full strength when fighting those lower gods. The more Fu Bai fought, the more surprised he became. He naturally knew that the great world of the gods was divided into 3 layers. The first layer only had the strength of a low god. Of course, this level of strength was nothing in his eyes. The second floor was slightly more interesting, but the people on the second floor couldn't come down. Fu Bai was more at ease than anything else, but now, the blue fairy had popped up. This guy's strength seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. His methods were actually unable to capture the blue fairy. Instead, he was left with wounds all over his body. Lin Fei, who had been standing in the distance, drank his tea leisurely. The entire first floor was under his control. Once in a while, a powerful one would naturally be dealt with by the blue fairy. Fu Bai's appearance surprised Lin Fei. Finally, some powerful ones came. The most important thing was that this guy actually had a map of the everlasting mountain in his hands. This made Lin Fei even more interested, even though he did not know how that guy obtained the map of the everlasting mountain. What did this have to do with him? As long as he could land in his hands, anything was fine. The blue fairy is indeed quite strong, but this heavenly ghost sect fellow doesn't look weak either. If we were to fight, we should be able to fight to a draw, but that's enough to be proud of. The blue fairy's methods were indeed powerful, but the people from the heavenly ghost sect were equally powerful. To be able to fight to a draw was already a great improvement. It was too difficult to kill the other party, because the other party had mastered many methods. He even majored in the power of destruction. Eye of destruction. The more Fu Bai fought, the more shocked he became. He never thought that this guy would be so strong. Especially this physical body, it could even withstand the attack of his sword technique. On the contrary, it was his own that was inferior. He also realized that if he continued, he would not be able to gain any benefits. He might as well use a treasure. This was a big round eye. When this big round eye appeared, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even if they were standing far away, even if they were in the void, or if they were borrowing the effect of treasures, they could still feel this special atmosphere. Hua hua. The big round eye burst out a bright light. Within the light, everything turned into nothingness in an instant. That she-devil is going to suffer. It's good that she's dead, it's good that she's dead. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Many people hated Fairy Green Stream to the heavens. It was a pity that they didn't have any methods. Now, they could finally see the blue fairy suffer a loss, and it was very likely that she would be killed. The blue fairy used a method to resist, but the light still penetrated her, causing a trace of blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She was still not a match for this heavenly ghost sect. The other party's treasure was really too terrifying. In just a single exchange, it had caused great destruction. If Fairy Greenstream didn't have many divine abilities and a strong physical body, she probably wouldn't have lasted more than a few breaths before turning into nothingness. If you don't abide by the rules on the first level, you'll have to be obedient and accept punishment. A palm appeared on top of Fu Bai's head without warning, followed by a faint voice. Then, the palm pressed down, and with a bang, Fu Bai's head was smashed down. That place was transformed into a huge handprint. The extremely valiant Fu Bai had disappeared without a trace. Even his big round eyes had become dim and colorless. The Great Demon King made a move. It must be the Great Demon King who made a move. He's too powerful. He attacked from afar and used such a technique. I'd better be obedient. This Lin Fei is in trouble. He actually killed an expert of the Heavenly Ghost Sect. The Heavenly Ghost Sect definitely won't give up. Just now, it was indeed Lin Fei who had attacked from afar. Now that he had attacked from afar on the first level, his power was extremely powerful. Even a peak demigod would be unable to do anything to him. Didn't many people want to see this? Thus, Lin Fei decided to attack. The strength of a peak stage lower deity was indeed quite powerful, but there was only so much they could endure. After a while, the blue fairy returned with that ring. You've improved a lot. This guy has the battle prowess of a peak inferior god and has mastered the power of destruction. He's indeed quite strong. It doesn't matter if you can't beat him. Lin Fei laughed and said. The blue fairy indeed felt quite ashamed. He never thought that he would still be inferior to others. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard such praise. This is his ring. Inside should be the map of the everlasting mountain. The ring was placed on the table. There was a faint layer of defense on it. With Lin Fei in his hand, this layer of defense was broken. This should have an owner, and that person should have stolen it. Chapter 4998. Lin Fei was still very interested in such a ring. He wanted to know what was inside. After all, it was quite different to be able to get someone from the Heavenly Ghost sect to come and fight for it, especially when that guy had brought along some divine abilities and treasures. Even the blue fairy was at a loss for words, and had even suffered a loss. Even though it was only a small loss, it was still enough to prove how powerful the other party was. In front of Lin Fei, he was easily killed with a single punch. The defense on the ring was broken in the blink of an eye, and the items inside fell onto the table. There were only 3 items in total. This surprised Lin Fei. One of the jade talismans. This jade talisman was very ordinary, but it gave off a strange aura. Other than that, there was also an unknown flower at the side, which also gave off a strange aura. Other than that, what caught Lin Fei's attention the most was the last thing. That was a key. This key was completely white, as if it was made of silver. In reality, it wasn't silver. It was a special material. Seeing these 3 things, Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. He had thought that there would be a map inside, but now he had thought too much. There were no maps of the everlasting mountain at all. Perhaps there were, but it wasn't the current situation. My lord, I think this jade talisman should have some use. I'm afraid it's the kind that hides some secrets. The blue fairy reacted the fastest. His gaze immediately fell on the jade talisman. Lin Fei also nodded his head. Maybe it should be on this. Let me see what kind of tricks it has. He reached out and grabbed the clothes. Following that, a ball of light appeared on the clothes. An illusory figure appeared within the light. The illusory figure did not carry any emotion. This old man once entered the everlasting mountain. The illusory figure slowly spoke. There were only a few hundred words, neither more nor less, but the information was extremely explosive. He finally understood why there were only 3 items here. This old man actually went to the everlasting mountain before, went to the depths, and even obtained these 3 things. This jade talisman was specially left behind by him, and this is probably the last time. This grass can pass through a certain range after being refined, and this key is the most important. Only a few keys can be pieced together to open that place. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The most important thing should be this key. Unfortunately, there is only one key. There isn't even a map. It seems that the expert from the Sky Ghost sect doesn't know the exact situation. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He was happy for nothing. Even if he went to the everlasting mountain, he did not know what was going on inside. Don't worry, sir. Since this ring has fallen into our hands, it won't be long before some people come looking for you to talk about cooperation. At that time, sir will know the specifics of the situation. The blue fairy was still very smart, and immediately thought of the key point. For such an item to be chased all the way here and fall into Lin Fei's hands in the end, the news would definitely spread. Those people would definitely move upon hearing the news. After all, the strength that Lin Fei had displayed would make those people not dare to have any big thoughts. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Fei on this floor. He didn't see the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect being killed with a single punch. After the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were killed, the first floor quietened down again. Even the people who came later didn't have much of a method. After all, to be able to kill an existence at the peak of the inferior god with a single punch, they were definitely terrifying existences. At the very least, he could unleash the strength of a god. And the most important thing was that this level restricted the use of strength, so even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. This expert from the heavenly ghost sect could only be said to be unlucky to encounter such a thing. Another 2 experts have come. These 2 experts are really quite strong. They are at the peak of the inferior god realm. However, it's not their true bodies, but their clones. After reaching the level that Lin Fei was at, he could naturally feel the changes at the base level. As soon as these 2 people entered, Lin Fei knew that they were clones. If an ordinary low god had some treasures, they could cultivate a doppelganger. Of course, it would only be a doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength wouldn't be too strong. However, it would be pretty good for traveling. That expert from the heavenly ghost sect didn't have a clone. He only had one true body. It was because his family was poor. If his family was rich, he definitely wouldn't have come here with his true body. This was something that Lin Fei understood after reading a lot of information. As soon as the 2 figures arrived, they headed in this direction. Lin Fei smiled. He seemed to understand what was going on. Are we really going to look for this demon king, Lin Fei? This guy was able to kill Fu Bai of the heavenly ghost sect with a single punch. I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. The full-bearded man said with a worried look on his face. If we were somewhere else, I would definitely let him experience what it means to be honest and tell the truth. He wouldn't have to hide in this place and act like a mountain king. That guy will probably have a good talk with us. Even if he gets the ring, even if he sees what's inside, he will still be confused. We will have to cooperate. There's no other way. Who asked him to have such a key? The other middle-aged man in green said calmly. The 2 of them had come here to look for Lin Fei. If it wasn't for the fact that that guy chose to come to the outside world out of all places, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Even their clones had to come here. If they were somewhere else, they really wouldn't have such thoughts. Who didn't know that Lin Fei's reputation was a bit scary? He even killed Fu Bai, who was at the peak of the inferior god stage. This was what frightened them the most. They were prepared to have a good talk with this Lin Fei. Even if they lost this clone, it didn't matter. They didn't bring anything with them on this trip, so there was nothing to lose. All they needed was some time to train back. This was their greatest source of confidence. The 2 of you must have come from afar for that ring, right? Before the 2 of them reached the underground palace, a figure appeared in front of them. The 2 of them weren't surprised at all. After all, Lin Fei was a demon king. On this level, there was probably nothing that could be hidden from the other party. From the moment they came down, Lin Fei already knew everything. He didn't attack them because they didn't have any intentions. When they saw Lin Fei, they were shocked. He was more valiant than they had expected. Chapter 49-99. When the 2 of them came together, in an instant, he sensed something unusual about Lin Fei. This guy was very powerful and terrifying. Even if they were avatars, if they were to go all out, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves from the other party, especially when the other party was an expert in close combat. Fellow Daoist Lin, we are here to seek cooperation with you. I wonder if we can find a place to sit down and have a chat. The one who spoke first was the bearded man. Previously, he had some complaints, but now, he didn't have any thoughts of complaining. This Lin Fei was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was better to be honest. After destroying a clone, it would take some time to cultivate it back. No problem. I thought you were here to cause trouble for me. If you are here to cause trouble for me, I will send you back directly. I like people who abide by the rules on this level. Lin Fei's words weren't very harsh, but they felt completely different in the hearts of these 2 people. They were even more glad that they didn't have any ulterior motives for coming here. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a lot. That's impossible. The 2 of us are here to seek cooperation. We definitely won't cause any trouble. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Actually, I was just joking with you. People like you should know the rules on this level. Let's change places to chat. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them arrived at a nearby mountain. The air here is fresh. It's the best place to talk. We aren't afraid that someone will hear us. Don't you think so? Lin Fei didn't bring the two of them to his underground palace. Instead, he found a random place. Not everyone could listen to him speak on this floor. Any place was absolutely safe. The bearded man and the man in green looked at each other. The bearded man was the first to speak. It's like this. Fellow Daoist Lin should have obtained a ring from Fu Bai of the Heavenly Ghouls sect. There should be a key inside. We both have a map, so we would like to cooperate with you to go to that place. We can be considered as a team. The bearded man said straightforwardly. Fellow Daoist Lin, we have come with sincerity and hope to have a good talk with you. After all, this place is beneficial to both of us. Lin Fei's expression didn't change much. Everything was as the blue fairy had said. As expected, someone came to seek cooperation from him. It seemed that this key was more important than he had imagined. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the origin of this key first, and what's the purpose of that place. I'll think about it after you explain it clearly. Otherwise, if you want to cooperate with me just because of a few words, you're really too naive. Lin Fei was not someone who could be easily fooled. He wouldn't have any ideas until he was clear about the situation. Even if Lin Fei didn't say it, the two of them would probably know it. The two of them looked at each other again. They were not surprised by this at all. Just like the information said, this Lin Fei was quite particular. Of course, they didn't think that they would be able to persuade Lin Fei with just a few words. If it was really that easy, Lin Fei wouldn't have stayed on this level. Even the people on the second level of this macro world couldn't do anything to this guy, let alone them. The place we are going to is called the Immortal Ascension Platform. Of course, this place has another name, the Celestial Immortal Platform. I heard that it's very likely that we can reach the legendary place where the Celestial Immortals reside. It's a real step to the heavens. Not many people know about the Celestial Immortal Platform. Only a few big shots know about it. We found out from a lot of information that this key is one of the keys to open the Celestial Immortal Platform. A total of 9 keys like this are needed to open it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that this key would be related to such a place. This place was actually called the Celestial Immortal Platform. The name sounded different. A figure appeared in front of him. It seems that this place is quite interesting. Can you be more specific? If you are interested, then I am naturally interested in cooperating with you. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else in his heart that if he did not obtain this key, coupled with his own strength, these people would definitely not be so kind. He was even talking to him here. Maybe he already had other ideas. The bearded man and the azure-clothed man looked at each other, but didn't stop and continued to talk. This time, the two of them spoke in more detail. They all wanted to cooperate with this Lin Fei. After all, Lin Fei had one of the 9 keys in his hands. This was the key. Even if he had a map, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he didn't have the key. With the key, it would be completely different. Just like that. Lin Fei listened quietly. The more he listened, the more he felt that this everlasting mountain was more mysterious than he had imagined. There was actually such a place inside. After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at Lin Fei quietly. I hope to hear better news. It really is a pretty good place. It should be a place left behind by a big shot. I just don't know where the remaining 8 keys are. If I can't gather all the keys in the end, then I'll be busy for nothing. Lin Fei was missing a map, but he didn't have the mood to snatch it from these two people. The two of them had probably already made their preparations. They definitely wouldn't have foolishly brought a map with them. If there was such a fool, they wouldn't have cultivated to such a level. Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't have to worry about that. The keys have already been obtained. They will definitely gather here this time. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait for a long time. It's still unknown whether you'll be able to meet them or not. The two of them were also very confident that they would definitely be able to enter that place this time and see the legendary celestial immortal platform. If that's the case, then it couldn't be any better. Then we can try to cooperate once. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. That is, how are we going to split the benefits when we enter the celestial immortal platform? Lin Fei didn't really care about who was going to be there. He didn't care much about the strength of these two people. At most, they were just god level. He himself was even more valiant. Therefore, as long as they reached the place where the celestial immortal platform was, it would be fine. Because what Lin Fei lacked was a map. If these two were to find out, they would probably be extremely angry and act as a good person for free. If you don't say it, then I want 60% of the benefits. Chapter 5000. In the end, the two of them still left, but both of them were in a good mood. This was because Lin Fei had finally agreed to cooperate with them. He had finally come to the right place. At the very least, they did not run for nothing. Although this Lin Fei looked very fierce, it was only on the first floor. If they really went outside, they would only have the strength of a god, and their own strength was superior to the other parties. If the two of them worked together, they would be able to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei watched as they left the floor, but did not stop them, nor did he think too much about it. This time, he was going to the everlasting mountain to take a look. If he didn't know about the immortal stage, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought too much about it. At most, he would go in for a stroll, and that would be it. Now that he knew of such a place, Lin Fei naturally wanted to take a good look. After all, the word celestial immortal seemed rather ordinary, but in Lin Fei's eyes, the meaning of these two words was completely different. There was definitely a deep secret, and what Lin Fei needed to do now was to find this place. Listening to the two of them, Lin Fei could tell that going to this immortal stage was not as easy as he had imagined, and was even more dangerous. After the two of them came, Lin Fei thought that the matter would end just like that, and all that was left was to wait for the everlasting mountain to open. But he didn't expect that there would be so many people here, and all of them were here for him. However, they didn't have the guts to make a move here. These people all had the same thought, and that was to cooperate with Lin Fei to head to the heavenly immortal platform. Actually, all of this was within Lin Fei's expectations. Since someone had come, then there would definitely be a second wave of people. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity, who told Lin Fei to have such a key in his hands. This was the most important thing. Lin Fei did not agree to any of these people. Trouble. Some of these people even came over with a tone of arrogance. However, they didn't have the guts to make a move here. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't have any intention of cooperating with them. From their words, he knew a lot about the heavenly immortal stage. This heavenly immortal stage was extremely difficult to find, and other than having a map, he also needed a key. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, he would not be able to go to the everlasting mountain. Not to mention going to the heavenly immortal platform. The more information he knew, the more interested Lin Fei was in the heavenly immortal platform. It was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Just look at how impulsive these people are. It seemed like they all wanted to go to the heavenly immortal platform. Unfortunately, they didn't have the key, so it was useless even if they had the map. The key was the key, and now, Lin Fei had such a key in his hands. Lin Fei really had to thank Fu Bai from the Heavenly Ghost sect. He didn't expect that after he chased them in, the key would fall into his hands. Such a good thing was really like being blessed by the Son of Fortune. If it was any other time, Lin Fei really wouldn't think that his luck was so good. Now that he thought about it, this time, even the heavens were helping him. What kind of secrets did the great world of gods have? Actually, Lin Fei didn't have much of an idea. He just wanted to leave the great world of gods and head to a higher level place. Just like that. Lin Fei rejected everyone along the way. These people could only leave unwillingly. As for making a move, they wouldn't dare even if they had 100 guts. Forget about anything else, just the blue fairy by Lin Fei's side was something they might not be able to defeat. Right now, who didn't know that the blue fairy was called the female devil on this level, and her strength was indeed terrifying. This was especially the case for his physical body, which was extremely tough. Coupled with this treasure of his, it was truly not something that just anyone could stop. At most, they could only fight to a draw. Of course, most of them would be killed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. And the everlasting mountain was becoming more and more obvious. Lin Fei could also feel that the everlasting mountain was about to completely appear. He could even feel the faintly discernible dangerous aura coming from the everlasting mountain, causing one's heart to palpitate, fear, and despair. Master, I just received news that there's something coming down from the second floor. I want to chat with you. The blue fairy came over and said in a low voice. Big shot? Could it be that there are other big shots on the second floor? I see that you are quite moved. Could it be that I don't know? Lin Fei, you basically know all the big shots on the second floor. Now that he saw the change in the blue fairy, he was a little surprised. He is indeed a big shot. He can be said to be one of the top figures on the second floor, and he can also be said to be the #1 expert on the second floor. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me you're talking about that Bai Lai. In Lin Fei's memories, the strongest person on the second floor seemed to be called Bai Lai, an existence at the peak of the superior god, which was also the strongest person. Yes, it's Bai Lai. He's the strongest person on the second floor, but he basically doesn't show himself. The blue fairy said. Lin Fei also understood even more. It was quite unexpected. He didn't expect that this person would actually come down and talk to him about something. Then I'll have a good chat with Bai Lai and see what he wants. On this matter. Lin Fei did not refuse. He also wanted to meet this Bai Lai. After all, he was the #1 expert on the second floor. There must be a reason why he was able to find him. Could it be for cooperation? Other than this reason, Lin Fei really couldn't think of a second reason. The blue fairy left. Not long after, Lin Fei came to the study room. He sat in the study room and waited for Bai Lai's arrival. Lin Fei also knew why this Bai Lai would contact the blue fairy. It should be the blue fairy's former sect who contacted him. Otherwise, no one would dare to contact the blue fairy. The term female demon was not just for show. A ray of light appeared in the study room, and then it transformed into a figure. Then, a clone appeared. It really came and went without a trace. Its control over space was indeed quite domineering. The famous #1 expert, Senior Bai, is more powerful than I imagined. Please sit, I am the Lin Fei you are looking for. Lin Fei was quite direct. This Bai Lai was dressed like a middle-aged scholar, and looked very ordinary. Lin Fei knew that this guy was very terrifying. Even through the clone, Lin Fei could feel how terrifying and powerful this Bai Lai's original body was. The #1 expert lived up to his name. You are also more powerful than I imagined. The strength that the outside world is talking about is probably not even a tenth of your strength. Bai Lai sat down as well. Just like that, he faced Lin Fei. Chapter 5001. Lin Fei's heart was secretly moved. He really did not expect that this #1 ranker Bai Lai was indeed stronger than he had imagined. With just a glance, he could actually see the change in his strength. Although what he said to the other party was not accurate, it was still the key point. Empty reputations are just empty reputations. They're nothing. Lin Fei chuckled and did not respond to the other party's words. On the other hand, Senior Bai has come down. I wonder what's the matter. It was normal for an existence like Bai Lai, who was an overlord of the second floor, to be called a senior. Fellow Daoist Lin, you actually don't need to be so polite. I know your strength very well, so let's get straight to the point. I wonder what you think. Bai Lai did indeed plan to get straight to the point and speak directly. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He never thought that Bai Lai would be so direct. It seemed like this matter was not a small one. So he laughed. Senior Bai, then just say it. If I can help, I will definitely help. If I really can't help, then I can't do anything about it. After all, I am just a small existence. The first time Bai Lai saw this Lin Fei, it was indeed very different from what he thought. This person was much more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder those people suffered after coming down. Even if they were to fight outside, they would probably suffer a loss. This guy was really terrifying. With this kind of strength, Bai Lai realized that coming down this time was indeed not a mistake. It was worth it to spend some money. This Lin Fei was worth cooperating with. Actually, my purpose for coming down here is very simple. I hope that fellow Taoist Lin can help me with something. I have a little girl, and I want to trouble you to escort her to a place in the everlasting mountain. Bai Lai started to speak. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised, and for a moment, he suspected that he had misheard. It can't be. Even Lin Fei himself was very surprised by such a thing. Why was it this senior Bai Lai who came to talk to him about this? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Could it be that he wasn't here for the cooperation? Now that a daughter had appeared, what was going on? You said that you want me to escort your daughter to a place in the everlasting mountain. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? With my strength. Seriously. That's a surprise to you. Escorting the daughter of the number 1 expert to a special place, no one would believe it. Most importantly, Bai Lai's identity was the number 1 expert. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. That's what I was thinking. I hope you can escort my daughter to that special place in the everlasting mountain. Although he didn't know where this place was, Lin Fei was very clear about one thing, and that was that this place was definitely not easy to go to. However, he did not know why Bai Lai, the number 1 expert, would come looking for him. This was really the sun rising from the west. No one would believe it if word got out. Just now. Even Lin Fei himself was given a huge fright. He truly did not dare to believe that he could actually encounter something like this. Everlasting Mountain is not as good as everyone thinks it is even more dangerous than you think, and the place I want fellow Taoist Lin to escort my daughter to is also quite dangerous. The most important thing is that the place I took out has limited a certain amount of strength, and only the inferior god realm can be in that area. Do you understand my reasoning now? This time, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. If it was because of this, then it was no wonder. He had suppressed the inferior god on the first floor, and even the peak of the inferior god was not a match for him. Moreover, it was the same place. No wonder Bai Lai would come to find him. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If you are willing to escort my daughter to that place and help her get the item, I can give you a complete map of the everlasting mountain. There are only a few maps like this, and I spent a lot of effort to get them. Bai Lai said. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. Inside is the map of the everlasting mountain. Other than that, there are also some other information regarding the everlasting mountain. It's very detailed, and it's not that easy to obtain just one copy. I got it from the world building. Speaking of the world building, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. Of course he knew this place. I heard that it was a very, very mysterious place. I heard that only the superior god had the qualifications to come into contact with it. What kind of existence was the world building? In any case, it was unfathomable, like a colossus. Now that Bai Lai said that this information was obtained from the world building, it was completely worth it for Lin Fei to be moved. Right now, he didn't know much about the everlasting mountain, and all he knew were some superficial things. However, if he had this complete map and the information inside, it would be completely different. No matter what, he would be able to transition from a rookie to a veteran. Before entering that area, you don't need to do anything. I will arrange for someone to escort my daughter. I will only trouble fellow Taoist Lin once we are inside. The jade talisman in Bai Lai's hand was also placed on the table. I hope that fellow Taoist Lin can seriously consider it. I also hope that you will be able to gain something from this everlasting mountain. After all, this everlasting mountain is not something that you can encounter at any time. Perhaps this is the only chance in your entire life. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he looked at the jade talisman. Let me think about it. After all, I have been looking forward to the everlasting mountain for a long time. I don't want some things to affect the process. Lin Fei had also said it straightforwardly. Although this item was very tempting, Lin Fei did not agree to it in one go. As for whether or not Bai Lai would dig a hole for him to jump into, Lin Fei felt that it was unlikely. Through the Great Karma method, Lin Fei did not feel any hostility towards him from the other party. Instead, he had a lot of good intentions. A number one expert like Bai Lai naturally knew a lot of things, and also knew that people like Lin Fei were not as simple as they imagined. There was no need to offend such a person. He was not in the inferior god realm, but he had killed a peak inferior god. Even though he relied on his physical body was still very strong. This kind of person could not be offended. Tell me the name of this place so that I can know and be prepared. After all, I don't go anywhere rashly. I think Senior Bai wouldn't mind telling me, right? Lin Fei asked. This is not a difficult matter. I can tell you right now and let you know. Bai Lai laughed. He knew that Lin Fei had already made up his mind. Thus, he began to talk about this place. This place is called the Nirvana Pool. It can improve a person's bloodline. There will be a certain chance of activating an ancient bloodline. Chapter 5002. The number one expert of the second floor ran down like this, and in the end, Lin Fei still chose to agree. After all, it was worth it for Lin Fei to obtain this map. Moreover, this map came from the World Tower. The World Tower was not an ordinary place, it was a top-notch mysterious place. At the very least, Lin Fei did not have the qualifications to go to the World Tower yet. It was said that in order to go to the World Tower, one had to be invited by the World Tower in order to be qualified. Now that he was able to obtain such a map, it was for the best. Wasn't it just escorting Bai Lai and his other daughters to the Nirvana Pool? This Nirvana Pool sounded very extraordinary. It was definitely a very special place. Raising one's bloodline was indeed of great help to ordinary people. To Lin Fei, this kind of help could be said to be negligible, and was completely useless. After all, he was currently cultivating the ancient eternal body. It took almost half a day for this map to reach Lin Fei's hands. Only then did Lin Fei understand everything that was going on inside. Even though he had not entered the everlasting mountain yet, he already had a comprehensive understanding of about 80% of the places in the everlasting mountain. As for the remaining 20%, it was the most dangerous 20%. Even the information on the World Tower did not seem to have any records of it. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, Bai Lai did not buy the most important part of the map, probably because the price was not cheap. Even so, it was already extremely beneficial to Lin Fei. At the very least, he was no longer a rookie, and his understanding of the everlasting mountain was deeper than anyone else's. After a few days, there was another huge fluctuation in the air. Lin Fei knew who it was. It was that Bai Lai. This time, he did not let his clone come down, but sent a person down. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He thought that Bai Lai would send his daughter inside first, and then pass it on to him, but he didn't expect it to be sent down ahead of time. Could it be that he felt safe here? Lin Fei could not figure it out. What kind of thoughts did this Bai Lai have? Sure enough. In the blink of an eye, a figure came over with Bai Lai's token. The aura on this token was the most sensitive, and Lin Fei knew very well that it was from Bai Lai. Lin Fei didn't go out. Instead, he asked Blue Fairy to bring him in. The Blue Fairy was also free now. Ever since the experts from the Sky Ghost sect were killed by Lin Fei, no one else dared to make any moves. The Blue Fairy brought them in. This woman was indeed quite different. She was dressed in black, yet she looked very valiant and formidable. She was dressed like a man. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that this woman was Bai Lai's daughter. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. At the very least, her temper was quite domineering. You're that demon king Lin Fei? You don't look like much to me. I thought you were a three-headed, six-armed man. I was happy for nothing. If I had known, I wouldn't have come down first. Bai Xingnan looked at the young man in front of her. She was in the upper levels, so she knew that this level was ruled by a guy with the surname Lin, and that he had made those guys suffer. She didn't know why her father would ask this guy for help. She wasn't weak, so she really didn't need anyone's help. Moreover, she had many treasures, so she was more or less displeased with Lin Fei. Not to mention, the blue fairy was standing next to her. In the past, Bai Xingnan wouldn't have taken the blue fairy seriously. In terms of talent, she was much weaker than her, but now, her opponent's strength was the same as hers. Most importantly, this guy's fleshly body had reached the peak of the lower god realm. This made Bai Xingnan somewhat displeased. Why could your fleshly body reach the lower god level? Why? If this was a different time and place, Bai Xingnan would have at least had a good fight with the blue fairy. Now, the blue fairy was called a she-devil. I'm just a simple, ordinary person, and it's because of this ordinary person that your father personally came down and took out a lot of treasures. If you don't want to go, you can go back. Lin Fei knew at a glance that this guy was probably spoiled rotten. It couldn't be helped. After all, Bai Lai was the strongest person on the second level. His strength was indeed very strong. Even if the three guys who came down last time fought with Bai Lai, they probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. And this was under the situation where the three of them fought together. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would be directly crushed. Bai Xingnan instantly panted with anger. She glared fiercely at Lin Fei. I'm going to rest. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Bai Xingnan really didn't know what to do with Lin Fei. After all, even her father came down to ask this guy for help. One could imagine that this guy's strength was indeed very strong on this level. At the very least, she didn't have the confidence, so she could only hold back her anger and leave. When the blue fairy came back, she talked about this Bai Xingnan. This Bai Xingnan has a bad temper. I heard that she was called a little she-devil up there. However, she seems to have restrained her temper down here. Just now, she even wanted to fight with me. At the mention of this Bai Xingnan, the blue fairy also became a little angry. If it was someone else, the blue fairy would have already made a move. However, this Bai Xingnan was different. She was backed by the strongest person on the second level. Therefore, the blue fairy didn't make a move, nor did she care. Why don't you fight with her? If she wants to fight, then fight with her. This guy has some ability. It's a good chance to train yourself and teach her a little lesson. Let her know that even if she has the strongest father behind her, she can't do anything on the first level. Since Bai Lai had sent his daughter down, he naturally wouldn't participate in any matters, big or small. As long as Lin Fei was within a certain range, it didn't matter how he dealt with Bai Xingnan. As long as Bai Xingnan still wanted to go to this nirvana pool and awaken her bloodline, it was fine. The blue fairy was obviously happy. Can I really? Of course you can. Haven't you always wanted to fight with someone? Now that a good sparring partner has come, let's use her. In any case, I have the final say on this level. If you're not convinced, then come and find me. The blue fairy left in high spirits. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed movement in the distance. They really started fighting. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Didn't he know what kind of temper the blue fairy had? If he could fight, he would definitely fight. He definitely wouldn't say anything nice to the opponent. As for who won or lost, Lin Fei didn't really care. In any case, the final result was about the same. Nothing much could happen. Chapter 5003. After Bai Lai's daughter came down, she was indeed very different. At the very least, Bai Xingnan was able to fight with the blue fairy every 2 or 3 days. Basically, they were evenly matched, because the blue fairy's inferior god body had a bit of an advantage. And Bai Xingnan's own potential was even better than the blue fairy's, so in comparison, they were tied. Maybe you lost one move to you today, maybe I lost one move to you tomorrow. It was just that simple of a matter. This made the two of them feel more and more like it. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say much. He had been paying attention to the everlasting mountain the entire time, and discovered that the special existence outside the everlasting mountain was getting weaker and weaker. He estimated that he would be able to head there soon. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. This half a year's time was neither long nor short. To Lin Fei, it was like the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Hua! A ray of light directly swept past the everlasting mountain. This ray of light did not have any power, but it made everyone put down everything in an instant. One figure after another rushed out. Especially those who were hiding in the void, they came out at the first possible moment. No one wanted to go to this place more than them. Lin Fei also walked out and saw the everlasting mountain. There were indeed quite a few figures around the everlasting mountain. These were all outsiders. They did not enter the great world of the gods, but instead waited in the void. This wait lasted for such a long time. The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan also came to Lin Fei's side. The two of them had been fighting for a very long time, and it could be said that they had a mutual appreciation for each other. At first, Bai Xingnan looked down on the Blue Fairy, but after fighting, he realized that the Blue Fairy had indeed improved greatly. Especially this physical body, even she was a little envious of it. It was unknown how he managed to cultivate such a cultivation method. When Bai Xingnan saw Lin Fei again, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. He was originally a rather strong person. He had never suffered any losses on the surface, but he did suffer a small loss from Lin Fei. Bai Xingnan knew that the Blue Fairy must have been arranged by Lin Fei, so she naturally had a different opinion of Lin Fei. At this time, her gaze had also landed on the everlasting mountain. She knew that if she wanted to enter the everlasting mountain this time, she would need Lin Fei's help. He more or less knew his father's temper. Naturally, he felt that Lin Fei was more powerful than he had imagined. Bai Xingnan wasn't afraid of anything except her father. Therefore, during this trip, her old father had warned her not to offend Lin Fei no matter what. If she obediently followed him to the Nirvana pool, there would only be benefits for her. If she really offended Lin Fei, she would have to face the wall. Bai Xingnan didn't dare to go against her father's words. At that time, if they really had to face the wall, it would take at least 10 years, or at most a few decades. We can go take a look as well. Lin Fei waved his hand. A wave of energy enveloped the two of them and pierced through the world barrier. The first layer of the world barrier was indeed quite easy to break. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Fei's strength had always been very strong, not to mention that he had already reached the high god level. His body was so strong that he could break through the barrier of this world. Bai Xingnan had just taken out his treasure when he was enveloped by a ball of energy and brought out. He appeared in the air. This also caused Bai Xingnan to be slightly shocked. He never thought that this Lin Fei would be so powerful. It had to be known that this world barrier was not that easy to break through. Even she had brought down quite a few treasures, and there were also some special treasures that her father had blessed her with. Now that Lin Fei had easily broken through the world barrier, it was indeed different. In the starry sky, there was a turbulent current that kept rushing over. Both Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy felt a certain amount of pressure, because the starry sky was not easy to travel, unless one had a spaceship. That way, one would be able to resist the turbulent current. It was almost impossible to do this with just one's physical body. It was said that only those who had reached the level of a mid-god could easily withstand it. Lin Fei, you are finally willing to come out. You actually dared to kill Fu Bai of our heavenly ghost sect. Now pay with your life. A cold wind came from the distant starry sky, followed by a pagoda passing through and appearing in the sky above Lin Fei. It was suppressed on the spot. The power of this pagoda was quite strong, causing the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan to feel a great deal of pressure. It was as if they would be injured and vomit blood under this attack. This was definitely the attack of a middle god expert. You have the nerve to take out this kind of scrap metal? Your heavenly ghost sect is too poor. Scram! Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the pagoda. With a swoosh, the pagoda, which had seemed to have unlimited power, was sent flying backwards. Next, a muffled groan could be heard from the starry sky. After a few more sounds, several figures chased over. These figures locked onto Lin Fei as soon as they appeared. One of the big men had an extremely angry look on his face. If nothing unexpected happened, the pagoda should belong to this person. The Heavenly Ghost sect is handling matters. Everyone, step aside. The Heavenly Ghost sect seemed to have great influence. As soon as they said this, some people in the surroundings instantly disappeared. Even in the void, some people stayed far away. The surroundings became quiet. After all, those who could come to the starry sky all had some power. Not bad, not bad. 6 experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect came. 4 demigods, 1 peak stage, and 1 god. Lin Fei swept them with his gaze. He told them all their realms one by one. These 6 people from the Heavenly Ghost sect were naturally guarding Lin Fei outside. One of their demigods, a proud son of heaven, had died inside just like that. The killer was Lin Fei. The most important thing was to take away the item that belonged to the Heavenly Ghost sect. If Lin Fei had continued to hide in this minor world, they would not have been able to do anything. This was because this place restricted one's power. Once they entered, they would be suppressed. The only thing they could do was to wait for Lin Fei to come out. Unexpectedly, he really did come out. Since you know that we are members of the Sky Ghost sect, I advise you to hand over the item and go to the Sky Ghost sect to beg for forgiveness, even though your fleshly body is quite powerful. That's right, we already have a mid-god on our side. A rather mature figure walked out and looked at Lin Fei. You have the nerve to ask me to go to the Heavenly Ghost sect to beg for forgiveness with just the few of you? Is there something wrong with your head? Chapter 5004. These fellows had actually dared to attack him. To be honest, even Lin Fei felt that there was something wrong with these fellows' brains. So what if the Sky Ghost sect was so great? They could come to stop him. Did they really think that he was no match for them in the universe? They were thinking too much. Fairy Bayou felt that her master's words were quite right, so she replied coldly. My master is not someone you can talk about. There was a loud bang. The blue fairy also attacked. After using her most powerful move, the blue fairy became bolder and bolder. Even though these people were strong, she was not afraid. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. She stared at a low god expert. Bai Xingnan was slightly shocked. She did not expect the blue fairy to have changed so much in the past few hundred years. She actually dared to take the initiative to attack. That was a member of the Sky Ghost sect. The Sky Ghost sect was considered an upper-middle power in the star field and was considered very strong. Even the sect that the Blue Fairy belonged to did not dare to offend the Sky Ghost sect. Compared to the powers in the great world of the gods, there was still a gap. How can I miss out on such a fun thing? Bai Xingnan, who was beside her, also attacked. She was not a good-tempered person and had the personality of a little devil. Seeing that the Blue Fairy had attacked, how could she not attack? Thus, she also attacked. The experts of the Sky Ghost sect were slightly stunned. They did not expect that these 2 women would be so bold as to directly attack. They did not take the Sky Ghost sect seriously at all. What kind of person would produce what kind of disciple? The people of the Sky Ghost sect were already prejudiced. They all thought that the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan were Lin Fei's disciples. The 2 figures flew out and then started fighting. Many people in the distance were also watching this scene, and they all shook their heads one after another. This Lin Fei really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dares to fight the people of the Sky Ghost sect. I think I know who the one next to him is. I think she is the she-devil, the Blue Fairy. She is quite strong. I don't know the other one. Is she new? It's too unfamiliar. The other figure in the void was also watching the battle. This person was Bai Xingnan's father, Bai Lai. Beside him stood another figure. Brother Bai, your daughter has quite a temper. She even dares to fight with the people from the Heavenly Ghost sect. She has your style. Next to him was a middle-aged man who looked very ordinary. But his eyes were very deep, like the endless whirlpools in the starry sky world. That's my daughter's temperament. But now that Lin Fei is here, it's naturally his business. Although the Heavenly Ghouls sect is considered to be above average, I don't take it seriously. Bai Lai was quite clear about his daughter's thoughts. The blue fairy's strength has improved very quickly. That guy is probably going to be out of luck. The blue fairy took the blow head-on, and with a bang, she killed a lower god expert. The demigod immediately lost consciousness. Seeing this, Bai Xingnan, who was standing next to him, grew somewhat anxious. She began to unleash a series of attacks. With a bang, yet another demigod was killed. The battle before and after was too short, and the two demigods on the Heavenly Ghost sect side were killed just like that. Gao Peng, who was the older god in the lead, instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're courting death. They hadn't even taken him down yet, and they hadn't even seen the map of the everlasting mountain. But now, they actually lost 2 people. They couldn't believe it. With a furious roar, he raised his hand and grabbed forward. This move displayed the terrifying strength of a god. Whether it was the blue fairy or Bai Xingnan, both of them felt a great deal of pressure. Their movements became sluggish, and even their strength was completely suppressed. It just so happens that our Heavenly Ghost sect is still lacking 2 top cauldrons. Just the 2 of you will have to pay the price for killing our demigod experts. Gao Peng was very upset that 2 lower celestial experts had died. Gao Peng still decided to capture these 2 fellows and bring them back. Only by doing this would he be able to slightly ease the anger in his heart. Of course, the most important thing was still this Lin Fei. The blue fairy and Bai Xingnan continued to erupt, but their strength was still a huge gap. The 2 of them didn't look like they were going to admit defeat, and they didn't even panic. It was as if this was a casual game. After all, Lin Fei was still standing not far away. As long as Lin Fei was here, then everything would be fine. They didn't believe that Gao Peng could do anything to them. Not to mention Bai Xingnan. He also knew that his father was definitely watching him from the starry sky. Gao Peng's expression changed slightly. These 2 women actually didn't change at all. Could it be that they weren't afraid of the Heavenly Ghost sect, and that they weren't afraid of him, a god ranker? They're all god rankers, why do you need to attack 2 juniors? This will make me very unhappy, do you know that? Under the envelopment of this power, a figure walked out, following the blue fairy and Bai Xingnan into the distance. Didn't you want to see who's stronger? Then why don't you try what it feels like to be enveloped by someone else? Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. I really don't care about a puny god like you. Just like that. Lin Fei casually broke his opponent's technique. This caused quite a few people in the shadows to be secretly shocked. This Demon King Lin Fei seemed to be quite a bit more powerful than they had expected. He was able to easily break through a god's technique, and they didn't even see any technique. He was just relying on his fleshly body. Could it be that he really was that powerful? Lin Fei slowly reached out with his hand. He also spread out his 5 fingers, which instantly enveloped Gao Peng's body. The technique that Gao Peng had just unleashed was completely nullified. His entire body glowed with resplendent light. In an instant, it was destroyed. And then, as his 5 fingers closed, it was as if the entire void had become one. Blood began to flow from the corner of Gao Chang's mouth, and his fleshly body began to split open. Powerless and helpless. Gao Chang, a god, was instantly shattered into pieces. And just like that, a god disappeared before everyone's eyes. Those who had been prepared to watch a good show were now somewhat dumbfounded. Even their breathing was a bit ragged, as if they had just played a big joke. Was this how a god was? Is there anyone else who wants to settle the score with me? If there is, then come out at once. We can deal with them all at once, so that I don't have to travel alone. After all, I'm a god ranker, don't you think? Lin Fei's voice spread out. The remaining experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were so frightened that their faces turned white. They turned and fled. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Let's all go down together. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. Several figures were instantly destroyed. Chapter 5005. Just like that, the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were killed. The people who were watching from the void all sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that it was impossible for him to fight against this great demon king, Lin Fei. This guy was really terrifying, he was really hiding his strength. Gao Peng, who was a god, was actually killed in an instant. This proved that the strength of this great demon king, Lin Fei, was most likely at the late stage of the god realm. This was more terrifying. As for the others, they didn't have any thoughts. Lin Fei also knew that after exterminating the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect, no one else would show up. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, if they revealed a little of their strength, the people who wanted to make a move would have to consider whether they had the ability or not. You are indeed crazier than me. You even dared to kill the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect. I'm afraid they will come for revenge, but it doesn't matter if you hide in the first floor. Bai Xingnan teased. To be honest, he was more or less shocked in his heart. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. This guy was most likely at the late stage of the god realm. As for the god realm, he didn't think much about it. He also realized one thing: Lin Fei must have cultivated a special method. His body did not emit the aura of a divine level ranker. However, his fighting strength was truly a mess. I've already killed him, why should I care? Let's go to the everlasting mountain. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. If the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect really knew about this, they would have to think about it. When the time came, they would have to send out a few goddess to kill him, or a god. Lin Fei believed even more that in the star domain, even if one reached the level of a superior god, they would not be able to casually make a move. If he was not careful, he would easily encounter a calamity. This was definitely a huge loss to a sect. The more they couldn't figure out what kind of strength Lin Fei had, the more they wouldn't make a move. Unless there was something wrong with their brains. He brought the 2 of them to the vicinity of the everlasting mountain. The moment he arrived at this area, he felt a force land on his body. After this force landed on his body, the surrounding space seemed to have become extremely turbid, like a huge quagmire. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed that this place was different. No wonder there were people in the distance, but they didn't seem to be moving. He was probably restricted by some special method. Looks like this is the first test of the everlasting mountain. If I can't even pass this stage, I don't think I have the qualifications to enter the everlasting mountain. Lin Fei laughed. There was a loud rumbling sound. The special power that was added to their bodies collapsed along the way. After collapsing, they would recover in the blink of an eye. It was really quite mysterious. Just like this, Lin Fei brought the 2 of them all the way to the front of Everlasting Mountain. This time, he could clearly see what was going on inside. This is what a proper Everlasting Mountain looks like. Whoosh. Lin Fei brought the 2 of them into the Everlasting Mountain. The outer layer was really a small test. Of course, such a test was not simple. Without a demigod, it was impossible to enter. Weaker demigods had no chance at all. Once he arrived at the everlasting mountain, Lin Fei and the others arrived at a black place. In this black place, it was impossible to see clearly. All the power of perception was instantly suppressed to an infinite degree. Lin Fei, who had seen the information on the everlasting mountain map, understood what kind of place this was. This was the so-called Dark World. It could also be considered a place to test in the everlasting mountain. In this dark world, all the power of perception was infinitely suppressed, and there were even ghosts that had nowhere to hide. They were the so-called Black Phantom, and they were extremely powerful. After killing these Black Phantom, there was a certain chance that they would obtain something. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would not be able to obtain anything. Therefore, there were several such places. Therefore, after entering the everlasting mountain, it would depend on luck as to which area they would enter. It seemed that Lin Fei's luck was not that good. As soon as he entered, he came here. I know this is the dark world. It seems like there are a lot of black phantom here. Whoosh. A cold light came over and directly slashed towards the blue fairy who was at the side. The blue fairy reacted quickly and immediately threw it out. Following that, the cold light disappeared. In such a short period of time, the blue fairy felt the aura of danger. It seems like there are a lot of hidden black phantom in the surroundings. They are very strange and mysterious. Just now, I followed this attack and was actually unable to learn their bodies. This was also the first time the blue fairy had come to this place, but he had seen a lot of information. These were all things that Lin Fei wanted him to see. It was good to know that he had an understanding of them. He never thought that he would feel pressure from the very beginning. Lin Fei's perception was also suppressed. However, he was extremely strong after all. Even if his perception was suppressed, his physical strength was not affected in the slightest, and he could still feel the faint killing intent. This killing intent was all in the surrounding area. This place is indeed dangerous. There is an invisible suppression on the power of perception. This place makes me feel very uncomfortable. Let's leave this place first. Lin Fei lightly stomped his foot, and layers of power directly rushed into the dark place like flowing water. This power was like flowing water, directly sweeping through the bodies of these black phantom. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many black phantom were killed? Along the way, there were basically no more black phantom that appeared. This was because they were killed by Lin Fei before they could even make a move. Lin Fei was too lazy to fight these guys. The blue fairy and Bai Xingnan both followed closely beside Lin Fei. They naturally also felt that this place was not ordinary. In less than 2 hours, they passed through this dark world. This was just a small test. Of course, compared to the test outside, it was much more difficult. If it was judged by 5 stars, it could also be considered a 2-star level. After passing through this dark world, the front suddenly opened up. Endless forests, towering mountains at the end of the distant mountains, and palaces also appeared. I finally made it. A figure flew out from afar and plunged into the sky. Accompanied by the other party's loud laughter, it seemed that he was extremely excited. Whoosh! A black stream of light directly pierced through the forest below. As soon as the light flashed in front of this person, he was directly frozen through. Following that, this person let out a scream and was dragged down. In the blink of an eye, there was no more movement. This is the more dangerous eternal forest. Chapter 5006. A place like this did indeed give off a dangerous aura. Lin Fei could already clearly feel it, especially those figures. These voices were all faintly discernible, but it was in this everlasting forest. It could be imagined that these fellows had already been dead for a long time. Others might not be able to feel it, but Lin Fei could clearly feel it. These guys lived here. If anyone were to barge in, they would fall into their trap if they were not careful. To put it bluntly, these guys were all puppets. They were all controlled by the special existences in the everlasting forest. After reading the information, Lin Fei naturally knew the dangers here. If he wanted to reach the palace over there, he would have to pass through the everlasting forest. In the distance, there were also many figures who had learned their lesson and directly entered the everlasting forest from below. Lin Fei did not stay idle either, and directly brought the 2 of them into the everlasting forest. The moment they entered, the entire world darkened. It was clearly a sunny day outside, but when they arrived here, it became extremely dark. It exuded a serene aura. This place is no different from what the information says. It looks quiet and serene, but in reality, the danger here is enough to kill people. A large group of finger-sized mosquitoes came over. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. It was like a small black cloud. The blue fairy immediately sent a streak of frost over, freezing these mosquitoes. These frozen mosquitoes broke through in the blink of an eye, appearing to be extremely extraordinary. These guys have to use fire to attack. If we don't use fire to attack, we won't be able to kill them at all. Furthermore, ordinary fire won't do. We have to have a strong fire. Bai Xingnan immediately unleashed a wave of fire-type treasures. These fire-type treasures were truly the bane of these beasts. They were instantly incinerated into nothingness. In any case, everyone has to be careful in this place, especially if you guys really encounter a special existence here. If you're not careful, you'll be gone easily. Please remember to stay within 5 meters of me. 10 meters is fine, but any further and you won't be able to. Lin Fei chuckled and followed. As soon as they left, Bai Xingnan noticed that something was different. An invisible force pressed forward. The range was not very large, but it was enough to alert the enemy. It could even resolve some invisible dangers in advance. Of course, this invisible force was naturally created by Lin Fei. This place is dangerous. If he was alone, he would have rushed over directly, but now he couldn't. Since he had brought 2 people with him, he naturally had to neutralize these invisible dangers. Whoosh! Whoosh! From time to time, some things in the forest would be killed by Lin Fei's power. This also shocked Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy. There were so many dangers in this place that even they didn't realize it. Save me, save me. I know a legendary treasure. Who can save me? Who can save me? Suddenly, intermittent cries for help came from the darkness ahead. These cries were extremely miserable. Anyone who heard them would feel sorry for them and subconsciously want to go over and take a look. The faces of the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan changed slightly. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. The 2 of you unknowingly fell for it. If I wasn't here, the 2 of you would have gone in this direction. Incredible. Even this demonic sound has appeared. Someone like Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be affected. In fact, before it could even get close to him, it would be blocked by the power. The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan wouldn't be able to withstand it. They were clearly much, much weaker. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy were both shocked. Their faces turned white. Their faces turned white. To be honest, they really hadn't expected such a situation to occur. I heard that in the past, many low-god experts died here. Even mid-god experts would encounter danger here. I didn't expect this demonic sound to exist here. I don't even know how I got hit by it. I felt like I was in a trance for a moment. Bai Xingnan began to speak as well. This is the benefit of telling you to be careful. That's why you'll be able to benefit from following me. Come, let's go take a look at what this place has. Since it was able to lure us over, there should be quite a few treasures left behind. We can't just go there empty-handed. Lin Fei could naturally tell that the sound wasn't too far away from them. On the way here, they had dealt with all the minor dangers, but they hadn't encountered any major ones. Up ahead, they saw a figure hanging from a tree, struggling non-stop. The sound had come from this person's body. Not too far away from this person, there were quite a few treasures lying on the ground, glowing faintly. They were still intact. This fellow is constantly struggling and begging for mercy, but in reality, he's already dead. He's currently under the control of this tree demon. Anyone who goes over will be replaced. Lin Fei looked at the nearby tree demon as he spoke unhurriedly. A cold light shot out, landing on the man's body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely incinerated. Which B** star dares to incinerate my prey? Get the hell out here. Streaks of light shot towards Lin Fei's direction. The blade light flashed and the streaks of light were cut apart. It turned out that these streaks of light were actually tentacles that retracted. An illusory figure materialized. You hurt me. You have to die. You have to die. The illusory voice continued to howl as it headed towards Lin Fei's direction. At the same time, Lin Fei brought the Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan out. After a blade light flashed, the illusory figure instantly stopped moving. Then, another cold light flashed. It slashed towards the giant tree. The tree was like a black sword. However, after being slashed by Lin Fei's blade light, it started to writhe and struggle non-stop. A face actually appeared on the tree trunk. The face sank into endless pain. Then, a black fog shrouded it. Following which, the tree demon turned invisible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many things fell to the ground, glowing faintly. You too go and pick them up. If you like them, you can keep them for yourselves. We're opening up a path for others, so we should at least get some benefits. Bai Xingnan was already in extreme shock. This powerful tree demon was killed just like that. Was this really the powerful existence that the information stated? Chapter 5007. Wow, there's an inferior grade divine weapon here. Fairy Green Stream picked up a low-grade divine artifact saber. Although it was a little damaged, it was still a genuine inferior grade divine weapon. What's your inferior grade divine weapon? I still have an inferior grade divine weapon here, which is specially designed to restrain your treasured blade. Bai Xingnan also picked up an inferior grade divine weapon. This was a treasure used to trap people, and it seemed to be very powerful. The number of things that dropped here was not an ordinary amount. There were at least a dozen of them, all of which were experts who died here. They were plundered by this tree demon, but now, this tree demon was killed by Lin Fei in a few slashes. Everything exploded out. It was really too exciting. Whether it was the Blue Fairy or Bai Xingnan, they had both seen this scene before. However, in the blink of an eye, so many inferior grade divine weapons had fallen, and even one of them was a middle grade divine weapon. This truly shocked them. The most important thing was that this tree demon was extremely difficult to deal with, but in front of Lin Fei, it was easily killed. That was the most shocking thing to them. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He never thought that this everlasting forest was actually quite different. So many of these inferior grade divine weapons had dropped. One could imagine how many people had come to this everlasting forest in the past. It was a pity that after coming to this place, he was immediately killed, and even his treasures were left behind. Right now, this was a bargain for him. Whether it was the Blue Fairy or Bai Xingnan, they had both picked up 6 or 7 inferior grade divine weapons and returned. Adding the two of them together, there were more than 10 inferior grade divine weapons, and in addition, there was also a middle grade divine weapon. Such a huge harvest, no matter who it was, would be shocked. Not a bad harvest. Let's go and clean up the other tree demon first. There really are a lot of tree demons along the way, and this tree demon can't be considered strong. Lin Fei continued to walk forward. As for the inferior grade divine weapons, he let the two of them keep them first, which made the two of them extremely excited. Even though they had seen some scenes before, they had never seen someone with so many low-grade divine artifacts. This was definitely the level of a tycoon. Along the way, they really did encounter quite a few monsters from the everlasting forest. Some of them were like ghosts. However, these things could not get close. Before they could even get close, or even before they could do anything, they were destroyed. On the other hand, the strength of these tree demons had become much stronger. No matter how powerful the tree demons were, they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. Such a method indeed made everyone feel what was called shock. After Lin Fei and the others left, a group of people came from behind. They had also come to this road, which was also in this direction. At this moment, they frowned slightly. The situation doesn't seem right. Look, this tree demon has been killed by someone, and those low-grade divine artifacts have been taken away. It's a pity that we're too late. They had come for this tree ant. But now that this tree demon had disappeared, this was a headache. It's fine, there should be a tree demon down there, let's just continue. With so many of us, could it be that we can't kill this tree demon? These people were indeed here for the tree ant demon. The everlasting forest was a paradise for treasure hunting. They knew that killing a tree demon would drop a lot of divine weapons. This was definitely a secret that many people did not know. Therefore, they had gathered a lot of experts this time. But now, it seemed that something unexpected had happened. Gone again, damn it, who exactly took these tree demons? Isn't his strength a little too strong? No matter how capable he is, he wouldn't be able to move at such a speed. Along the way, all the places with tree demons had been destroyed, and not a single tree demon could be seen. At this moment, all of their faces changed. They were shocked and afraid at the same time. This person's strength was definitely much stronger than theirs. Even if they wanted to deal with these tree demons, they would have to be fully prepared. Even so, they would have to spend a lot of time, but the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Why don't we follow them and take a look? This was the only thing they could think of. Right now, they were not in the mood to seek revenge. To be able to destroy a tree demon, it was definitely a powerful master. It would be easy for him to destroy this group of people. Just like that, they followed him all the way here, causing them to feel the pressure on them lessen. They had never thought that they would not encounter anything along the way. Safe and sound. Even if there were some scattered ones, they could easily deal with them. This made them feel as if they were on vacation, and not on an adventure at all. This kind of feeling was both love and hate. How could they encounter such a thing? Yet, they really did not dare to say anything. Their speed along the way was still very fast. Suddenly, a sound of movement came from the front. This kind of tree demon has to be properly fought with them. It's just the right time to hone your combat experience. This is a rare expert with a stable mind. The sound in front of them was not loud, but it was filled with a sense of stability. They carefully walked over. Even from afar, they could see that there were two women attacking this tree demon. This tree demon looked a little miserable at this time. All of the tentacles on its body had been chopped off. Only 2 or 3 were left. It looked as if its power had been greatly reduced. At this time, after being attacked by the 2 women, it began to bleed green blood. It looked as if it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The 2 women's fighting style was very ferocious as well. At the very least, they were very shocked and very terrified. Suddenly, the young man, who had been standing there without moving, suddenly turned his head. He smiled faintly at them, and this smile made their scalps go numb in an instant. Although they could not see his level, no one would think that he was not a deity. This sort of person was extremely likely to be a high god expert. This tree demon belongs to us. You can stand aside. A few figures came out. When they saw this tree demon, they immediately grew excited. As soon as they released their hands, a wave of jingguang surged over. It seemed to be more of a hidden weapon technique that enveloped the 3 of them. However, as soon as they attacked, the young man waved his hand, and these hidden weapons flew back. Their faces instantly turned pale. Clatter clatter. Within their range, in the blink of an eye, only a few of them had charged out. The remaining 2 immediately fled. With a clatter, the tree demon transformed into a puff of green smoke, and then dropped 7 or 8 glowing treasures. After collecting these glowing treasures, the 3 of them continued forward. They never turned their heads again, as though what had just happened was nothing. Chapter 5008. This everlasting forest was dangerous, but there were still quite a few good things. At the very least, Lin Fei had wiped out more than 10 tree demons along the way. These tree demons had contributed a lot of things. At the beginning, Fairy Green Stream and Bai Xingnan were very happy, but towards the end, the 2 of them felt a bit numb. There was just too much to say. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They could pick up low-grade divine artifacts and middle-grade divine artifacts. Some of them were still very well preserved, and could unleash 70 to 80% of their power. Any one of these items would be enough to shock anyone outside, but here, they had more than 1 or 2 of them. Everyone had at least 10 or 20 of them on hand, which meant that there were around 40 low-grade or middle-grade divine artifacts. No matter how they looked at it, it was a huge harvest. Looking at the calm and collected Lin Fei, they realized that they still had to learn well. Only by being able to not collapse in front of Mount Tai would they be able to make progress. Even they felt a little numb, let alone the people who had been following behind them. These people didn't have any thoughts right now. They just felt that they could reach the palace on the other side this way. This kind of opportunity wasn't that common. Thus, they followed behind from afar. No one dared to rashly approach them. They were already satisfied to be able to follow behind like this. If they really continued to walk forward, there would definitely be something wrong with their brains. Looks like this tree demon was taken by someone else first. But it doesn't matter, we can take a look and see how they fight against this tree demon. This tree demon is quite powerful. In this everlasting forest, just how long did they have to travel for? The Blue Fairy and Bai Xingnan had a certain amount of time in their hearts, but they still had to do it for a long time. Then they didn't have much confidence. After the loud rumbling sound in front of them, they heard Lin Fei's voice. Following that, they sped up and saw a huge tree demon being besieged by a few experts. These experts seemed to be extremely strong. When the Blue Fairy saw them, she clearly exclaimed in surprise, "I know who these people are. I heard that these people are all god rankers. Could it be that this tree demon is also at the god level?" Previously, most of the Treants he dealt with were at the demigod level. Of course, gods were not easy to deal with. Now, a mid-god Treant had popped up. With such a master, not just anyone would be able to get by. Bai Xingnan said, "I know these people. They are the top powers of their sections. I never thought that they would join forces to kill this tree demon." Naturally, Lin Fei could also see that these people possessed mid-god strength. Even so, it would be very strenuous for them to deal with this tree folk. If it was any other time, it would be fine. But in front of this tree demon, it was extremely strenuous. It was as if these fellows were very difficult to deal with. Even if they attacked with all kinds of treasures, the tree demon would always have a way to resist. In this case, a stalemate was formed. Dark Pagoda. At this moment, the tree demon actually used a powerful killer move. A dark cage world appeared, trapping them in an instant. It destroyed these gods with a single attack. Their faces changed slightly, because they could sense that the surrounding spiritual energy had disappeared without a trace. In other words, if they continued to fight in this place, their power would continue to weaken. Weaken to the point where they would not be able to unleash any power at all. This sort of technique. They had heard of it before, but they had never imagined that this tree demon would be able to unleash this sort of technique. As for the nearby Lin Fei, he could tell that this was a powerful killer move. It truly lived up to its reputation as a god-level tree demon. It truly was powerful. With this technique, it was able to ensure that the tree demon was undefeatable. The longer it dragged on, the more powerful it would be. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be in trouble. This tree demon has mastered quite a few abilities. It is even able to use this sort of special barrier technique. It really is interesting. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, these tree demons weren't much of a threat at all. They didn't have much combat power at all. However, this tree demon was different. It was extremely ferocious. Lin Fei could leave the other Treant demons to the side, but this Treant demon made him want to make a move. "The two of you, stand here and don't move." If they played with the tree demon, they would be able to get a few mid-quality divine artifacts. If they were lucky, they might even get a high-quality divine artifact. Jade Mistress and Bai Xingnan had arrived. They all knew that in the end, Lin Fei would definitely reward them with some low-quality and mid-quality divine artifacts. Their combat power would immediately increase. But high-quality divine artifacts were different. This was the true terror. The increase in combat power was truly terrifying. The people not far away saw this scene. Of course, they didn't dare to come forward. They could feel the terrifying power of this huge tree demon from afar. If they went forward, they probably wouldn't even be cannon fodder. They would be directly crushed. Another guy who doesn't know what's good for him has come. A black figure walked over from the dark pagoda. It was an illusion. He stared at Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei seemed to have huge benefits that he could absorb. It should be a mid-god tree demon. I see that you have quite a lot of skills. You should have quite a lot of good stuff. While I'm in a good mood, hand them all over. Otherwise, I'll beat you up later. None of them had expected that this young man would say something like that, let alone those mid-god experts who were trapped. For a moment, their minds were shaken. Where did this idiot come from? He actually dared to say such words to the tree demon. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The tree demon waved his hand. Countless branches and vines came from both sides. They were like arms. This was his attack method. Struggle and leave. Once you enter this area, this is my world, my territory. You can't beat my ashes. The faint voice was filled with endless pride. It seemed to be as easy as killing an ant. He didn't even cultivate a godhead, yet he still had the nerve to come here. But his vitality was quite strong. The blade light flashed. All the branches and vines disappeared without a trace. They quickly shrank back. My saber is pretty sharp, right? Chapter 5009. This saber blow was indeed extremely sharp. It was so sharp that everyone was momentarily unable to react. They discovered that quite a few of the vines and branches on the tree monster's body had been chopped off. The people who had been following them all this time naturally knew how powerful this young man was. He was extremely powerful, but he hadn't trained a divine spark. He seemed to be an expert in close combat, but they hadn't expected that his saber his saber technique would be so fast. With a single saber blow, he had broken through the opponent's technique. You really do have some ability. In that case, all the more I need to control you. You make me feel a dangerous aura. Once I eat you, I'll definitely benefit tremendously. The low voice continued to ring out. It once more enveloped this small area. Even more vines and even more vines came flying over. At the same time, one illusory figure after another flew out. Some of these figures were wielding long sabers, some long swords, and some spears. All of them attacked towards Lin Fei. Nonsense. All of these are just some illusory existences. They're only good at scaring ordinary people. To me, there's really nothing to be scared of. Lin Fei let out a loud laugh. His fleshly body moved, and a stream of water energy smashed directly against those illusory figures. Even the vines and branches were the same. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. Everything had been restored to its original state. Even the illusory figures, in the face of this stream of water, were instantly destroyed. And then, a ray of light flashed past. In the blink of an eye, the rather terrifying Dark Pagoda's special barrier was broken apart, and the four gods inside all charged out. Their hearts were still trembling. That scene just now had truly been quite dangerous. Right now, their gazes were all focused on this young man. Thank you, brother, for your assistance. We were able to easily destroy this Dark Pagoda. These people were indeed quite grateful. If it hadn't been for this young man destroying the Dark Pagoda from the outside, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Then do we still want this tree monster? If we don't, then I'm going to destroy it and see if there's anything good inside. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The four gods all shook their heads. This treefolk is too powerful. Even though he only has the strength of a mid-god, he was able to stop the four of us. We are no match for him, so we didn't think too much about it. After fighting for a while, they knew that it would be difficult for just the few of them. This tree demon's defense was very strong. Although its attack was average, it could last for a long time, which was why it could use the Dark Pagoda. A figure appeared in the sky above the tree. It was the same shadow from before. It seemed to be very angry and full of hatred. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll kill you first. A black armored figure instantly rushed out. And then, a saber light flashed out. This saber light flashed past, and then, even the bodies of those four gods began to tremble. He retreated repeatedly. Brother, be careful. This is a melee expert that has been refined. He can erupt with the strength of a mid-deity. This should be his trump card. These people were quickly forced to retreat. They felt a terrifying chill, and there was still such a terrifying trump card. They finally seemed to understand why this tree folk had been able to exist for so long. He probably relied on the dark pagoda to trap them and exhaust their energy, then directly used the black-armored figure. At that time, he would be able to catch them off guard. They wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a good plan. After they retreated, the black-armored figure fixed his eyes on Lin Fei. The saber light flashed again and again, displaying a terrifying extreme speed. The people in the distance could also see that this was another extreme speed. In front of this speed, they couldn't see it clearly at all. Up until now, only a few gods could barely keep up with this speed. In front of this speed, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. This little brother is probably going to be in trouble. This black-armored figure actually has such extreme speed. Although it's just extreme speed, it's still hard to defend against. Let's go and help. Otherwise, this little brother won't be able to hold on. Didn't you notice that this brother hasn't made any moves? Even if the opponent's saber light is fast, it seems like his speed is just as fast. If it were them, it would definitely be very, very difficult to defend against such a move. But now, this young man seemed to be able to hold on very easily. This was thought-provoking. Since when did a young man become so powerful? You're quite fast. I really have to thank you for contributing such a good treasure. With such a helper, I'll be able to do a lot of things, Chen Feng said with a smile. Lin Fei was really happy. This tree folk had really given him a big surprise. He hadn't even reached this place, and he had already given him such a good thing. This was definitely an existence with a powerful fleshly body. Although this fleshly body couldn't compare to his, it was at least the fleshly body of a god. The fleshly body of a god could be seen everywhere. But the fleshly body of a god was a bit difficult. Not just anyone could train to that level. This black-armored figure was definitely famous when he was alive. With a whoosh, the saber light landed on the body of the black-armored figure. The black-armored figure was sent flying by the saber as soon as he came up. Then, another saber flashed by, severing the karmic connection between them. So this saber had been infused with karmic connections. It had become very different. The tree folk had been feeling a bit smug. He could finally take revenge. He could even capture this guy in front of him and refine him. But in the blink of an eye, he lost contact with the black-armored figure. He knew that he was in big trouble. The first thing he wanted to do was to snatch the black-armored figure back. But as soon as he moved, a cold light attacked him. One treasure after another appeared around him. All of them were defensive treasures. But because of this, he was a bit too slow. The black-armored figure fell into the opponent's hands. You have quite a lot of defensive treasures. It seems like you are rather afraid of death. I wonder what other killing moves you have. Just use them. Otherwise, I'll kill you later. So. One saber light after another instantly slashed out from all directions. You bastard, you actually dared to trick me. In the blink of an eye. The illusory figure was hit by one attack after another. It wasn't just an ordinary amount. Against someone like you, do I need to talk about tactics? Lin Fei smiled calmly. He didn't care at all. The other party was so angry that he vomited blood. He couldn't take it anymore. At other times, it might not be a big deal, but now was different. Chapter 50:10. Lin Fei had no intention of playing with these things with real swords and spears. It was a simple matter to get rid of them. Moreover, Lin Fei was quite interested in this armored man. This guy's body was very strong. It had reached the level of a middle god. Such a puppet was also a close combat warrior. It would be a good idea to keep it by his side. Therefore, Lin Fei made his move. With the karmic connection and the immemorial overlord saber in his hand, he broke the connection with the other party. Then, he took control of the puppet. This was just the beginning. After taking control of the puppet, Lin Fei made his move. Slash after slash. Each slash came from different directions and landed on the huge tree demon's body. No matter how powerful the tree demon was, it was in a sorry state. After 10 slashes, it turned into smoke with a boom. Quite a lot of things had been exposed. The blue fairy and Bai Xingnan put them away. One of the items caused their expressions to change. It was actually a high-grade god artifact. Even though it was incomplete and damaged, it was still a high-grade god artifact. "Milord, there is a high-grade god artifact here. It looks like it still has some power. This guy is probably used for sneak attacks." The blue fairy could sense that this thing was unusual. It was the same for Bai Xingnan. She could tell. This thing was even more different than they had imagined. As for the figures in the distance, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that a few middle gods would be able to deal with this tree demon. Unfortunately, this guy had been scheming. He had the dark pagoda and the close combat armored man. Now, he even had a high-grade god artifact. If he really dealt them a huge blow, they would probably all die here. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At other times, it would have been fine. But now, they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, this young man was very strong. He turned and killed the tree demon. Even though it had dropped many things, they weren't jealous at all. This was exchanged with their lives. Otherwise, their treasures would be among these gifts. A few figures flew over and cupped their hands towards Lin Fei. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help. If not for you, all of us would have died here. I never thought that this everlasting forest would be even more terrifying than we imagined." Originally, they had absolute confidence in themselves. But now, they no longer felt that a few mid-gods could run amok here. If he wasn't careful, he would become fertilizer for these things. This was something they could easily sense. The tree demons here are indeed stronger than you think, so if you don't have the ability, it's best not to touch them. The ones on the outskirts are fine, but the ones inside are all very strong. Each of them has a special trump card. Lin Fei naturally knew better than anyone else how powerful these things were. To be honest, if he had not improved his strength, it would have been difficult for him to deal with such a tree demon. However, the unlucky one was the tree demon. The gods, after thanking him, then left. They didn't dare to follow behind Lin Fei. They were afraid that after seeing it, they would feel even more ashamed. He had trained for so long, but he was still inferior to others. He was even worse than those two little girls. There was no harm without comparison, so they knew better than anyone else. Lin Fei continued to bring the blue fairy and Bai Xingnan forward. There weren't many of these large tree demons behind them. Even if Lin Fei wanted to find one, it would be difficult. Just like that, they didn't meet again. The only thing was that there was only one large tree demon. Even if there were small tree demons, Lin Fei didn't have the mood to make a move, and left them all to Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy. Just like that, after a day, they finally passed through this area. After passing through this area, a series of palaces appeared in front of them. There were large and small palaces, but there seemed to be a layer of treasure light around the periphery of each palace. This treasure light was like a seal. Even Lin Fei could feel that these seals were different. Lin Fei retracted his gaze. He didn't feel that there was too much movement within the palaces. Now, let's see how to get to the Nirvana Pond. They arrived at this area. Lin Fei knew that the Nirvana Pond shouldn't be too far away. As for how to get there, it would depend on Bai Xingnan. He believed that Bai Xingnan should have a map. In reality, Bai Xingnan did have a map of the Nirvana Pond, and she was the only one who had it. Even Lin Fei didn't have it, because it wasn't easy to find it. He had to keep some with him. Lin Fei didn't care much about this, because Bai Xingnan had brought the map over. "This is the direction to the Nirvana Pond. Please take me there. It should be in this direction." Bai Xingnan pointed to the front. Because he did see something different in this direction. As for what was different, it was that the palaces seemed to be arranged in a certain order. The Nirvana stone should be in this palace. However, which palace it was would depend on whether or not he had the ability to do so. The two of you, follow me closely. Don't run around. If you run around, I won't be able to save you. They arrived at this place. Lin Fei could feel the danger here more than anyone else. Even though he had the strength of a superior god, he could still feel the dangerous aura, which could definitely injure him. The everlasting mountain was really mysterious, but so far, he had not felt any strong auras. He didn't know where these guys had gone, or if they had taken in all of the auras on their bodies. No matter what, Lin Fei was prepared to bring Bai Xingnan to the Nirvana Pond first. After going to the Nirvana Pond, he would go to the so-called immortal stage to take a look. This place still had a great attraction. The information was detailed. As long as he followed the path, he would be able to continue walking. Be careful, there is a restriction in front of us that can explode with resplendent attacks. Lin Fei, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped. In front of him was an inconspicuous path. However, there was a dangerous aura on this small path. After the punch was thrown, the air began to distort, and within the distortion, rays of cold light shot out. The power of a god. This scene instantly gave Bai Xingnan and the Green Stream Fairy a fright. They really couldn't withstand this restrictive method. Chapter 50:11. The danger of this place was much greater than what Lin Fei had expected. Along the way, he had encountered many big and small tricks. Even Bai Xingnan and Bai Yoji, who were behind him, secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. How could there be such a dangerous place? He had even seen many corpses along the way. Of course, there were also some treasures. These treasures seemed to be badly damaged. It was obvious that they had suffered a great blow in the past. Fortunately, Lin Fei was here this time. Thus, they were very careful along the way and did not encounter too much danger. Only they understood that if they continued to stay here, it would definitely be the most dangerous. If I'm not mistaken, the palace in front should be the so-called Nirvana Pool. I can already sense that there are people there. They should be here to challenge it. Lin Fei's perception was stronger than anyone else's. Therefore, he could clearly sense that there were people coming from the front. It seemed that they would be able to enter very soon. Bai Xingnan's heart tightened. This time, he had put a lot of effort into this Nirvana Pool. Now that there were people coming, it seemed that he was not the only one who wanted to enter. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Along the way, Lin Fei had basically used violent methods. There were no tricks at all. He had directly broken through them. After these methods were broken, it did not affect the other methods. Therefore, Lin Fei was even more relieved. If a slight move could affect the whole situation, Lin Fei would definitely not go all out. That was definitely thinking too much. But now, he naturally did not have so many scruples. Without any scruples, it was much easier. Not long after, Lin Fei charged into that place. In front of the palace, there were already several groups of people here. They were all carrying treasures. Charge in. There was a divine light on the palace gate. This divine light was very strange and blocked their way for a moment. As for the origins of these people, Lin Fei naturally did not know, but he could clearly see them. These people were definitely not from this level. They should be from the starry sky outside. Bai Xingnan immediately recognized a few of them. The ones at the front should be the people from Tianheng Palace. Also, the second group of people behind them should be from the Devil Star. The divine light that filled the sky was indeed very strange. Even Lin Fei could feel that these divine lights were extremely lethal. However, these divine lights were now limited to a certain range. In other words, if he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to pass through the divine light. The people challenging the divine light also saw Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan coming over. As for Lin Fei and the Blue Fairy, they didn't know many people, but Bai Xingnan was different. After all, he had a father. the strongest expert of the second floor. Therefore, everyone was a bit surprised. They didn't expect this person to also come. However, it wasn't Bai Lai, which was a bit surprising. It was actually a young man. Could it be that this young man had some sort of background? After thinking for a while. Without an expert like Bai Lai, they naturally had nothing to fear. If Bai Lai came, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they were more at ease now. This place wasn't easy to break through. Lin Fei watched from the side for a while. He wasn't in a hurry. Slowly and leisurely, he saw through these divine lights. These divine lights seemed to be a kind of resistance. If one wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of resistance. In other words, one would have to have absolute strength. Lin Fei's eyesight was still very good. He quickly identified the attributes of these divine lights. Then, he let Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy follow by his side. Then, he rushed over. As soon as he entered, a power like flowing water surged over. It was very thick, very soft, and very unusual. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have been directly frozen. Lin Fei's body moved and he punched out with his fist. The water in front of him was blocked to a certain extent and actually bounced back. The surrounding people were a little surprised by Lin Fei's punch. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. He didn't rely on treasures and just the power of his fist technique to block the power of the water. No wonder Bai Lai, the strongest expert of the second floor, would find such a helper. But they actually didn't know this person. They all felt that it was very strange. You must follow closely. Later on, the water is very strong. Once you're trapped here, you basically can't get out. You will slowly be corroded and you will truly die slowly over time. Lin Fei's voice fell behind the two of them. Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy followed closely, almost not leaving each other's side. Lin Fei walked forward and the two of them followed behind. The power of the water was strong from the beginning and got stronger and stronger. No wonder everyone couldn't move. Only by using all their strength could they slowly move forward. Lin Fei's physical body was strong and his accumulation was very thick. Naturally, it wasn't something they could compare to. Along the way, he passed everyone one after another. They could only watch helplessly as Bai Lai's daughter was one step ahead of them. Even the people from Tianheng Palace were a little dumbfounded. Where did this kid come from? He was actually the first to run over. It seemed like he didn't encounter any resistance at all. After such a stimulation, they all pushed the treasures in their hands. They didn't dare to stop at all and went all out. This way, their speed was obviously a lot faster. But compared to Lin Fei, they were still quite a bit slower. Lin Fei's physical body directly shook the power of the water. The further they went, the more they felt the strain. Luckily, they were getting closer and closer to the door. It only took Lin Fei a little time to finally come up. Once they came up, the power of the water disappeared without a trace. The people behind were still a lot slower. They could only watch as the three of them went in first. Once they went in, they became even more anxious. They desperately wanted to rush in, but the power of the water seemed to be against them. It just wouldn't let them rush in easily. On this side, Lin Fei finally came in with Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy. There was a courtyard in this palace. This courtyard was very ordinary. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. But Lin Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. He turned his fist into a palm and struck out. Everything instantly turned into a puff of black smoke. So this was an illusion. The center of the courtyard and its surroundings instantly became empty. A huge pool appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. The runes in the pool were constantly flashing, and it looked very mysterious. Could this be the Nirvana pool that Bai Lai had mentioned? It looked different too. Chapter 50:12. This place was indeed a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It was even more special than what he had imagined. Especially the flashing divine characters in the middle of the pool. It was indeed very powerful. No wonder Bai Xingnan wanted to come here. This must be something good. It could allow one's fleshly body to undergo a complete transformation. It was extremely attractive. To Lin Fei, this attraction was no different from a piece of candy. He really didn't fancy such a small thing. This should be the Nirvana pool. As for how you use it, that's up to you. I'll help you guard outside, waiting for the day you come out. Lin Fei laughed. He really didn't have much interest in this pool. Instead, he said to the blue fairy beside him, since you're here, you should go down and give it a try. See if your fleshly body can undergo a certain transformation. After all, you have the fleshly body of a lower god. One more step and you'll reach the pinnacle realm. You might even be able to take another step. This is your opportunity. This time, the blue fairy had followed him here to gain some experience. She never thought that she would have the chance to enter the Nirvana pool. Bai Xingnan didn't have much of an opinion. After all, not everyone could enter the Nirvana pool. Of course, she was also envious of the blue fairy's powerful fleshly body. For those with powerful fleshly bodies, entering the Nirvana pool was very beneficial. The two looked at each other, didn't say anything, and directly entered the Nirvana pool. As soon as they entered the Nirvana pool, divine runes immediately enveloped them. In an instant, the two were pulled down. Lin Fei sensed for a bit and didn't see any problems. He let out a sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about. This Nirvana pool was indeed quite incredible. These divine characters all had special powers. If one could absorb enough divine characters, their fleshly body would undergo a transformation. This kind of change could make their potential stronger. Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand and shot out rays of light into the void. These rays of light converged into rays of saber light. They were lying in ambush in the void. They even turned into tiny particles. Just like that, they hid in the surroundings. Lin Fei had already mastered such a method before. He was just too lazy to use it. However, there were still people outside, and they would come here sooner or later. What Lin Fei needed to do was very simple. He needed to block the people outside. It was that simple. When the two of them came out, he would search for the so-called heavenly immortal platform to take a look. After all, there should be quite a few secrets in the everlasting mountain. Even now, Lin Fei was still unable to completely sense the situation in the entire everlasting mountain. In other words, this everlasting mountain was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei came over after setting up his trap. There was a small door facing the entrance. As for when these people would arrive, Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee. It wouldn't take long for them to reach this place. As long as they were interested in the Nirvana pool. Just like that, Lin Fei closed his eyes. Behind him, a throne condensed into form. He just sat like that. In an instant, he became incomparably tall. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Finally, someone was the first to rush over. The people who rushed over were the people from Tianheng Palace. They had always hoped to be the first to enter, but they never expected that someone would beat them to it. That was Bai Lai's daughter. Even more so, they didn't expect that the one who brought them in would be a young man. This young man was very mysterious. Fortunately, they finally knew where he came from. So it was the great demon king Lin Fei of the first floor of the god's great world. Towards such a great demon king, they truly felt that it was laughable. With just this kind of strength, he had the nerve to call himself the great demon king. That was because the other party had never seen a true great demon king. Halt! Just as he passed through the door, he was frightened by a voice. His voice was like thunder, exploding in their ears in an instant. The weaker ones immediately left a trail of blood at the side of their mouths. Following that, a defense was erected in front of them. The people of Tianheng Palace instantly recognized that this was the so-called Great Demon King Lin Fei. He was actually sitting here all by himself. When they saw the faintly discernible Nirvana pool behind him, they knew what was going on. The two women must have entered the pool. Instantly, the youths all changed. They wanted to enter the Nirvana pool to obtain the greatest benefits. But now, someone had beaten them to it. How tyrannical. You even dare to snatch something that belongs to our Tianheng Palace. We like it. Take your people and leave immediately. Otherwise, we won't be polite. This young man, coupled with the rumors that he was extremely powerful, caused the Tianheng Palace elder to restrain himself. He gave them a way out. After all, there was still Bai Xingnan there. If it wasn't for the fact that the person from the Bai clan was very powerful, they wouldn't have needed to give him face. They would have directly charged over and taken him down. I don't care where you are from or what power you have. In any case, this place is temporarily in my hands. If you want to barge in, you can. But are you prepared to die? Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes, looking at these people. The most powerful of these men was this so-called elder who had just spoken. He was a god. His level of cultivation was indeed quite high here. So long as he didn't encounter any high gods, he wouldn't have much of a problem. However, in front of Lin Fei, he really wasn't enough. Secret attack. The Tianheng Palace elder instantly attacked. One figure after another walked out, activating their so-called secret arts. A ray of black light instantly shot over. This ray of black light was like a ghost, instantly penetrating through. It seemed to have locked onto Lin Fei. A technique like this was truly inconceivable. Lin Fei smiled calmly. His 5 fingers grabbed the black light, and with a slight bit of force, he completely destroyed it. He flicked his finger. A ray of cold light flew back. A defensive barrier instantly appeared in front of this god from the Tianheng Palace. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered. This force bounced onto his body, and more than half of his body was instantly destroyed. Your technique isn't bad, right? If you want to die early, you can keep moving. Let's see if I can kill you. Stupefied. Their own elder couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone's faces grew even uglier. How could there be a fellow like this, and with such terrifying power? They were so terrified that their faces turned pale, and cold sweat began to drip down. If he went all out, most likely no one would be able to block him. A high god. He was definitely a high god. Or perhaps a peak stage god. The power of the Demon King, Lin Fei, was terrifying. Many thanks for not killing us. We don't want our Nirvana pools anymore. He chose to give up and leave first. Chapter 50:13. The Tianheng Palace elder brought his people and left. Half of his body had recovered. After all, he was a middle deity. However, he had used up a lot of divine power. His face was much more dispirited. Not long after they left, they ran into another group of people. They ran into another group of people who were rushing over. When this group of people saw them, they couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this Tianheng Palace's elder Tianyun? You look like you are injured. Is there an expert in the Nirvana pool? The one who spoke was an elder of the Demon Star. His name was Elder Sanmu. He had quite a powerful technique. His name was not small either. When he saw Elder Tianyun's injured appearance, he could not help but laugh. Earlier, they had lagged behind and could only watch as Elder Tianyun brought his people over. They had not expected that by the time they arrived, Elder Tianyun had already left. As for gaining something in the Nirvana pool, that was just wishful thinking. Everyone who had entered was here. No one had entered. Elder Tianyun looked at him coldly. We do not want the Nirvana pool. If you want it, we will give it to you. I hope that you will not suffer. I am just giving you a piece of advice. Elder Tianyun left with his people after saying this. On the contrary, Elder Sanmu frowned slightly, clearly surprised. Logically speaking, it was not easy for the Tianheng Palace people to come here. They would not give up. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in Elder Sanmu's mind. Could it be the 2 women and 1 man who had entered earlier? Aside from them, it was impossible for anyone else to have entered first. Could it be that someone else had come from somewhere else? That was possible. No matter what, Elder Senmu intended to go in and take a look. The overall strength of the demon star was not inferior to the Tianheng Palace. When they reached the door, Elder Senmu finally knew what was going on. It turned out that there was a person sitting at the door. This big saber and golden horse sat there lazily. It was the young man who had entered earlier. He could not see the two women and understood that they had entered the Nirvana pool. Take this move of mine first. What a waste of time. I am not in the mood to fight with you one by one. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, a wave of energy shot over. This wave of energy was getting closer and closer. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. Elder Senmu couldn't even put up a defense in time. More than half of his body exploded. Even the people behind him suffered the same fate, and they all suffered a little. Without another word, he immediately turned around and retreated. A single wave of power was enough to make him experience despair. He finally knew why this guy dared to sit here. With such strength, it was indeed very difficult to barge in. Although Elder Senmu had retreated, he gritted his teeth and took out an item. This is a very special treasure and can be considered a very rare thing in their devil planet. It was called the Sound Transmission Bugle. It was able to transmit sound within a certain range. He wanted to let everyone know that there was such a place here. Such a thing seemed to be of little value, but sometimes it seemed to be very useful. Elder Senmu planned to use this treasure. He couldn't enter, but he wouldn't let you have an easy time either. Do you really think that you can suppress just anyone? We don't need the Nirvana pool anymore. If anyone wants to go, then go. There's only one person guarding it, a close combat expert. The leisurely voice directly spread throughout the area. Even Lin Fei heard the voice. This voice was very strange. It came from all directions, but it was very clear. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This should be the doing of the people from Devil Star. They really do have some ability to actually have such a method. Are they trying to tire me out? I'll remember you, Devil Star. After the news of such a treasure spread, Lin Fei knew that there should be a lot of people here. After all, there were more than a few people who came to the Everlasting Mountain this time. There were some who came in earlier, and some who came in later. However, with this treasure, everyone knew about the existence of the Nirvana pool. Lin Fei was not too worried. After all, with his strength, as long as it was not a top-level superior god, he would not be able to do anything to it. Even if he did, his primordial blade was not a joke. Now that his super-ancient eternal body had reached the 3rd level, even though the experience gained from signing in was not a lot. But this did not stop Lin Fei from slowly improving. From the moment he accepted Bai Lai's errand, Lin Fei knew that there would be a lot of trouble. At the same time, in the boundless darkness of the Everlasting Mountain, a few figures also heard this voice. Sound transmission horn, someone is targeting my daughter. Bai Lai also sensed it at the first possible moment. Such a treasure could only be that sound transmission horn. This treasure was very useless, but it was very useful in the Everlasting Mountain. From the moment Lin Fei brought his daughter to the Nirvana pool, Bai Lai had never been worried. Lin Fei's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Whoever underestimated him would definitely suffer a huge loss. Could it be that someone had used the sound transmission horn so quickly? Do you want to go? Didn't your daughter go to the Nirvana pool? If there really are other people going to the Nirvana pool, then it will be a bit troublesome. This time, there are quite a few experts, and quite a few first-rate powers have come. A man in black said. It's fine, that Lin Fei's strength is stronger than I expected, with him guarding it, there shouldn't be any problems, let's continue forward, moreover, it won't be that easy for us to leave this place, this is the land of darkness. There were many secret realms in the Everlasting Mountain. Without detailed information, it was impossible to break in. They were in the mountains. It was still quite dangerous. It wasn't that easy to leave. They couldn't give up halfway. Ha ha ha, not bad. I never thought that there would be such a good place here. Once I absorb all the essence of the Nirvana pool, my body will definitely be able to reach another level. With a burst of loud laughter, a tall and sturdy figure landed in front of the door. He didn't even look and directly barged in. However, the moment he entered, he saw a blade light flying towards him. Hua! His entire body was sent flying. A ray of saber light exploded on his body. Saber lights left behind. Even though his physical body was strong, the saber light still exploded on his body, leaving behind many cracks. His demigod fleshly body was now covered with wounds. Such a strong blade technique. The expression of the tall and sturdy man clearly changed, and his entire body seemed to turn cold. There was actually such a terrifying blade technique, a single slash was enough to almost injure his physical body. This person was definitely not a match for him, no wonder the sound transmission horn treasure would appear. Chapter 50:14. Those who were able to come here were all very powerful. However, they had all suffered a loss this time. They couldn't break through at all, because Lin Fei was here. A single blade light was enough to make them realize what fear and despair were. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't kill them. After experiencing a life and death struggle, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts and just left. Lin Fei had it easy as well. Of course, he also encountered a few powerful people. These powerful people actually joined forces to ambush him from 3 different directions, but they were all killed by Lin Fei with a single blade strike. After all, Lin Fei's tyrannical blade was no joke. It could only be said that these people were rather unlucky. They could ambush anyone, but they had to ambush themselves. Fortunately, this didn't happen too often. Those people more or less had some connections. If they couldn't enter this place, they naturally wouldn't enter again. Lin Fei was also quite relaxed and warm. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day. During these 7 days, Lin Fei had defeated a total of 108 experts. 10 of them were at the god level. However, the high gods hadn't seen them yet. In Lin Fei's view, there were so many mysterious places in the primordial mountains. High gods like them definitely wouldn't have a problem with their brains to come here. Lin Fei was quite calm. Whoosh! 2 figures rushed out from the magma. If it wasn't the blue fairy and Bai Xingnan, who else could it be? After coming out, the 2 of them immediately felt a huge difference. Their life auras had greatly improved, especially the blue fairy. Her fleshly body had actually reached the early god level in one go. This kind of fleshly body was too terrifying. As for Bai Xingnan, she had also undergone a huge change. Her life aura had increased, which meant that her bloodline had greatly improved. A faintly discernible phoenix appeared behind her. Although it wasn't solid, it was just a faintly discernible shadow. The existence of this shadow let Lin Fei know that Bai Xingnan's future potential had increased by a large amount. No wonder Bai Lai came to find him. "My lord, my fleshly body has already broken through to the early god level." The blue fairy was also very happy. Bai Xingnan's face was also filled with envy. She had also activated her bloodline, which was completely different from before. She also looked gratefully at Lin Fei. "Senior, thank you for bringing me here. Without you, I wouldn't have the qualifications to cultivate here. It's normal to take someone else's things and do things for them. Now that you've refined the divine runes here, the rest should be useless. I'll take it." Originally, Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about it. However, the people outside kept breaking in. Coupled with the fact that the people of Devil's Star had used a treasure like the sound transmission bugle, Lin Fei really felt unhappy. Therefore, Lin Fei felt that if he was unhappy, he would make them unhappy as well. Bai Xingnan nodded his head. "This thing is useless to me. There is still some essence inside, but not much. I think only one person is left, and the time to absorb it is at most 2 to 3 days, not 7 days like now." Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He reached out his hand and grabbed, and the divine runes flew up one after another, turning into a ball. This ball seemed to have condensed into essence. It wasn't big, but all of the divine inscription's essence flew out. In just a few dozen breaths of time, this area had instantly turned into an ordinary area. This could also be considered Lin Fei's first harvest in the everlasting mountain. If the people behind him were to come in again, they would really faint from crying. A good place was destroyed by Lin Fei just like that. Just like that, Lin Fei was not enough, so he extended his hand and grabbed a stone wall. With a wave of his hand, he left a few words on it. Devil Star, your sound transmission bugle horn is quite useful, so I'll take away the rest of the divine inscriptions. When they saw this line of words, both Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy were slightly shocked. They knew that Mo Xing was going to be out of luck. After all, this place had always been left behind to allow people to improve their physical bodies and bloodlines. But now that it was gone, they naturally hated the people of Mo Xing previously. When they used the sound transmission bugle horn, they naturally knew that this was a relatively useless treasure. Then this matter was Mo Xing's. Alright, since this matter is settled, I can also go take a look around this place. The two of you can also find a place to train. This is a rare opportunity, so don't follow behind me. I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep up with where I go. Lin Fei tactfully told Bai Xingnan. The Blue Fairy was the same. Naturally, it was for her to train, especially when her physical body had reached the early stage of the God realm. As long as she didn't go to any dangerous places in the everlasting mountain, there were still many treasures that she could fight for. As soon as he finished, Lin Fei's figure immediately left. Whether it was Bai Xingnan or the Blue Fairy, neither of them could feel how Lin Fei left. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in space. My lord is just that impatient. Why don't the two of us form a team together? At least we have a companion, don't you think? The Blue Fairy was the first to speak. Bai Xingnan didn't really care about this. He also felt that working together with the Blue Fairy was quite beneficial. I also have the same idea. Then let's work together. The two of them also left this place. Not long after they left, a figure walked out from the void and laughed in a low voice. I didn't wait here for so long in vain, I can finally come in. That great demon King Lin Fei is really not easy to deal with. I never thought that he would be so strong. With a single slash, he would be able to scatter our souls. The moment he entered, the voice of this figure was especially cold. What a great devil star, what a great demon King Lin Fei, to actually destroy such a place. I will not let this go. On the other side, Elder Senmu suddenly shivered and looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone around, nor was there any danger. But why did he shiver? This shiver seemed to be very bad. Thoughts like this were quickly put away. He didn't think too much about it. Unfortunately, there were more and more of these shivers, one after another. In a short period of time, he had experienced a different feeling. It was like a sign of being cursed. His entire body felt cold. As an expert, he could more or less feel it. Could it be that he had encountered some trouble this time? Logically speaking, it was impossible. How could there be trouble? He was a member of the Devil Star. Chapter 50-15. Lin Fei finally escaped. After all, he had been there for the past few days, and it really made him feel uncomfortable. There were truly more interesting places in this everlasting mountain than he had imagined. Lin Fei wanted to take a look even more. The secret realms here could be said to be formed one after another. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to sense the existence of these secret realms. The more secret realms one could sense, the more places one could go, the stronger one would be. Just like now. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he appeared in a forest. However, this forest was different. There was an entrance to a secret realm in this forest. It was extremely inconspicuous. It had turned into an existence of a particle, and this particle was also very strange and could not be detected at all. This was because it would move all the time, but the restricted area was within this forest. This forest was actually a treasure that had trapped this place. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to sense the changes that were happening within. If someone came from the outside, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. let alone enter. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this kind of place. Because he didn't feel any dangerous aura from the particles, he naturally chose to give up. From Lin Fei's point of view, the places he wanted to go had to be some of the more dangerous secret realms. Of course, the one that moved him the most should be the Heaven Immortal stage. That place was the place that truly moved his heart, and the other places could be put aside. Along the way, he had seen 5 secret realms. Some of these 5 secret realms were dangerous, some were ordinary, but no matter which one it was, there were definitely some treasures inside. However, Lin Fei didn't even look at them. Looks like going to this Heaven Immortal stage isn't as easy as I thought. I actually got lost in this place. What the hell? On a fork in the road. Lin Fei stopped. Although there was a path on the left and right in front of him, Lin Fei knew that only one of the 3 paths was correct. The other 2 paths were filled with the aura of death. However, the aura of death wasn't very weak and could be sensed instinctively. But when he tried to sense it, he found that there was a layer of great power enveloping this place, completely isolating that feeling. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't know where he should go. If he took the right path, he would naturally be fine. If he took the wrong path, he would naturally be in danger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's gaze was fixed, and his entire person changed a lot. I didn't expect there to be negative emotions in this place. It almost affected me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and recovered in time. Lin Fei looked at the 3 paths and suddenly punched out 3 times. These 3 punches seemed to be heading towards these 3 paths, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 paths actually turned into one. In other words, there was only one path in front of Lin Fei. The other 2 paths were actually fake. What a good illusion technique. The illusion technique didn't seem to be very clever, but Lin Fei knew that he had already entered the illusion. Fortunately, Lin Fei was different from others. Therefore, he was able to react quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Not to mention getting out of this place. The 3 paths turned into one. Lin Fei also slowed down. Along the way, he saw many skeletons on the ground, but there weren't any treasures. He didn't need to guess to know that these treasures must have been taken away by someone. Other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't care much about these things. Even if they were taken away, it didn't matter. He just continued to walk like this. The surrounding environment was also constantly changing. However, Lin Fei knew that this was all an illusion. He could not take it seriously at all. If you took it seriously, then congratulations, you definitely wouldn't be able to get out and would be trapped in this illusion forever. At the same time, Lin Fei also understood that within the everlasting mountain, the strongest should be this illusion technique. True and false, false and true. Lin Fei wasn't strong in anything else, but his physical body was strong. Once his physical body was strong, he would be able to resist the invasion of a small ghost. He maintained a clear state of mind at all times. The tyrannical power of the ancient eternal body was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. If it was a different body, it definitely wouldn't have such a great effect. Not to mention being able to withstand the impact of an invisible illusion technique. I knew there was definitely a place here. It's exactly as I thought. A palace appeared in front of them. This palace wasn't big and looked very ordinary. The words on the palace were very obvious. Bliss Palace. Seeing such a name, Lin Fei's mind became a lot more lively. It seemed that this palace wasn't too serious. Since he was already here, Lin Fei was naturally not surprised. He pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered, he saw many young women in front of him. These women were graceful, and as they swayed, a fragrance filled the air. Following that, they walked towards Lin Fei. Before they could even get close to Lin Fei, a resplendent light came out from Lin Fei's body, and then crushed over these women. In the blink of an eye, the field of vision in front of him widened. There was nothing left. Everything had turned into nothingness. He had the nerve to use such a small trick. Lin Fei snorted in his heart, and continued to walk forward. This time, there weren't that many things that came out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a small study room in the palace. It turned out that there weren't many rooms in this palace. Most of the rooms were empty. Only this study room was a little different. There were quite a few books here. After Lin Fei walked in, the small study room actually changed to a certain extent. It was very different from before. So. Rays of light flew out from Lin Fei's body. These rays of light turned into fist lights, and all of them landed on the study room. Following that, the study room underwent a strange change. This is the true appearance of this study room. Not far from Lin Fei, there seemed to be a yellow springs hell. All sorts of cries could be heard from time to time. The surroundings also became dim, and there was a dark red glow. Lin Fei knew that he had entered a secret realm. Following that, a huge wave of shadows swept over. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a huge palm appeared in the shadows in front of him, sweeping across. The black shadows vanished without a trace. Just like that, Lin Fei's figure walked forward unhurriedly. Suddenly. Then, he punched the air again. Blood flowed down like a waterfall. There were many hidden special existences like this, but none of them could hide. Along the way, Lin Fei was basically killed. Chapter 50:16. Along the way, there was nothing that could stop Lin Fei. Even if there was, he would be killed instantly. As a figure came over, Lin Fei realized that there was a long river not far away. This long river was boundless, but there were a few stone platforms by the side of the river. On the stone platforms, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. One of the figures said to Lin Fei, looking a little surprised. After all, not just anyone could come to this place. In the end, this young man came just like that. More importantly, he seemed a little unfamiliar. The others didn't pay much attention and continued to sit there leisurely. However, their eyes seemed to be looking at the vast sea. When they got closer, Lin Fei realized that there was something different about this place. It was actually a blood-colored sea that seemed boundless. This made Lin Fei have a different thought. It seemed like this place was really different. This place doesn't seem dangerous, but this sea is a little different. Could there be something special about it? Seeing that there was another stone platform not far away, Lin Fei sat on it. However, the moment he sat down, rays of light burst out from the stone platform. These rays of light contained an extremely strong force. Lin Fei didn't react. He pressed down with his palm and the rays of light dissipated instantly. Then, they landed on the stone platform. The three figures who were originally sitting there all opened their eyes and looked over at the same time. Especially the one who had just spoken, he even laughed. Taoist friend, your strength isn't bad. To be able to destroy this force so easily, it seems like you're someone with some ability. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't use much strength with his palm and the rays of light dissipated on their own. However, it was different for the four of them. Instantly, they felt a certain amount of pressure from Lin Fei. A certain amount of fear. This young man was an expert. My strength is only so-so. Can't you see that I haven't even cultivated out a godhead? Lin Fei smiled faintly. He knew that this stone platform might be a test. Without this stone platform, he might not be able to enter the sea. He still didn't know what kind of secrets this place had. These people should know, it's just that they didn't explain. Only after Lin Fei said this did they notice that this young man really did not cultivate out his divine deity, but his strength was very strong, and he walked the path of body refinement. That was quite rare. So fellow Taoist is an expert in body refinement. No wonder you could come all the way here. A figure sitting not far away, who was the one who started the fight, seemed to be quite interested. Hello, I am a higher god of Sky Orchid. The man introduced himself. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that those who could come here were neither low gods nor mid gods. Only high gods were qualified to come here. Without this strength, it was impossible to reach this step. My name is Lin Fei, and I walk the path of body refinement. This place is quite interesting, so I came in, he said casually. These people were all intrigued, but they didn't know where this Lin Fei came from. There were many people who knew about the god's great world. No one tried to find out more about it. When Lin Fei said this name, unless it was someone who was very familiar with it, most people wouldn't be able to recognize it. They couldn't find anything after searching for a while. They didn't think about it anymore. At the very least, this person was strong. The higher god of Sky Orchid sent another message. Fellow Taoist Lin, I think this should be your first time here. This sea is called the Endless Blood Sea. In a while, there will be a big ship coming over. Once you board that ship, you will be able to enter the legendary Blood Demon Island. I wonder if you're interested. Let's team up. Hearing the message, Lin Fei knew that this higher god of Sky Orchid had some ideas. As for whether or not he had formed a team with the other three, he didn't know. At the very least, what Lin Fei knew was that this was the Endless Blood Sea. No wonder the aura of this place felt so evil. So this place is called the Endless Blood Sea. That's really different. Lin Fei, who didn't know the name of this place, finally knew the origin of this place. This secret plane should be called the Blood Sea Secret Plane, because there was a copy of it in the information. Previously, this place looked incomparably evil. Naturally, Lin Fei couldn't recognize it immediately. With the other party's words, he understood that this was the Blood Sea Secret Plane that he had seen before. Rumor had it that it was a place where a powerful demon lived. Now, it had become a secret plane. Just how powerful must one be to turn a place into a pocket dimension? It was no wonder there were so many evil auras and strange powers along the way. This pocket dimension was probably a world in the first place, but it had been refined by someone, and all the lives in it had been wiped out. It was the same even for those powerful evil devils. This place is quite dangerous. If you're willing to team up with me, we'll be able to look out for each other. If you're afraid, I have a treasure here. We can swear to the heavens that the heavens will protect us. We won't be able to hurt each other for a certain period of time. The higher god of Sky Orchid sent another message. Lin Fei wasn't the kind of person who was new to this place. The more one reached this realm, the more one wouldn't be stupid enough to believe a person's words. Then, he sent another message. Forget about this for the time being. Let me take a look first. You know that I'm a person who tempered my body yesterday. I can't do anything else, but my life-saving skills are quite strong. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to you when the time comes. This was a tactful refusal. The higher god of Sky Orchid was stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. Then, do as you wish. If you want to form a team, you can tell me. This endless blood sea isn't as peaceful as you think. A lot of information about this secret plane appeared in Lin Fei's mind. According to the information, there were some treasures left behind by the demon in this secret plane. However, these treasures were full of demonic nature and weren't that easy to refine. Apart from that, there was also the essence left behind by the demon. Rumor had it that once one obtained it, one would quickly gain half of the demon's strength. As for how much strength this half possessed, no one knew. However, it was enough to make countless people go crazy. This was a real opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Speaking of which, these things weren't as good as imagined, but they weren't as bad either. If one could obtain them, they could more or less exchange them for some useful things. Only Lin Fei would have such an idea. Chapter 50-17. Lin Fei was more or less interested in this high god of Sky Orchid. After all, he had come to invite him to join his team. How could he possibly not be interested in him? Perhaps this fellow knew quite a few secrets of this place. Lin Fei wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for his tricks. More people were coming. Lin Fei's senses were quite sharp. Although he hadn't fought yet, he knew that he was definitely more powerful than these people, even if they had treasures. Lin Fei's senses were extremely strong as well. The figures moved at high speed towards him. It seemed they all wanted to go to Blood Demon Island. If one wanted to go to Blood Demon Island, one had to board a Blood Demon ship, which seemed to have a fixed location. Only the spots on the stone platform could be used to board the Blood Demon ship. This was what Lin Fei had come up with after reading through the information. This particular spot was extremely important. As expected. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures arrived. These 5 figures were all dressed in black, but each of them had a golden saber on their chests. They looked quite different. Even the experts present had a slight change in appearance. And then, from afar, yet another voice rang out. Only, the way he walked was a bit different. It was like a saber, incomparably sharp, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everywhere he passed, he left behind one saber light after another in the air. Although these saber lights left behind in the air didn't cause much of a commotion, one could still see them. Anyone who followed behind him would be struck by these saber lights. Any one of them was capable of killing a demigod or heavily injuring a god. It seems I came at the right time. There's still one more spot, but my people need one more spot. You're welcome, young man. The golden-robed man waved his hand, and a saber light swept out, locking onto Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who had been sitting there, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. A punch came smashing towards him. It landed right on the saber light, and then instantly collapsed. Sir, you attacked as soon as you arrived. Do you think you are very powerful? Or do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm sitting here quietly? Lin Fei let out a cold snort. He stood up and punched out. Then, dozens of fist shadows enveloped the body of the man with the golden saber. The man with the golden saber drew his saber and slashed once, resolving many of the attacks. The 5 men in black who had been following them were not so lucky. Bang, 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 bang. He was beaten into a bloody mess. Since you brought so many people with you, I'm sure you don't mind fighting alone. Lin Fei sat down again. The nearby high gods were all slightly startled. My goodness. This young man was quite irascible. As expected of a physique cultivator, his physical strength was truly formidable. He actually killed 5 of Jin Dao's sect master's subordinates in the blink of an eye in front of him. They were the most recognized disciples of the Golden Saber sect master. Basically, he would bring them along to look for opportunities whenever he went out. These 5 Jin Dao Gate disciples were exceptionally strong. But now, in the blink of an eye, these 5 Jin Dao Gate disciples were gone. Jin Dao School was also a powerful force. Especially in the stellar domain. In particular, the saber techniques which this Jin Dao Gate master specialized in were absolutely terrifying. Supposedly, he had even learned a terrifying god-slaying saber technique. This saber technique was the most powerful technique of the Jin Dao Gate master. When fighting against him, one had to guard against this saber. Supposedly, this saber could kill a peak high god. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. In any case, no one had ever personally experienced it. Perhaps everyone who had experienced it had been killed. You dare to kill 5 of my disciples. The Jin Dao Gate master truly was in a bad mood. In the outside world, everyone would give him face. But now, someone had actually killed 5 of his disciples with a single attack, completely annihilating them. In order to raise these 5 disciples, he had spent countless resources and effort. Most importantly, these 5 disciples had been of enormous use to him. But now, there was nothing left. They had been wiped out by this fellow in front of him. If they've been wiped out, then they've been wiped out. All I can say is that they are too weak. If you have the ability, then come fight us. Let's see who's afraid of who. Lin Fei wasn't that easy to talk to. As you wish. In the blink of an eye, one doppelganger after another walked out, appearing in the surrounding area, all locking onto Lin Fei's body. 10,000 saber attacks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A rain of saber light came crashing down. Every single saber light transformed into an enormous meteor, but these meteors were filled with terrifying power. This was a large area of effect attack. But of course, the most important thing was that the power that was unleashed in this instant caused the remaining high gods to feel shocked. He truly lived up to his reputation as the Jindao Gate Master. The techniques he possessed were so savage and domineering. No wonder everyone had to give him face. This young man really was something. Of all the people he could offend, he had actually offended the Jindao Gate Master. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei rose to his feet as well, exploding with a punch as well. On the other hand, Lin Fei's fist shadows were much more powerful. A single fist shadow blasted open a region. After all of the punches merged together, they instantly created an enormous canopy. All of the techniques had been destroyed. Lin Fei looked over as well. It seems your strength isn't that great. If you have the ability, then continue attacking. I have plenty of time. Lin Fei was indeed using a body tempering technique. But as soon as he unleashed his power, the people present once again had an idea. This fellow was also a vicious person. The Jindao Gate Master was also a vicious person. When two vicious people met, it would most likely be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. A body refiner. The Jindao Gate Master finally realized that this fellow's explosive power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such power, but he was actually walking the path of body refining. This sort of person was too hard to deal with. Just now, after testing him a bit, he knew that this fellow's body was extremely powerful. At the very least, he had reached the god level. This sort of body was indeed very hard to deal with. Right, I'm a body refiner. I might not be good at other things, but I'm quite good at preserving my life. The last thing you should have done was to immediately attack me. We body refiners have our own tempers. The Jindao Gate Master didn't attack again. As soon as he turned around, he landed on a distant stone platform. It seemed that he was going to give up on attacking. The other superior gods were also a little surprised. In fact, this was also within their expectations. If they were to attack again, the Jindao Gate Master might have to pay a great price to take down this young man. In their hearts, they couldn't wait for the two of them to fight for 300 rounds. No matter who won or lost, these people didn't mind attacking again. All the benefits would fall on them. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't attack again. They seemed to mind their own business. Chapter 50:18. Sect Master Jindao didn't move again. All of this was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy had guts, but he couldn't figure him out. In addition, he hadn't cultivated Godhead. Just the path of body refining made him feel great pressure. That was why he didn't dare to make a move. Before he had a certain degree of confidence, this guy could only stare. This was the deterrent power of Lin Fei's strength. Even if he killed a few of his juniors, he could only stare. Could he fight with himself? He reckoned that the few people nearby would be very happy. When both sides were injured, he would directly take the knife. This was a normal operation. The others began to study this young man slightly. The method just now was really domineering, especially the method of body refining. Pure physical strength could actually shake Sect Master Jindao's method. Sect Master Jindao still had some knife skills that he hadn't used, and he hadn't even used some of his trump cards. However, it could be seen from such a simple exchange. This young man was extraordinary. Originally, they all knew each other very well, but now that there was another young man, it was completely different. Not far away. There seemed to be no one on the last stone platform. Of course, they didn't care much. After all, they already had people here. As long as the Blood Sea ship came, they could enter the Blood Sea ship and then go to Blood Demon Island. It seems that I can still make it in time. A strange figure came all the way from afar. Only a voice was heard, and then a figure appeared on the stone platform. Looking at the figure on the stone platform, whether it was Sect Master Jindao or the others, their expressions changed slightly. Lightning Devil King, I didn't expect you to actually come here. The first to speak should be Sect Master Jindao. He looked thoughtful. Originally, that position was also his, but he wanted to take 2 more positions so that his disciples could also be qualified to enter. In the end, all 5 of his disciples died. He didn't get any advantage. Instead, he had an opponent, and this opponent had some ability. He wanted to deal with him but couldn't. Lightning Devil King was a young man, very young, and seemed to be about the same age as Lin Fei. Such a person had a faint smile on his face, as if he had a card up his sleeve. So it's Master Jin Dao. Don't your 5 disciples usually stand by your side? This is such a good opportunity. Why didn't you let them come out and train? The Lightning Devil King laughed. Suddenly, he looked towards a certain direction. There seemed to be a stench of blood in that place, and as it spread out, he immediately understood what it meant. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, your 5 disciples were actually killed by someone. I wonder who was so bold as to kill all 5 of your disciples. Even I don't have the guts to do that. Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was somewhat ugly. Who didn't know that this Lightning Devil King usually spoke the most inappropriately? It just so happened that this guy's forte was speed. By the time you made your move, he had already run far away. Unless you had a top-grade spatial treasure that could restrain him, there were basically not many people who could do anything to him. It was said that this guy's speed had already reached the peak of the 3rd stage. This was a little scary. If he took another step forward, he could basically walk sideways with his speed. No one could clean it up. Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was a little ugly. This Lightning Devil King really had to mention this. Doesn't he know that my 5 disciples died, and I feel terrible in my heart? So, it's this friend. I'm the Lightning Devil King. I don't like that disciple of his. Now that you were able to kill them, I should thank you properly. If you have time, we can have a drink. The Lightning Devil King's gaze immediately fell on Lin Fei. This was because he felt that the gaze of Golden Blade Sect Master wasn't quite right. Especially when it fell on this young man, he understood what was going on. Lin Fei also noticed this young man just now. He was actually called the Lightning Devil King. This speed was truly unimaginable. Even Lin Fei had to go all out to fight him to a draw. And this young man seemed to be born with the ability to control speed. Lin Fei had also encountered such a method before. This was their innate talent. It was no wonder that the 2 Golden Blade Sect Masters didn't dare to say anything. Being targeted by such a speed-type expert wasn't something that anyone could endure. When you fought, you only used one move, but the other party used dozens of moves. That scene would definitely be a complete mess. Even if the current Lin Fei were to go all out, he would still be able to unleash an extremely fast speed. However, in the end, this speed was not the fastest. Lin Fei was well aware of this point, so when he saw that the Lightning Devil King had actually taken the initiative to greet him and even tease the Golden Blade Sect Master, he felt that it was quite interesting. I also felt that the disciple that the Golden Blade Sect Master brought was a bit too much, so I made a move. I didn't expect that they would be finished the moment I made a move. If I had known earlier, I would have restrained my strength. You also know that a body refinement expert like me can't do anything else, but my strength is a bit too much. I was just saying that friends are different. So it's because body refiners are rare. Then when we leave Everlasting Mountain, we have to have a good drink no matter what. Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King were chatting quite openly. It was just that the Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was a bit ugly, and in the end, he directly sealed his facial features. He didn't want to hear or see these 2 people. They were simply too despicable. It was clear that his 5 disciples had died in vain, but he couldn't do anything about it. This Lightning Devil King was most proficient in speed, and speed was not easy to break, unless he found another speed-type expert, or a formation that could trap people. Otherwise, it would be hard to deal with him. As for that body refinement guy, he also didn't have divine deity, but his physical body was extremely strong. He was probably at the peak of the god stage. These 2 guys were really a weirdo. No wonder they could chat together. The others were also silent. The boat is here. A large ship slowly came over from the endless sea of blood. It seemed to be very slow, but in the next second, it opened up a large distance. In just a few breaths of time, the Blood Sea ship appeared in front of them. It was like a tall mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on the big ship. Following that, they were pulled over by a force. This was a very strange force. This strange power was filled with a certain degree of connection. Following that, the 6 of them landed on the ship. The ship slowly sailed away again.